Hey everybody. Hello YouTube. It's about 4 p.m. On February 14th, 2021. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. And let's keep fighting. Yes. Keep fighting. I really hope everybody's doing good and getting through this. I'm gonna wait for some people to get in the chat. If you are in chat, welcome to Vulcan Wolverine channel. I hope you're getting through your targeting okay. I'm getting slammed. Hey, what's up, Steven? Steven says, what up? How you doing, man? And hey, Nicholas. Nicholas says, happy Valentine's Day. And Nicholas, if you want to, like I heard you have and you were saying on the vids that you have a Discord. If you want to put your Discord link in the chat so everybody can see it, maybe just a couple of times during the video. How are you guys doing? Are y'all getting through this? Like my head just feels like all the nerves are burnt around it. Your channel was deleted? Nicholas says, I'm back after my channel was deleted. And a lot of channels are getting deleted. So I get copyright strikes and videos taken down, and they make it so I'm suspended, so I can't make videos for like a week and stuff like that. But I haven't been totally taken down. I get the feel, I don't know. Just when I say that I'm not going to get taken down, I'll probably get taken down. But I got my D Live up. We need to do something over there. Hey, Dennis. Dennis says, hi, Kyle. Hope all is better. No, things aren't that great for me. Things aren't that great. The targeting is just, it's just really bad. Like the remote neural manipulation, it's a constant battle. And the conditioning through the years is really bad. Like if it was like year one and they were kind of messing with my mind with some really non-subtle things, it's very easy. But as it goes on year after year and they're conditioning and all this stuff kind of piles up, and every once in a while you just got to trust in God to clear it all out and help you take care of it. But yeah, things aren't great. And my grandma is not doing well. She's having trouble talking now, so it is a decline, and it's just really sad. And this targeting even screws up that, like it screws up me just having time with my grandmother, like maybe the last year of her life. She's kind of not trusting of me because I've been surviving and fighting every day of my life for at least since 2011, right? That's when I know that I started getting hit with something. But to her, that's I'm inconsistent and I can't be really trusted, and I've been a burden on my family. So our relationship, as I may lose her this year, and we can't we can't have we love each other, but it just messes everything up. I don't know if they're putting stuff in her head too, because at this point, I mean, they target kids, they target people still inside the womb, they target really good citizens. So my grandmother, who is pretty soon is going to pass away, I don't see why they wouldn't target her and maybe put negative thoughts in her head, right? This stuff is just there are no words. I can't come up with words because evil has been redefined. Like the Frankenstein monster of evil has been redefined and exponentialized, and they've gotten all the worst people and given them authority over innocent people who just want to mind their own business. It's the only people that are going to gang stalk or be cyber-placed agents or microwave people or do remote neural manipulation are pieces of shit. Pieces of shit who have no compassion, are not real human beings. The only people they're going to be able to go after are good human beings with compassion. So this is all wrecked, It's all wrecked. Hey, Jeff. Jeff's been sending me a lot of good stuff. Jeff, I just need to do a live stream of the things that you've sent me, and you can maybe come on here if you want to talk about them. We need to do that soon. How are you doing, brother? Are you getting through this okay? Oh, this shirt, I forgot to explain my shirt. me and my aunt went to go wrap my grandma's pipes at her house because nobody's been at her house, right? She's been at my aunt's in hospice. And I was going through a bunch of my grandpa's old clothes. Y'all might see some of them. And this was a shirt he had. Check this out. It's from like probably 1960 or 1970. Hey, Nadia. Nadia says, Happy Valentine's Day, all. Happy Valentine's Day to you too, Nadia. Steven says, the only thing that sucked was I lost my music I had on my old YouTube. Other than that, it's nothing. Oh, you had your channel deleted too? A lot of people have their channels deleted, or, you know. Hey, Toxic Avenger. Toxic Avenger says, Amen. James Nielsen says, I'm not sure if Roman Atwood is a TI or just a victim of another form of covert harassment. Yeah, I was kind of asking that to myself too, James Nielsen. We're just going to look at two videos. We're going to look at a video where he's talking about like anxiety and these certain kind of feelings that I think can be matched with remote neural manipulation, but maybe not. Maybe it's just anxiety from the situation. And then we're gonna watch a video with him and his wife talking about it. And they talk about the very, very satanic, being 24 hours a day. And then he says certain things like, oh, well, I can't go into all of it, right? When he says I can't go into all of it, it makes me think like there's weapons attacks, there's weird V2K stuff and stuff like that. So we're just going to take a look at it. But the title for the video is Roman Atwood, targeted individual. He is targeted. Is he targeted by this program? I don't know. We're gonna look at the videos. From what I'm seeing, I think he is, because so many people are being targeted by this program. And it's not even that, I mean, we've got vicious problems with this, because even if somebody is viciously attacked by the microwave weapons and the gang stalking, in some situations that some people are in, they aren't going to say anything about it. And they're going to try and put it into this, oh, it's regular harassment, right? You know, they're not going to go there. They're not going to equate themselves to, oh, I'm being targeted by an organized program, because, hey, everybody in the public, we're not supposed to know about that. We're not supposed to know about DHS fusion centers and the Sheriff's Department, Community Watch, and InfraGard running these. You know, some of it's gang stalking, but some of it is like gang stalking, breaking into homes, poisoning food, pumping things into people's house, a death cult program. It's a death cult program that the public is not allowed to even know about. Most people do, but they just don't say anything about it because they might want to use it on the public someday, right? They don't want the public to be aware of it because they might want to target them like they're targeting us someday. So we got big problems with this, big problems with just how human beings are and how they talk about things and accept certain things. And this is just something that it's like, yeah, I don't even know how to deal with it anymore, because it's like it goes on, and we're warriors to go through every day facing this. But as it goes on and on, it looks more and more like mental illness. So we're treated worse, and we're treated like we're lazy, and we're just not like getting over it, right? That's I think how most regular people, they'll listen to you about this, but then they need you to get over it. And this is it's being attacked, it's being murdered, it's being tortured by microwave weapons, it's being gang stalked, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on, right? This is the worst of humanity that I could ever have imagined or have ever seen in my life. In the powers that be, the people at the top of the pyramid, they want it this way. They want people getting lower and lower resonance so that we can, lower and lower resonance where they can get anybody to kill another person or kill a family and just justify it in their heads, right? They get these people with no compassion and stuff to do it. So, I mean, it has to become, it has to become like this is just happening. We have to get to that point. But I understand how hard it is. I understand how hard it is. And it's something that's really hard to talk about. It's the most, to me, especially since I'm being targeted, and it's really messing up my brain. Like, it's really messing up my brain, and I'd love this to end so I can get a job and move on with my life. And now I'm in a place where it's like, okay, well, I'm being targeted and it's been so long and I've been waiting for it to end, and kind of hunkering down and taking what I do have and getting on Social Security and putting out information. And now I'm just like, well, even with the targeting, I've got to do something with my life. I can't keep waiting for this to end, right? It goes counter to, we've got to stop this program. But when the program is a global program where it's like they've even, they even said something to Niels Melzer to make him not talk about it. The number one guy in the world who looks at torture and says, no, you can't torture like that, right? They're more right now. I'm not saying they're more worried, but they're focusing on like people in Guantanamo Bay, like actual terrorists who did do like maybe bombings or something, got put in Guantanamo Bay and are being tortured. They're worried about those people, millions of people worldwide who are just normal citizens who never did any crimes or even thought about doing any crimes, being murdered to death. But the way that it's being done, out of sight, out of mind, and these weapon systems and everything are so expensive. There's so much money to be made mapping the brain that, hey, in this circumstance where these individual citizens are being tortured to death, no, you're mentally ill because we need that money, and everybody's too scared to deal with that. But hey, there were some terrorists in Guantanamo Bay. It's not out of sight, out of mind. We know what was happening to them, so that's a big deal, right? I mean, everything is just inverted and stupid. Like, I'm sorry. I won't be negative. Today is Valentine's Day. I wanted to show these things about Roman Atwood because, he's targeted in some way. I do think it's the targeting program. I think he may have kind of crossed paths with somebody that put him in this. We'll see. We'll look at it and we'll discuss it. Maybe some of you guys, think that maybe it's just like normal stalking, but the deal is that all this cyber stalking and everything else that gets so satanic, and it may not come from this program. It's kind of spurned on. What did you say? Spurred on? It's spurred on by these organized programs that are teaching people to do this. It's like giving people a taste of blood, and then they keep doing worse and worse stuff, right? In other areas, right? It shows up in other areas. They use these protocols of harassing and gang stalking, maybe, on the internet to get somebody off or to shut down a business or things like that. Okay, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff says, I would love to do a live stream sometime soon, brother. I'll text you and call you. Just the stuff that you sent me, we can just hang out and just talk about it. Just talk about it casually. I'm targeted so bad. I'm going to try and present as well as I can information, but it's kind of just going to be hanging out. The stuff they've done to my brain, I'm going to have to find I'm going to have to find a truthful neurologist or something to get help, because they're running so many different angles of remote neural manipulation in my brain where it's like, it gets really bad. It gets really bad where I'm not dealing with my own, like when somebody does something mean or there's a misunderstanding or something, I'm not dealing with how Kyle would react. I'm dealing with EEGs, like just injected into my mind over and over again. And it's like at the beginning, like when they first started doing that, it's like, oh, well, that's not me and stuff like that. But then year after year after year, there's a behavioral conditioning, right? We're human beings. So people can condition us, especially if they're directly affecting our mind all the time. That's where they get me. It's not the initial stuff. I can push through that, but it's just the year after year after year conditioning. You lose track, right? There's so much stuff being done to you that you kind of lose track and you just get tired. Dennis says, yeah, I heard a lot of these are former informants and jailbirds who got contacts to someone in government, and they run rackets with this tech. Yeah, I think a lot of the people who do the cyber stalking, like community-placed agents, surveillance role players. I think they're people who maybe done something really bad in their life, and then the government kind of has them by the balls, and they're like, well, if you work as an informant or you work for this program, then we can lighten your sentence or something like that. So it is. They're getting a lot of criminals to actually do the authoritative activity, authoritative as in terrorist activity, domestic terrorism that they're doing, the gang stalkers and these microwave attackers, and then we're just innocent citizens who want to go about our life, and they gotta murder us and murder our family. But hey, if you really screw up your life and you have no morals and no conscience, come join this program. We can use you. We can use a lot of people without morals, because what you're going to be doing if you work for this program is destroying innocent people's lives. So how can they get somebody with compassion and empathy to ever work for a program like this? I mean, they'd have to really, really trick somebody. Like, I think some of these gang stalkers out there, like vehicular stalking and stuff, they don't get close enough to it or know enough about it, and they do think they're doing something good. Some of these people are just pieces of you know what. Hey, Honey Ann. Hey, Jennifer. Honey Ann says sending positive vibes. Well, I'm sending you some positive vibes too. Thank you so much. Honey Ann says they are hitting my heart. Need prayers for over a week. I'm afraid they're going to kill me, guys. Yeah, I'm afraid that my brain, I will have like Alzheimer's where I can't communicate anymore sometimes. This is really bad stuff, guys. Hey, Artist. Yeah, targeted individual says, are they targeting your family as well? Yes. Yeah. They almost murdered my father. Thanks, Artist. Yeah, it's my grandpa's shirt. I think it's from like 1960. Yeah, they almost killed my father with an aneurysm. Like, because his blood-brain barrier, they started hitting him. He started getting the high-pitched sound in his ears, and then after a week, there was a rupture in his blood-brain barrier, which caused an aneurysm because his blood-brain barrier reacted to the attacks in a different way. You know, I think you get a lot of people that probably the initial targeting, and you don't hear about these people. You don't see them in the targeted individual community because they get initially targeted for maybe a couple of weeks, right? And their blood-brain barrier breaks, and then it's just, you know, the doctor's like, oh, they just had an aneurysm. They just had a natural aneurysm. Everything that's done with these weapons, like we could go to a neurologist, and there could be like brain damage, concussive quality there, right? And they're just like, because they don't even put these weapons or what's happening into the thing to figure it out, then it can just be anything. Oh yeah, heart attack. Oh yeah, aneurysm. Oh, your white matter tracts in your brain are different. Oh well, you know, there's nothing that exists like directed energy weapons or neuro weapons, so it can't be caused by any of that, right? They don't have that to even put that into, oh, it could be this, right? And that's my biggest point. And like, I mean, we've been trying for so long, but people have to know that these weapons are being used worldwide, and when something happens it's really suspicious, really fishy, and it's not in context of what you think is going to happen with your body or your mind, people have to question if it's these weapons, because they're just being used on everybody, and everybody's hush-hush about it. Everybody's like talking about important issues, right? There are way important issues in this New World Order takeover that's happening to our system, but people at all, 0%. We are, right, targeted individuals, and all the organizations trying to help this is the most important issue, because if you don't deal with mass mind control, mass direct, like frequencies changing people's thoughts and feelings about things, and they've been doing it for a long time and they're scaling up, all those other problems are going to contain that, and they're going to be more confused, all the other problems in the world. You know, but we're trying, you know. Okay, Honey Ann, thank you for comment. Yeah, check it out. We're gonna just watch these videos and see. You know, I don't know if he's targeted by this program. I'm leaning more to, yeah, he is, because they're just targeting so many people. You know, they're just testing this out on so many people. But you guys tell me what y'all think. I thought it'd be, you know, he has 1.5 million subscribers on his vlog channel. And he's talking about the stalking, and then he's saying there's stuff that he can't talk about. He's talking about, you know, his anxiety levels and stuff. With 1.5 million subscribers, no, 15 million, right? 15 million subscribers. Then maybe it will get people more aware about how prevalent that stalking and harassment is in society, and could lead some of them to understanding there's organized gang stalking and harassment, and the remote neural manipulation, the microwave weapon experimentation becomes part of all that. You know, people just have to, I don't know how, like we've got stuff that it say well, I don't want to get all negative. I am feeling pretty negative. Things are getting pretty tough. Dennis says, this program, one angle of depopulation agenda is my thought. Wait, let me read that. Hey, Cheryl, happy Valentine's Day. This program, one angle of depopulation agenda is my thought, because a lot of people chasing ghosts not see real pick. They think they're making neighborhoods better while real criminals go unnoticed. Yeah. No, and it's worse than real criminals going unnoticed. They're recruiting real criminals, because real criminals are the only people who would murder their neighbors or lie about somebody or harass somebody. So it's worse than like real terrorists and criminals going unnoticed and good people being hurt. It's good people, real bad criminals and terrorists are being recruited and have jobs, and solid jobs within the government, right, or within the contracting, and then innocent civilians are murdered and can't get jobs and stuff like that. So it shifts like who can actually have a family. You're gonna have more psychopaths, more criminals allowed to have families and stuff like that. And then once, you know, and this is a long-term thing, right? There are some good people that aren't targeted, right? There are some bad people that aren't involved in this or whatever, but it does shift the population where in the genetics where it's like, I think it's a justification for the people on top. If they can make society crappier and crappier and they force it and they force people to murder each other and they bring the psychopaths up in the structure of power in the system, then after that happens and a lot of good people have been killed and tortured and everything, then the top of the pyramid can say, oh, society's so corrupt, even though they did it. And they can say, well, we need to wipe we got to wipe them all out now, you know, because they're all bad. I'm just kind of there, but nothing that the top of the pyramid has in mind is anything about our freedom. It's taking our freedoms and taking any property we can own and taking our lives and poisoning us and not allowing us to have a destiny. And like, you know, what people, spiritual people and people that believe in God, you know, when you look at another person, that other person is divine. You don't do harm to somebody that you don't know what their destiny is. And so you can tell with these programs that it's the top of the pyramid trickling it down because they're playing God. They want to play God. They want to decide who lives and dies. And nothing good ever comes out of that, you know. Nothing good ever comes out of that. Hey, Emily. Emily says, good morning, everyone. It's Monday here in Oz. Really? It's like 4:30 here in Baton Rouge on Valentine's Day. Hey, Yeshua HaMashiach, roaring lion of Judah. Yeah, I do. I do. You said, do you know the channel Lookout Patrol? I sure do, man. I sure do. Sealed last June due to me getting hit by B2K. Today I'm emotional because I'm cleaning out this rental we lived in for 3 years. I just moved out yesterday. I'm going to put this place behind me. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sealed by Jesus. This targeting just messes up. It messes up relationships. It messes up, you know, family relationships, love relationships, and everything like that. I feel for you, man. And we just have to keep moving forward and trusting in God that God will, you know, give us a good situation further down the road. You know, I think even people who aren't targeting have really hard trouble, really a hard time in relationships too. But this just, you know, makes it sometimes just makes it impossible, you know. Jennifer says they don't want Roman to know he's under the influence of the technology. You think in state-of-the-art mind control, or it's like, because they've done that to me for many years. Like 2011, it was overt. They wanted me to know, but I feel like there was a long period of time before that where I had pains and stuff and panic attacks and things like that. and gang stalking, but I didn't know. Like, I just thought it was normal stuff. So that's very, very possible. Let's start watching them, guys. And start watching these videos. I do think that they put him in the program, but that makes a lot of sense where he's not saying, oh, I'm getting hit by weapons and I can't tell anybody about that. They're just manipulating him with the remote neural manipulation and directed energy where he just thinks he's sick or anxious, and then they're doing the harassment so that he won't talk about the weapons. That's could be true, you know. True Kism says, and hey, True Kism says, it is long overdue, and the victims of these illegal crimes will get compensated one day. Nothing like this should be happening at all. Yeah, definitely. I really hope we get compensation. Maybe we need to start, you know, because the UN has a fund for victims of torture, and then we need to be working in the courts to get compensated too. Even an individual court case. I mean, it's just a lot of stuff we have to do, you know. Hey, Shielding Team says, Kyle, let's get drunk, bro. Nah, I don't drink a lot. Like when y'all see me drink the most, I think, on this channel. Yeah, I feel too sick when I drink the day after. I got this, my mom gave me some of this like Fireball, like cinnamon hard alcohol. And I've taken a couple of shots of that. Hey, Sammy, God bless you too. How's everybody doing? Artist said the conniving snitchery is rewarded in this twilight zone of a world. Yeah, they're turning everybody. They're just turning everybody into snitches, and you know, it's like people think they're spies, and they think that they're part of the group that's keeping everything safe. They think they're special, but you know, it's just getting half of the population to kill the other half of the population. People are confused about what's happening because the world looks dangerous. So if DHS Fusion Center comes to my maintenance guy and says like, hey, this guy that's living by you, like you got to get him out of here. He does this or that or whatever. Well, there's so much stuff going on in the world, so many shootings and everything like that, that people are like, yeah, oh, the bad people are out there. It's such a trick, right? Because it's getting these people that are scared and will sign up to attack innocent people and cause more problems and more heartache and more shootings and stuff like that. And then it's getting people more scared, so they're destroying the middle class. So it's like, what jobs are left? Oh, well, look at this. We have all these Antifa riots. We have all the patriots being marked as domestic terrorists. Well, cui bono, right? Do we say that anymore? People looking for truth, cui bono. Who's benefiting from all this chaos, right? Well, DHS Fusion Centers are just growing and growing, and they're getting funding out the wazoo because you got more domestic terrorism all around the United States, right? You know? And Antifa's like, we don't want the tyranny. We don't want the fascism, right? And they're burning down a bunch of buildings, and they're beefing up the fascist state. They don't know what real fascism is. We know what real fascism is. Being tortured to death, where they're taking data from your brain, where they're like trying to trigger you so they can do shit to your brain and stuff 24 hours a day, with like retarded people who sit in their homes and like try and make noises on the wall. I was thinking this, like in the past, if you had a 2-year-old that was making noises like these do the noise harassment or whatever, you'd say, stop making that noise, 2-year-old, or whatever, right? It would be, but now it's a job. Now these things that are so retarded are jobs, and they're deadly. It's not even like, hey, make this noise for a little while when this person goes to the bathroom or something. It's a job. Like lying to people is a job. Making noises to harass people is a job. Murdering people slowly throughout their whole lives and also hurting their family is a job now. It's a job market, but it's totally hidden. And what happens when something's totally hidden? It gets worse. So this started out as experimentation and torture on citizens, but then it remains hidden and top secret in Black Project. So what happens? Well, it gets nastier. It gets nastier, and they get these protocols where it's like really those protocols at the beginning weren't called for, but they figure out these creative ways to hurt somebody even worse or use people even worse, and it gets worse. Hey, Arachno Nixon. Arachno Nixon says, "Hey everyone, I'm really sorry about last live. Rose, if you're here, I'm sorry." Yeah, just like if people on another live stream, if there's a problem, like but they're not doing anything and hearing your moderator, let's not ban them. And Rose, if you can maybe use a different thing, I'm going to unban you, but I haven't done that yet. I don't know how to unban people. How do you do that? How do you unban people? But just use a different like YouTube account if you can. I'm not sure if you have a different YouTube account, and then come in that way, Rose. That's okay. I know there's misunderstandings, and people get into it and stuff like that. But just if somebody's doing something on here, let's do that. And maybe try and give people like timeouts first, instead of just because banning somebody completely, that's something that's pretty hard to fix. So unless it's something like really bad where they're just cussing us all out and calling us mentally ill or something, try and do like a timeout or something like that. Okay, so we've been going. Hey, Eternity Eternal. Um, Eternity Eternal says hi, Kyle. Hi, everyone. So let's yeah, Samia says God's sure payday is coming to the evildoers. Yeah, it is. I mean, the whole thing is their lives suck. Like people who gang stalk or would be informants or microwave people, they're punished because they're soulless. Like they're soulless. They have no, like they can't have any joy in their life if they're murdering somebody 24 hours a day. If somebody's finding joy in somebody and trying to control their brain and like not working on themselves or whatever, they can't have joy, and it's a psychopathic joy. It's like a serial killer joy that they get in murder, and that's straight from Satan. Not real joy, not real happiness. I feel that these scumbags like have already paid. We need to get justice, but it's like their lives are shit. And I think to really get back at them, we got to make our lives good. But that gets really hard when your mind's run down. Things get really negative and stuff like that. We get through it. We get through it though. Emily says, I've heard Paros Taj about their new job in a hostel I stayed at, and they never left the building or me on their work days. I'm not getting that, Emily. I don't on their work days. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dennis says, yeah, everyone in the program gets paid, but the victims. That should tell you we live in Twilight Zone, depopulation by any means, and incentivize it. Yeah, make no mistake, guys. I mean, that's the problem. The normalization, right? What do we see with everybody talking about everything that's going on in the world? We see that like the people on YouTube and the other channels remain calm. We remain calm, right? It like I don't know. I'm a total, so y'all see me wigging out all the time. But like people who are looking at these things without even knowing about targeting, like the impeachment and the election fraud and the pandemic and all the chaos that's going on in the world, this restructuring where they're trying to take wealth from the population. They're trying to poison the population and stuff. But people get on their channels or whatever, and they try and just, how have we talked about and oh, Joe Biden's doing this or something like that, and well, it's not too bad. I mean, it just depends on your personal situation, right? That's what I see from people like Tim Pool or something like that. Like he's fine, and if things could get bad. That's what I hear. That's what I hear from everybody who's not being tortured directly at the moment, and they got their house and stuff, or they're not being tortured. They got food. The world looks like clown world. They're pretty good. Things could get bad when it comes for them. Things could get bad. But in our situation, it's like people are being murdered in their homes. Like we should, and this is me because I can't, like, I'm so sick, like I couldn't go out in the streets every day. But really with what's going on in the world today, especially the torture from the targeting programs and how many people it's hitting, we should just be out in the street every day. And we should just literally be going out into the street in front of our capitals every day until it stops, and just keep gathering people. Of course, I can't do that. Like, I mean, I'm so sick with the targeting and stuff. This is the way I help, but the way that things are, people, and this is what the top of the pyramid knows about people. No matter how bad things get, if somebody's not directly being affected by it, even if they're in the same country or whatever as the people who are just innocent people being killed, they're not experiencing it and they don't know about it, then everything's good, right? Everything's good. Normalization. Through the worst things, people will try and be like, well, I mean, I'm not dead, right? So we got to try and normalize. In this, it's a situation that can't be normalized. Yeah, Steven says Trump was found not guilty. I saw that. And I saw Nancy Pelosi come out and like bang her hand on the thing, and she was all mad. She was like, and these GOP Republicans, they're defending what Trump is doing. That lady is pure evil, and I'm not just saying that because she's a Democrat. Her dad was tied in with mob bosses in wherever she's from, Philadelphia. Was she in Philadelphia or no? She's in San Francisco now. There's, I don't know, some part of California maybe. I think it was another state her dad was in when he was like when he was mayor. But they were tied in with mafia families and everything like that. Like her own child said about her, like her daughter said, yeah, my mom Nancy, she'll cut your head off and you won't even know that she did it. That lady's evil, man. That lady's really evil. She has all the power of the leftist media and the globalists behind her. So it's you talk about this targeting, right? And you say you got all these criminals being lifted up, right? All these inept criminals that could never do anything good in their life. And then all the normal people are being targeted. Well, you see that. You saw how Trump was pulled down. And I don't want to get into a long conversation about that, but Trump was actually trying to do some good things, give power back to people. He did a lot of bad things. But he was torn down. They don't want anybody inspired. They want these pieces of crud, like mafia people in Senate seats and everything like that, because they'll follow orders from the people with power no matter how evil things get. They don't want anybody with a conscience, with a lot of power, you know. So that's not good for good people like me and you. I don't know how we're going to turn around. Like, my whole thing is just like, we've got to get more people knowing about this. And, you know. Hey, Tanya. Tanya says, great to see you, Kyle. Hi, everyone. Piss Pants Pelosi. I'm going to leave that off on the screen. And Dennis K says, doing their jobs then, passive aggressive with confidence. Yeah. It's so cowardly. It's so cowardly, but there's this new, it's a new perception, right? The art of war. Being cowardly and secretive is now really smart, right? And this is something that I learned from my attackers. Like, when the overt targeting started, it's like the more cowardly and satanic they were, technology, because the technology is so smart, right? It's so novel, and they've whipped all these people's brains. They brainwashed these people to think that they're super intelligent for murdering a person who has no way to defend themselves, right? We have defenses for the we have defenses for electromagnetic frequencies that are hitting us that can kind of tone it down a little bit, but you can't, like, if somebody's like shooting you with a gun, you can run at the person with the gun and stop them, right? Well, these people are in a remote location, you know, just torturing and everything, and they love it. They love it. They don't see it as cowardly at all. They're supposed to be, you know, I think that my attackers are ex-military. What did they learn in the military? You know, I was thinking about my grandpa, a naval engineer. Like, he wasn't a coward. He wouldn't have done this to innocent people. Let's torture the innocent people and try and make them look guilty from the pain that they're in, from the injury to their brain that we're doing, from the physical pain to their body. We will make them look like they are bad or mentally ill, and then we can get people just eating them, you know. How could anybody think that, oh, that's so smart. That's so smart, to like people that would have gone through life just and making the country better, we're so smart to kill them for no reason, to experiment with the brain and stuff like that. It's so smart. It's like they're missing everything. They're so stupid, and they're like, this is so smart, being so cowardly and like attacking somebody, but they don't realize that they're creating this future where no one will be safe and no one will know who's who, and everybody will either be joining some spy group or informant group or DHS Fusion Center, or people be working for contractors, God knows what. Nobody will know who's who, but it sure will be a murder fest. That's really smart. That's taking care of humanity, you know. Hey, Brian. Brian says you are conversing with chatterbots. I was talking to myself just then. I was just talking straight to the camera. Brian says you are conversing with chatterbots. Automated special AI language software. Almost everyone in the chat room is a chatterbot. Unbelievable. I don't know what you're seeing, man. It's not true. There may be one or two chatterbots. I don't see any in here. Arachnodix, Brian, that's just like an opinion, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, Queen Esther. Hey, Queen Esther. Queen Esther says they are psychos. Yeah. It's conditioning a lot of people in society so it can get worse, right? And I'm the type of person, and I don't, like, I never regret being hopeful, right? We have to remain hopeful. There's so many good people on this earth. People are changing, though, right? And so at the beginning of this, I'm thinking 1990, 2000 mentality of people in the public and less fear. But, you know, after 9/11 and then everything that came after that, and especially now, people are so scared, and they're so scared they're going to lose their whole lives just for saying something wrong. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of non-targeted individuals flying out into the public taking this on, right? You know, hopefully we do. If the premier torture guru, the torture guy who has to stop torture wherever it is in the world, that's his job at the UN, will not mention this when he's gotten so many times. He mentions it on human rights councils, but then chickens out here was told something or was threatened or whatever, or maybe they got something on him. That's some scary ass shit. Yeah. Yeah, no, don't. Brian's just. I mean, I don't know. We get hyper vigilant with this. I think a lot of the stuff he says does exist, but not in the amount that he says. Lori, it's funny. Chatter twat. Let's get to this, man. I'm yelling. I'm enraged. I'm not really enraged. I just think about this a lot. I have to talk about it. I can't. Like when I get on here, I may say some things that are kind of depressing, but I have to think through. I'm thinking through this on my own, but sometimes I need to think through it on these videos and tell you guys like how I'm seeing it, because it may give you guys some idea about how to fight it in a certain way, you know. Oh yeah, Queen Esther says now there are millions and millions. Yeah, there's tons, and they mean to make more. They mean to make it worse. Brian was right about that. It's going to get worse. It's going to get scaled up. You know, during my videos, like in the past when we're fighting this, I can't go there. I can't be like, this is just going to get worse, right? We've got to get out of this torture somehow. But it is getting worse at the moment. It is getting worse at the moment, you know. Wait, what's his name is here? I love his channel. Gang Stalking Simulation. I don't think that's the Gang Stalking Simulation. I don't think I've seen your channel. Gang Stalking Simulation says, do you get hit over the head with signals that create tinnitus? Yeah, well, Gang Stalking Simulation, this is how one of the protocol I think they use on me, I think this is how it works. It's an electromagnetic field around the head, right, through heterodyning, and then a bidirectional stream of energy through that field that then affects the brain in many different ways through the vestibular system, the cranial nerves, and even some of it goes straight to the brain. The photonic part of the bidirectional frequency can go straight through the brain. And I have an MIT article where some of this experimentation, they trickle it out to like universities and medical centers and stuff like that. And I need to go through this MIT article where they explain the process of taking transceivers. You take these transceivers, and this is remote, right? The patient would be sitting like across the room. You'd have the transceivers on the other side of the room. These transceivers would make an electromagnetic field around the head, right, with nothing put on the head, and then a bidirectional stream of ultrasound or infrasound would go straight to the brain, making mechanical is trickling out to, you know, MIT and other universities and hospitals and things like that. So we can learn about some of the protocols by seeing what's been trickled out into the medical community. So I need to go over that. I have a video where I went over it. I probably need to put it in a playlist. But yeah, I get the tinnitus-like sound. One of the things, like I'll put on a bunch of stuff over my ears, right? I got the noise canceling hearing aids, and I'll be wearing headphones, and then I got to put these glasses on, and then another pair of polarized glasses, and it makes around the ears kind of a little bit tight, right? And then so my attackers will put a field. They'll just put a field around the ear, and I'll start feeling pinching and burning where there's pressure on the skin. So they'll even do stuff like that. They do a lot more horrific stuff to me, but that's just a little thing where it's like we're looking into how they're directing these frequencies to the head. And do not believe that it's just a bidirectional frequency to the brain, and that's just it. There's many layers to this stuff, and they make the layers work together, right? Off of their integrated directed energy weapon system platform. And then they've got microwave towers, radar to work with, stuff from drones. Which one does which? I would say this is my feeling on it. This is not my feeling, but this is like my research and everything. I would say that the microwave towers are what's used because they have transceivers on them, and that's kind of put around our head, right? And that can shoot us in the body too. Over the horizon radar can do that too, but I think with the microwave towers, that's going to be in it. If you have implants, that's going to be part of it too. But just talking about the external stuff, they're going to use the microwave tower and the transceivers and target your head and get an electromagnetic field going around your head, right? And then over the horizon radar is going to be where the bidirectional stream of basically microwave, but they're using such different frequencies on the electromagnetic spectrum, and they're mixing certain things. So who knows what's in that bidirectional stream? It could be part microwave, photonic energy, right? Because they're doing this black project stuff. We're learning about electromagnetic frequencies and some directed energy stuff, but they're advancing and mixing signals, right? So who knows what's in the bidirectional stream that they're actually sending straight to the cranial or over here. But I think that part of this is just putting basically an electromagnetic field around the head for good. Probably throughout my targeting, I've had like an electromagnetic field around my head, and then they do that. As if we are chatterbots, why in the hell is Brian too in the chat commenting to a bunch of bots in Kyle's chat? Yeah. This targeting is rough, guys, and the remote neural manipulation is very rough. And our attackers can put, hey, Rose, okay, did you just use the same name? I'm glad you got back in. That looks like, I guess you just maybe made a new thing. Is your other account still banned? I will try and unban that when I can know to do it or learn how to do it or whatever. You didn't do anything. I don't know. I think there was just a misunderstanding. Let's go to this, guys, before we get because I've been talking for like 50 minutes. I need to do more videos where I just kind of get stuff off my chest. But I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to stay too organized with my targeting. I'm just going to have to kind of get information out as best I can, no matter. I don't know. I'm thinking about things. I'm just thinking about things. Okay. So let's go to this Roman Atwood video. And for those of you, I don't know a lot about Roman Atwood, but he does. Check this out. Did I share the sound on that? I'm doing that again. Roman Atwood blogs, 15.5 million subscribers. And I wanted to go through the video first where he talks about like his anxiety levels and some of the physical problems that he's had, you know, during all of this, all of the harassment, like all of the calls, the people calling them, harassing them. They don't talk about some of the stuff, you know, but let's just watch it. Let's just watch it. I am getting hit in the throat right now. Hey, Tansy. Tansy says, hi, Kyle, and all the wonderful people here. Hey, Tansy, and happy Valentine's Day. Maybe that was the thing. There was just a misunderstanding, Rose. Let's just kind of move forward. Everybody in here seems to get along pretty good. If people like get into something on another stream or something, just come in here and help you and don't, you know, talk to just other people or something. It would really help me out if y'all do that. Okay, what was I doing? Okay. I feel like one day I'm just gonna wake up and I'm gonna forget who I am. Like it's gonna be like somebody's gonna go, hey Kyle, and I'm gonna go, who are you talking about, man? Like in Captain America Winter Soldier, where Captain America sees Bucky and he's like, Bucky? And he's like, who's Bucky? Somebody's gonna do that. They're gonna be like, Kyle? I'm gonna be like, who's Kyle? It's not that bad. It is really bad. It's like you gotta get a whole different perspective on life to try and beat this. My brain tortures is really, really bad. It makes you just like your feelings are different, and then your attackers are like every time they do V2K, they're injecting an EEG. Like I seriously want to go to a neurologist and just tell, like I've told my neurologist some of this, but I just want to explain it to somebody who will listen and how extensive it is. This electromagnetic frequencies. Some of you guys, like maybe at the beginning, you're like, that's going too far, Kyle. But they do the reason they do it for so long is because they're doing trauma-based mind control, and they're softening up your brain, and they're conditioning your brain, and they're doing psychic driving so that later down the road it gets worse and worse. And I think some people, they do that too, depending on your personality, depending on your reservedness, depending on how your brain works, right? And you're just everything. But some people, it's like they hit them at the beginning and they get them to be very impulsive and do maybe violent stuff. So it's like different. Like people are you know, that people's brains are very different and their conditioning is very different. Hey, GT, MK4. GT says, Vulcan will bring blessings. I never told my ex-girlfriend about my targeting. Should I tell her? I fear she will be a target. But to get back with her, I would have to tell her how I feel. I would have to tell her I feel. Well, if you're broken up with her and you're not going to see her again or something, and you want to just take a chance with it, hey, I want to tell you what was going on, then you may get her back. I'd say maybe do that. That's something to have a hard time with, because I think about that a lot. Like, I don't want a relationship where I'm going to have that person's going to get targeted or hurt, or even like if it's not a targeted individual, are they going to talk to them and tell them about me, or show them some kind of edited footage of me on the toilet, and then get that person to actually participate in it? Because this is so, like, we are just opened up. Like, our lives are surveilled, our brains are surveilled, where our brains are torn down and then surveilled. So it's like they're damaging the brain and then surveilling it. they're damaging your brain and your body, and then they're surveilling your life, what you do, right? And they could show footage of me like just sitting here like catatonic from so much pain, and then show that to somebody and be like, look, he's just staring out into space. But the person doesn't know you've gone through 10 years of torture, right? So they're like, yeah, that guy's a loser. He just sits in his place and he's lazy. He's not using his life. Well, I'll harass him and make money off of it. He's a loser, right? So this thing is just the biggest lie, but it's a lie and it's murder that just goes on and on and on, a clockwork business, right? What did TC say about the stalking, turnkey stalking, or it was something where it was every day that I really that made sense, where it's just all the time, you know, stopping. It's supposed to just crush the person, right? Man, it's my thing is just my body and my brain are just so worn out. I'm not my faith is not run out. I know there's still a good God in heaven. My thoughts about how God operates, I think that there has to be some freedom. There has to be freedom in humanity in the universe to be either used for good or evil, and I don't understand that. And it's not always like it can just be put back to where everybody's good, right? And that's been throughout all of human history. So it's kind of made me just kind of like relook into, not relook into, but rethink about how God really works. And he can work directly in our lives too, but I think there's an aspect of freedom that evil men can use in the wrong way and they can screw it over for all of us. And that's a risk. It's a risk with creation somehow. So it makes me hate the people doing this even more. Yeah, Jennifer says she probably won't believe you. No one ever believes it. Yeah. And even if they believe it, they believe in some kind of like a lower form of it. Like maybe you're electromagnetically sensitive. You're sensitive to electromagnetic frequencies and stuff. They can't allow themselves to know that there's something that people can be hit remotely at any time and they're just hooked in, right? Yeah, even the people that tell me they believe me, sometimes I'm like, well, how do they believe me? What do they think it's, you know, are they thinking about it and how really how bad it is, you know? Yeah. Queen Esther says it is murder, yes, and they have just been exposed as a network that works together and they create fake videos about the victim, i.e. Trump. Yeah. They're using this stuff on a mass scale. I mean, the president of the United States was targeted. I don't know if he was targeted with microwave weapons, but he sure as hell was set up. Like he was set up by, and you think about that, right? So people that think, well, the president is the end all be all in America. No. There's way more power. Like we know this, right? They're puppet masters in the global oligarchy with a lot of money. And if they don't like a president, well, they can just set him up. And they set up through intelligence agencies that whole steal of the election. And then when he said, well, no, I want to go into court and then I want to bring people out to show how many people support me and everything, they were like, oh, he's going to get people behind this idea, right? He's going to get people inspired. He was targeted the whole way through his presidency. You know. But then, like on the confusing side, he's like making America #1 in 5G, which will be used to target more people. You know, probably at this time it is. How's that, Marcus? Marcus says TI community is splintered religiously and physically. I don't see that. I think it's a bunch of different people being murdered, being tortured, who are coming into like groups to try and figure out stuff. But we have a lot of problems with who's coming in. People who are not really targeted individuals and maybe just assigned to this or something like that. And, you know, and then people who maybe aren't targeted, but are marginalized and come in. And then you've got predatory people trying to sell stuff to us and things like that. It's like we're a group that like we just want to get out of this torture, and it's like we're being preyed on all the time, you know. And then it's like if you get somebody who does step up, who's a real talk, like, and I guess I am talking about myself. I have this small YouTube channel for us. It is insane how many angles you get hit from. Like you get hit by real targeted individuals that maybe they want more from you or something like that. You get hit by your attackers harder. Like I don't want to say that stuff because we all need to be speaking out. What would really help us is if everybody all at once came and moved forward and spoke, right? Because they can't punish everybody. Well, they can punish everybody, even if everybody runs up at the same time. But it would be our best bet, and it's just not how things like this work. People kind of step up. They put out as much information as they can, and then it's just so much weight, and their bodies just being torn apart. And then newer people move in, right? So it's like older target individuals kind of like, oh, I can't do this anymore. And then newer people come in still asking the same questions. And it's kind of like we just go do-si-do, round and round, And I was really hoping, man, I'm really off the cuff today, just complaining. I was just hoping that this buildup of information, contractors, this is, contractors under intelligence agencies and the DoD, where we would just know like, hey, this is who's doing it. Now let's move on, right? But we keep going over the same, like who's doing this and why would they do this? And it's the same. It's the same. Like we've moved further along, right? But some things are like the same, and it gets frustrating, Yeah, Tanya. Yeah, artist, you're right. Artist says none of these political circus clowns will save us. Exactly. Yeah. Honey Ann says they love division and trauma. Yeah. Yeah. Queen Esther says keep exposing and document. Show the police that there is a network. Also, the FBI is starting to arrest human traffickers. That's awesome news for us because we are being trafficked. Yeah, and the FBI helped Roman Atwood too. And the FBI helped Roman Atwood with his situation and kind of helped protect him. But, the FBI is involved with InfraGard, breaking into people's homes, poisoning people and everything like that. They're involved with the whole stalking and torture of citizens. So the FBI is involved, the NSA is involved, the CIA is involved, the DIA is involved. The DOJ is most definitely involved. The DOJ is like involved in experimenting on citizens, in keeping records, right, of citizens that are on a terrorist watch list, so they can be like, oh, that's national security, right, that we've got to surveil that citizen. Then on this side, right, in some other place, it's like, oh, it's national security that we need to experiment on that citizen's brain. They got. And so all these moving parts, like even some of these people up at the top are doing these huge things to our life that just interlock and create this, just this huge, massive giant, right? Those are just the problems, though. We know the solution, Jesus Christ. We know the solution, God. We know the solution, miracles. We know the solution, just keep getting information out. And there's some, we're going to come up with concrete solutions, but in this, like getting into your faith and somewhere else, grabbing onto God is the only thing that can help you get through this. I'm not mad at God. God's given me so much strength and many miracles, but I don't know. I can't. My body can't take it. At a certain point, you get shot by a bullet, and it's like it's not really God's fault that He didn't give you a miracle. It's a bullet that went through you and you died. And that's we're not quite there with the targeting, right? Because we can push through, we can heal, we can get defenses and things like that. But there's just some things after decades of torture that your body just does. Miracles, guys, miracles. So Truekism says the Atwood situation was planned to make the FBI look like the good guys and that they will help. It's gaslighting and distraction. Okay, you think so, Truekism? Let's start watching. I've been talking too long. We've been going for like an hour. This was supposed to be just kind of a hangout where we watch. Put the videos in the description so people can watch them So this was kind of meant to just be a hangout. That's my smile.
Okay. Hey guys, how are you? Holy moly! Like my hands are sweating. It's like my nervousness has come back because
Seems like a really nice guy.
It's just crazy how long it's gone. Today I'm in front of my fish tank.
See, he says something like, and he's talking about the harassment. It's just crazy how long that it's gone on for. And I think that it's going on for like, maybe over a year or something. And it makes me think that it's not just, but because he's such a big YouTube celebrity, right? People will be like, oh, well, this is just people. These are just cyber stalkers, maybe from his channel, disgruntled people from his channel or something like that. But it makes me think when he's going, this is going on so long, it just gives me feelings, like same feelings that I have about this. I feel like I feel some of that from him, right? But let's
I
listen.
figured it was peaceful. It's relaxing. Hopefully it doesn't distract. Maybe you're not even looking at me. You're looking at the fish tank. I know that right now is troubling for everybody. You have a story that you could tell. If you walked up to me, you could tell me a story of something that's going on in your life.
Yes.
And every single one of us have one of those stories.
Messed up story.
It is such a crazy time, whether it's from lockdowns, it's from this virus, it's from things naturally going on in our lives, the U.S. election, with everything that's going on.
I got a problem in my life with unnatural technology being used to rip into my brain, well, slowly condition my brain into feeling different, into having different feelings physically in my body and having different emotional reactions to everyday events. And then those everyday events being changed by putting gang stalkers into my vicinity, and then completely, it's out of sight, out of mind. It's not a big deal. We're not murdering him. We're not murdering, they're not murdering you guys, right? So it's out of sight, out of mind, but the way worse than just stabbing somebody with a knife and just killing them, like way less mercy. Yeah, I agree, Arachno Nixon. Arachno Nixon says, hell, the police were probably in on it all. That's our problem. The police are in and on it all, and they're order takers. They're compliant order followers. There's chains of command in the FBI. There's chains of command in the sheriff's department and the police force. And so that even if some of these guys do know about targeting or gang stalking, they will cover it up if they have to, or some of them are also probably participating. I remember that one day, and I made a video about it. There's been a lot of these incidences, but this was a big one, where it's like I was running along running along this 4-lane street next to my house, and there was a canine, a sheriff's canine unit, right, parked in the middle section, the meridian or whatever, the median, parked on their canine unit. So I run by, and all of a sudden, like in my not my calf, but like right below my butt, this heat just happened, and it's like I fell down. Like I literally, my leg like got such a bad cramp, and I like looked over at the sheriff's car, all tinted windows and everything like that, and I swear I was hit by a ground weapon by that guy. So there is participation. And I think that a lot of law enforcement, they go into these contractors to get jobs. So it's not just ex-military, it's not just Masons and ex-military. A lot of law enforcement also find their way to these contractor jobs, Yeah, Emily says, and they're liars, Kyle. Yes, definitely. Yeah, Arachno Nixon says, Tansy, when you're getting the most flack, it means you're right on the target. You'll make it happen. I don't want to get, man, I'm getting so much flack, guys. It's so bad. And I'm just like, what can I? Oh, really? Tansy, congratulations. Tansy says, I'm getting married and going off the grid, and they have been torturing me beyond belief. Well, congratulations on getting married. That's great. Maybe if you get off the grid, they just got some things. They don't need anything around you. They've got, I hope you can get away from it. I'll just say that. Robin Hood says, I'm wondering if RA's faith has something to do with his targeting. They target a lot of Christians, you know. Yeah, GT says not all police are in on it. You know, I think that, but I think maybe 100% of police would hide it. Like if they know anything about somebody being targeted, they would lie to the citizen and say, no, there's nothing like that. Because I called DHS Fusion Centers a couple of times, and I got a state police, and I said, I'm being gang stalked, I'm being, surveilled when I go out, and I mentioned the stuff about the weapons too. And he goes, well, I think you're just being paranoid. We don't have anything like that. Like, and he was lying. I mean, he sounded like he was lying. He sounded like he wanted me to know that he was lying. And he was like, well, why would anybody be following you? Did you do anything wrong? And I go, no, I didn't do anything wrong. I said, I didn't commit any crimes or anything. I got a bunch of people following me around and being hit with microwaves. And he goes, well, if you didn't do anything wrong, then you just got nothing to worry about. And I was like, okay, go to hell. Because that's the stupidest thing ever. And Bill Binney explains why that's so dumb. Like people are like, oh, well, have the DHS Fusion Centers and, citizen police, Nazi police or whatever, have all that. I'm not doing anything wrong, so it won't affect me. Bull crap, because I didn't do anything wrong. And I was just convenient. Maybe when I was at Ochsner or in that apartment or somewhere, I became convenient and they wanted to experiment on me. And now I'm being tortured and we're trying to stop it. And we're all trying to stop this, Queen Esther says symbolism being in front of a brick wall is Mason symbolism. I wouldn't go that far. I know that Masons do building stuff, but that's going pretty far. Hey, MM. MM says, hello, everyone. Hope all is well, minus the targeting. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. That's a good way to say it. I hope everybody's doing great except for the targeting. Shelly says, I left a comment under his video that I think he might be targeted. Someone said he's not targeted because the FBI is helping him. How are they helping? Let's watch this and see. Like, I've watched them, but I don't know every detail.
It's like when we all have our maximum problems, we're not all teaming up and helping each other. We're tearing each other up. It hurts.
This guy, like, that's one of the things. Well, I'm not going to go into that, but that's a huge problem. When so much weight is being put on everybody, people have a harder time helping others, right? Even people that want to be of service to humanity, it's like, oh my God, I got to deal with my own. Like, how am I going to help everybody and survive myself, right? And that's a bad thing. You want people in society to have extra energy and be left alone so that they can have personal responsibility to help others. And that way you have a nicer society. You have a way better society. All of these things being done in all of our countries, these huge mandated, globally mandated, but they're saying federally mandated, and it's really global mandation, like the programs, right? The harassment programs, the experimentation, torture programs, none of them will bring about anything good. And these people at the top of the pyramid they're saying, okay, everything's going to be bad. We don't live down there. We live in another part of the world where we don't have to live in cities or anything. Everything's going to go to shit and everybody's going to be killing each other. But then we'll pick up the pieces afterwards. We'll own more, and then we can clean it up and have our technocracy and have our transhumanism and everything. But they expect everything to get a whole lot worse before that happens, And only God can step in and really stop it. And hopefully any good people up in the system will take the risk in telling the truth about what's happening, because it's more than just about our lives. It's more than just about my life. Like, this is really, I've been so punished for trying to help people and trying to do that. But I don't want to get, I sound like an egotist or something. Let's just get on with the video.
It does. I feel like I've been at least attempted to always be positive. I want to be some type of light for you in your darkness, and I've I've tried to do this, it seems like, for years and years.
Hey, do you guys think that Roman Atwood will strike my video? It doesn't matter. This is just a hangout. Lori says Matthew Shepard was murdered over meth, and the cops here in Casper, Wyoming. They're setting so many people up, man. Setting so many people up, just creating, it's just like reality by consensus. If we can get enough people to just say somebody's bad and then just really hurt them with stuff you can't see, right? Electromagnetic frequencies and microwaves. Well, people can't see it with their eyes, so we'll just torture somebody and destroy their body and their brain for like, a couple of 10 years or so. And then everybody in society that just made stuff up about them, well, it's a reality by consensus, making it happen, making it happen and not giving two craps about who they hurt. Arachnid Nixon says, the channel LOL Field and Love just did a great series on a police cover-up of satanic murder. The whole department was in on the cover-up. It's amazing, man. And it's like you had it more and more, and it's gotten worse and worse, where good police officers just kind of get out of there. They just leave, Mind control people on the street to purpose. Yeah, totally. Well, and too, like, and this is obvious to you guys, I mean, they mind control targeted individual to targeted individual interactions too. And that gets like, that gets really bad. Thank you, targeted individual. Is that you, Kevin? If that's you, Kevin, I love your videos, man. And I love your attitude. This stuff is really hard. So anybody putting out information and doing your best, I love you. I really love you and respect you. It up a notch. Like we'll do some stuff, and like I'm gonna decide on the direction my channel's gonna go. But I got to start doing some projects that can give everybody else something to do and some ways to get through it, and like getting some good medical evidence and then cross-referencing it. And then, I think I'm just going to start calling lawyers. Like, I'm not going to call lawyers because I have money to hire one, but I'm going to start just calling lawyers and see how they react to this. I got to start doing, because I'm like, okay, well, targeted justice, they're going to get a lawyer and do a class action. I'll do it with them. I'll put out information. I'm going to have to start getting some information from the horse's mouth on certain things, and can they be done, and what do lawyers think about this.
So right now, as I see the world and I see where we are, and of course not everybody's miserable, but when we are all being challenged, it seems more than ever, we're also all so divided. And I feel like between you and me, between us, we have a massive ability to lift each other up. Brittany and I and our family, as you know, have been off social media almost completely. This will be our 5th video of 2020. 5 videos, guys. How many videos did I used to do in a row? We would do like 500 and some days in a row, and I'd miss one day, and it was like this big deal, and then I'd do 100 videos in a row. And as some of you know, this is because of something that's happened in our lives. Let me just say that when Brittany and I made our first video back in 2020, it's like,
this is my question. Why would he stop making videos on them or something? But if it was a normal form of harassment, why would they stop making videos? Just the way that he talks about it, it does sound like the gang stalking program. And then like y'all hear him talk about this.
We thought that we were really close to being able to come out and tell you this story. It was an important part of how we could come back. We have to wait for certain things to happen so that we could come back. This life, this world, my whole career has been pulled because of this situation. You guys have watched me come from literally nothing. Like, literally, you've watched me hand deliver my merch one at a time, writing your names on an envelope. to what we've grown. I've put my entire life.
I think it's funny. It's not funny. None of this is funny, but I think that it's kind of funny that like Roman Atwood was making YouTube videos about fun stuff in his family, and then the targeting stopped him. If he was targeted by this program, which I think that he was, and we're just looking at it and we're going to talk about it, it made him stop his videos, right? And then I think about myself, and I would have never gotten on YouTube except for because I was being targeted by microwave weapons. And that's when I started making videos. It's kind of fun. Oh, really, Jennifer? Jennifer says Ray Schumann has taken money from TIs and never contacts them. Is he working on a big case, though? Does his case seem to have some merits? Does he have a judge that will hear it? Yeah, Samsonite says, I'm pretty sure Lauren from Living Well with schizophrenia is targeted. There's nothing organic about her illness. There was this one lady, I need to show that TED Talk. Well, thanks for reminding me, Samsonite. But yeah, there's tons of people like that. And there was this one lady on TED Talk, and she's this blonde lady, and she was like, okay, living with schizophrenia, I have these voices, and that's like her only symptom is having voices that tell her what to do in her head, right? And she's like, and you just learn to ignore the voices and stuff like that. It's an organic mental illness. But like from what and I'll show you guys this video, I was like, dude, that sounds like V2K. It sounds like from a pretty early age, she had V2K that was and they were experimenting with her, but she was like not looking into that. She went towards this is schizophrenia. Right, so there's both. There's things that happen with organic mental illness, and there's things that happen with targeting. Then there's people with mental illness who are also targeted, right? So it's a confused mess. And then what people do who want to say that this isn't happening is they simplify that huge mess by saying target individuals are mentally ill, when it's just like some target individuals weren't mentally ill at all before they got mentally injured now or whatever, right? Some people, there's just it's a huge confusion, And I hope everybody's getting through this. I hope changes are made this year. I'm going to be kind of pushing to do that. And then maybe, Emily says they mislabeled me as delusional. LO. That's what I'm labeled as. With the psychiatrist saying that delusional doesn't mean that what you're saying isn't happening. It just means it's not a mainstream thing that people know about. So you can be telling the truth and what's happening to you is happening, but they label you as delusional because it's not like people don't really know about it and aren't told about it in society. I think that's the craziest thing I've
haven't mentioned my company, Smile More. One of my favorite things about what we do, I haven't made a single post. It's all on hold.
Part of my face starts hurting when I smile.
Even been able to tell you anything.
I can't smile if somebody tells me to smile.
I don't want to make this video about that. This is all just crap that's in my real life. And I have really shared a lot of my life with you guys. And when you're in that world and you're not able to share things, it's hard. You are like, I'm not kidding when I say this, you are such a part of our family. You've changed our lives forever. I know that at some point within 10, 12 years of YouTube, I've helped some of you. Me staring into this camera is bigger than me looking at a camera. It has purpose and it's something special. I want to shine some type of light into your world. So I guess one of my goals of today was to, first of all, say hello. Apologize once again that we're not able to fully be back on YouTube. I have had something that's been weighing on me that I should share with you guys. I think that it will help some of you, hopefully. And I feel like it relates heavily to what's going on right now around us. I just want to share a part of my life that I haven't shared with you. And the one reason I want to share this with you is because I think that I know that at least one of you go through the same thing. It just might help somebody. I need to say it. For most of my life, probably didn't start until I'm, 15 years old, which some of you are much older than that. Some of you are younger than that. I started to become, I don't know if it's a hypochondriac, and that is, I believe that's when you just like overthink things being wrong with you. Like, oh, I got a pain in my ribs, something's got to be going wrong, like something serious. Like you overthink it. But I think most of it's just anxiety. Anxiety's been a nasty part of my life lately. I may have told part of this story at some point in my YouTube life. So you may have heard some of it. 16 years old.
Okay, so
I have an old car.
I'd like to stop this right now and say, like, okay, maybe he's a hypochondriac and maybe he had pains all over his body and he was just like, oh, I'm overthinking it, and oh, I have anxiety from what's going on. But people, that this is the problem, is that this technology exists and it's being used on people without their knowledge. And so when somebody like is fine and they're healthy and then they start having panic attacks in their body, they're having all these pains, and it's just like they go to the doctor and the doctor's like, oh, I don't know what this is. Like there's no, people have to know about these technologies and that people are using them willy-nilly on the population so that they can then factor in that, right? This could be somebody, did I cross paths with somebody ex-military or a weird situation or something like that? Or did I go to a hospital where it felt weird, maybe got an implant or something? People need the knowledge that it exists so then they can make a better decision on what's happening. And we don't have that in society. We have it where people, this will happen to most people. And if they do, if their attackers do it a certain way and don't have the V2K being very, very obvious, or any V2K at all, people are like, oh, well, it's just I'm a hypochondriac and I have pains and stuff like that. How many people are out there, right? We ask this question all the time. How many people are out there who are being hardcore targeted and like their bodies are getting murdered? I mean, it's like they feel like they have the result of that illness, but it's really targeting. That's a very scary thought, and it's another reason why this information has to come out. I know why the power structure is hiding this, because they want a bunch of consumer products and medical things, and then they can backdoor it, right? People will be like, oh, this is so convenient, this is so awesome, I can use my neurological activity to turn on my computer or turn on the lights in my house or play a video game. And all the while, it'll be so easy to hack into that equipment and actually pull data from the brain, right? To pull frequency in, frequency out, to show what's going on in the brain, right? So, hey, thank you, Marcus. Love you, bro. I love you, bro. Yeah, that's what I think too. Queen Esther says more people are targeted than we can even imagine. I think so too. But not a lot of people, like, we're speaking out and we're like, hey, we want this to stop. And we know that it's weapons attacks and we know that it's remote neural manipulation. There's so many people out in society that are like, this is just anxiety from a situation, because like that's where, like at the beginning of it, I was looking for any other explanation. I think for 10 years I was being targeted and I was like, oh, well, this is some TMJ, or my Crohn's disease is acting up, or Crohn's disease can cause a lot of problems with the body, right? And I was looking for everything else for many, many, many years until, and I probably wouldn't have even figured it out until my attackers went 100%. We want you to know this is over targeting with gang stalking. We want you to know you're being gang stalked and hit by microwaves. And then I was like, okay, I'm being attacked by weapons. So there's so many different protocols of how they do it. There's many, many people out there that have no idea.
First car was an old car. I would sit out in the car in the winter. You guys know it snows here. It's very cold. So I would go out in my car before school and start the car and let it warm up. I'd literally give it gas, let the thing warm up. Blah, blah, blah. I think anybody would do the same thing. Get the heat going, get this thing, the defrost windows. And I would do this every day, before school, Monday through Friday. And over the course of many months, I found out that by doing that, I was sitting in a car with no exhaust. These fumes from the car would just come up. That's what the car smells like. I literally didn't know better. I would end up getting carbon monoxide poisoning, and this was terrifying, horrible.
I just want to say this. I just want to say, when I was in college, I would drive around and my vision would start to get blurry. And I think that I was targeted in college, but I was driving around and my vision would get blurry, so I couldn't see stop signs or street signs and stuff like that. But then I'd get out of the car and everything would be fine, right? And I was like, oh my God, we got to check the car. I think I'm getting carbon monoxide put, like, seriously. Like, so what he's saying, like, when I was trying to figure out what was going on with me, when I was way back when it took me many more years and over targeting, we checked the car and I was like, I must be getting carbon monoxide poisoning because my vision's getting blurry and I'm getting headaches. It could just be a coincidence, but pretty big coincidence.
I don't know how.
The point is, like, when you're first targeted, and say it's not brutally obvious with V2K and stuff like that, where they want you to know, it's very easy to be like, you go through everything. You go through every explanation of what could be wrong with your body, what kind of disease could cause it, what from your car could cause it, or anything like that. Because your head's not going to a place where, oh, there's this program where they have directed energy weapons and they're kind of just picking people to torture and experiment on. Your brain doesn't go there at first, unless it's like real, the attacks are real obvious.
Carbon monoxide poisoning really comes out of the body, but it's a real nightmare. And it was, I constantly thought I was dying. I would have these feelings in my body, my mind, and where I would assume that I'm dying. It was so terrifying. It led to me not even leaving my house. I wouldn't go to the movies with friends. I wouldn't go.
I think he's targeted.
I was scared to do anything because I didn't want to have one of these moments.
I can't prove it. But when I watch these videos, we're gonna watch all this one and all the next one with his wife and his new baby. And I just, like, I think he's targeted by this program. I think he may have been, like, targeted by this program long before he even started a YouTube channel.
Those moments would lead to what I would find out about panic attacks, where I would basically overthink the carbon monoxide issue causing a panic attack.
And I'll tell you, this led, and I'm not sure about Roman's situation, but the overthinking thing, like, I've been like a worrier in my life, where it's just like, oh, I got a test or something and I'm stressed. But the remote neural manipulation can do these injected thoughts over and over. Even in, like, at first it would be like, at first in my targeting, when I knew they were doing the remote neural manipulation, it'd be a simple thought over and over and over again, right? But as the years go on, they're trying to do more complicated lines of thought matched with yours, right? So you can be sitting there obsessing about something or feeling bad about something. It can be completely injected in, and it just gets really complicated and painful. Hey, politically persecuted says, yep, I've been targeted for at least 27 years and knew I was being slandered, but it was not until I was microwaved and had convulsions every time I tried to work that I began to understand the extent. Yeah. It's like you're trying to, like, figure out some logical reason, but then it's like getting worse and worse to where in my situation, it was overt and they wanted me to know. And that's when I was like, oh gosh, I'm being targeted by something. Yeah. This is really bad stuff. Y'all don't like Schumann, Cheryl? I don't know, man. I mean, I think that, I think Ray Schumann could have came in and been like, I want to do, he's targeted, so he wants to do a court case, and maybe, hey, help me out with money, and I'm going to try and do this. But that's the problem with this. That's the problem with this problem, is that you're not guaranteed a trial. You're not guaranteed for things to go as the way you plan, because right? Say you're trying to go to a neurologist and get help. Say you're trying to get a lawyer and go to court and get help. Say you are a lawyer like Ray Schumann and going to court to try a case. Somebody, all that they have to do is somebody from the NSA or Naval Intelligence or whoever they send out to tell that person, they look, this is national security and you can go no further with it. So it's like, I imagine that Ray Schumann's trying to like make a gang stalking case, but it can be, somebody can go give one word to the judge, national security, and you can't do this. You can't, so, and they can screw that all up. So I don't know if I want to, I'm not sure about Mr. Schumann. It can be, he could have came in here with the intentions of having a successful case, getting that money from target individuals and not ripping anybody off. But then the problem is so much bigger than most people think, right? It's like people are like, why hasn't this been fixed yet? So many people are being murdered. Well, it's the most powerful sets of organizations and countries doing this with the most top secret stuff, right? With the I don't know how to say that, but the most ability to keep things secret, right? Where it's like people can even know that they're doing something, but they'd be like, oh, well, I can't tell anybody that the military industrial complex is doing that horrible thing because that's for national security and their authorities, so they must be doing it to save this country, right? That's what maybe some non-targeted individuals, if they found out about this, would maybe think, right? So it makes the situation a whole lot worse. Hey, DePlume says, didn't the FBI help Atwood? Yeah, they talk about that in the next video. And maybe he's not a targeted individual for that reason, but I don't know. We'll watch the next video. And the word that we should be using a lot, right, is compartmentalization, right? So you could have InfraGard in FBI, which is a compartmentalized unit in the FBI that's actually doing gang stalking to Roman Atwood. Roman Atwood's on a list. Just an example. I'm not sure if that's happening. I'm not saying that's 100% sure. But then you have some FBI agents that they don't know about InfraGard maybe. Or maybe they know about InfraGard, but they don't know that Roman Atwood's being stalked like that. And then they want to help him. He talks to them and they help him. So how that information flows into the information of who's target and everything, it does flow amongst the FBI and law enforcement stuff, but in a compartmentalized control that information, right? So some people we actually could get help from because they might not know the entire situation. So GT says, any TIs finding peace living elsewhere than the US? I assume it's case by case with this. Yeah. I heard some targeted individuals go to Russia and they say that the weapons attacks, they say the gang stalking isn't as bad. Some like Susie Dawson moved there and said that the gang stalking was less. She still got weapons attacks, but they weren't as bad, right? And then I would like to move somewhere where at least this would. I'm kind of thinking of this. I'm kind of thinking like, even if I still get hit with the weapons, but I could find a place to live where the DHS fusion centers aren't there yet. They're not cooperative with America, so they don't have just a gang stalking program to get me when I get there. I would maybe move to that country, still getting hit, maybe get hit by the weapons, but not be able to trust people, be able to like, oh, they don't have this gang stalking program, so I can have real relationships and stuff like that. I kind of thought of that. I don't know if there's from the weapons, because with over-the-horizon radar, you could get somebody in America using over-the-horizon radar and hit somebody in England. You can figure all that stuff. I've got a good idea, but I don't know exactly. It just goes so far. Shelley says, with Ray Schumann, I think it's a matter of expectations. All I want is a letter so I can reduce gaslighting at the doctors. Yeah, like have a lawyer give you a letter saying like this is for real, right? Well, what I would suspect would happen in that case if Ray Schumann gave you a letter to bring to like your doctor or whatever, they would question Ray Schumann. They'd be like, oh, well, this guy's crazy too, right? It's that bad. But I mean, we've got to try, and maybe it wouldn't. Maybe if you got a doctor who like isn't a complete coward and has some brains, maybe he would see it. I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of some stuff. We've got some heavy hitters like John Hall, Robert Duncan, and everything. They've gotten this information out. I don't know. I don't see how this isn't common knowledge by now. And then I question them, like, is it common knowledge, but people just can't do anything about it? We got to just keep talking about it. And I'm going to think of some things. I'm going to think of some things to do. Just we need these things. This is how I see it, guys, and this is why I banged my drum on the UN thing. We need this is a huge issue, right? But there are these pressure points, like with Senator Jean Shaheen, the Cuban embassy attacks, the China consulate attacks, those agents that got hit in Australia and other in Russia and everything. And there was another one. But my point is, and Niels Melzer at the UN, these are pressure points of these big things that can happen and big news about this getting out, right? Like big news about the Cuban embassy attacks already gotten out. So we've got to look for these, get information out, do activism, things like that. But then we've got to be looking for these pressure points, and not just in people that may be able to get the word out about this, or have like a Senate investigative committee about the Cuban embassy attack. But then also MI attackers they weren't at the beginning, it wasn't as bad. But then also pressure points for medical evidence, and like the stuff that Lookout for Charlie's doing, and that other lady about getting that evidence. What are the pressure points in collecting evidence? What are the pressure points in collecting evidence, medical evidence, and electronic evidence too, right? So there's pressure points in this that can open it up, and we have to hit those. We might be really unsuccessful on some of them, and they don't open up into anything, and they're disappointments really. But if we mark all these pressure points in society, and then we kind of figure out some kind of activity, either like calling Jean Shaheen. I still need the number for Niels Melzer's office. Anybody has it, please email it to me. I can't find it, but if you send it to me, I'll call that office all day long. I'll be as polite as possible until I can like talk to him about this. I want to talk to Niels Melzer about this and his plan, so I can put it out on my video. Niels Melzer said this to me. That's what I want. Or some kind of email where he says, we're working on this, we know about it, but it's really complicated issue. That's what I want to get, because we go off of like, oh, well, I heard this. Like, that's what I've been going off of. I heard this on a conference call, or I heard this, or I heard that. I just want to start going straight to the horse's mouth. I should have done it before, but I was like, well, I'll do my videos, and then people are working on that stuff, right? And I'm not like any of the people working on the stuff. I know how hard this is, but I just want to I want to go straight to some horse's mouth, just like I went to Dr. Hoffer and got it straight from the horse's mouth about what he knew about the Cuban embassy attack, that he knows that Americans are being tortured. He knows that Americans are being hit by directed energy weapons. And like, I got a nod of the head that something was being done about this from him. And I think that was complete bullshit. DePlume says, was it you that said they were going to Brazil? Just wondering how it was traveling, if it was. Might have you mixed up if not. Nicholas says, I think the perps are losing control and they know it. Please be careful, everybody, for the next while. This is the third major assault in as many weeks. They don't seem interested in the petty games. Yeah, my attackers are going severely hard on me. And it was weird. I think what Nicholas is saying is true. With Joe Biden in office, and he's the military industrial boy. He's their boy. He'll do anything the intelligence agencies and military industrial complex want to do. So in the United, if you're a targeted individual in the United States, I mean, my remote neural manipulation has gotten a lot worse. I've healed from some stuff, but it seems like psyops and remote neural manipulation are up, What, Cheryl, hell no to what? Hell no to what? Okay. Yeah, that's wrong. Cheryl Lou says Ray is a liar. He promised me 3 hours of his time for over a year now. Yeah, if he promised you that and you gave him money and he promised he was going to talk to you and didn't, that's really bad. That's really bad. Yeah, I don't know the situation. I'm just saying, I was just saying kind of how I think about it. And anybody coming in like a lawyer or anything, um, it's a really tough battle. And somebody can just get in there and make it. But like if somebody tells you they're going to call you back or something. Yeah, DePlume says path to resolution would be nice. I'll tell you guys this, and I say it a lot. Um, and I say this a lot. What you guys and what I need to be doing, we need to be focused on cleansing, gathering evidence, but especially defending and cleansing. We don't need to be like relying on this to stop. We want to try and get it to stop, but I have more hope in us getting feeling better, getting a percentage of not feeling like you're going to die every day with certain defenses and things to interfere with what they're doing to the vestibular system than I do about this ending this year, because this is going to be a big, complicated, unprecedented thing that is like somehow revealed in society. And I don't see, because it's so unprecedented, I don't know, I don't see how it's going to go. Is there a situation like this, guys? And anybody in chat can answer. Is there this where you're like, okay, there's a lot of torture and murder in history, right? But is there some situation where you're like, well, this was kind of like targeting a little bit and it ended? The only thing that I can think of is like MK Ultra, which did end and nobody got punished for. But then some of the people who suffered from it, they got money, they got settlements that weren't nearly enough for what had been done to them. No, I wish I could stop this today. The things that have helped me the most are like the defenses, to not feel like I'm dying. But then even with that, you use defenses, you get some torture with it, and then after a while you start saying, well, I'm still being tortured, so these defenses aren't really working. But if you take all those defenses off and then it's 10 times worse, you're really thankful for the defenses. But no, there's got to be a way to stop this. It's just that our big problem, right? We know this is obvious. The problem, all of this is a problem. Our society is a problem. The people who are supposed to stop stuff like this, they're supposed to stop domestic terrorism on a grand scale like this, they're the ones doing it, right? We understand that. And so they know how the system works because they're the ones working it. They know how to catch the bad guys, right? Because they're the ones who supposedly caught the bad guys up until, or the ones that aren't compartmentalized into experimenting and torturing innocent citizens. So they know the ins and outs of, how to not get caught. Really? Yeah. I definitely. Emily says doctors get $800 for sectioning people here in Oz. Yeah. And it's kind of like the CV thing where they get money to say somebody had CV, died of CV when they didn't, and it's just like this gang stalking stuff. They've got to do it in a compartmentalized way where a doctor will get money for putting somebody in the mental institution, and then when you come to them with a real problem about remote microwaves, about being hit with directed energy weapons and being gang stalked, they're like, ooh, they just think of that money, right? They don't think about like, should I figure this out? This person doesn't sound insane. And I know about some community policing programs. Should I listen to this, the Cuban embassy attack? And I swear, man, every doctor, the neurologist, my psychiatrist, no, both of them, because the Cuban embassy attack happened when I had one of my psychiatrists that she left, and then I have a new one, and then my neurologist. All of those three, I asked them if they knew anything about the Cuban embassy attack, tried to send them articles and stuff, and they all just say they don't know anything about that. They're like, no, I've never heard about that. And then they don't look at the stuff that I send them, Really? Jennifer says, yes, politically. The microwave expert we spoke to said that there is one new product to detect it, but it's tens of thousands of dollars. Jeff sent me I've got to do, this is going to be the next video, I think. Jeff sent me a patent testing that, like, for saying for certain if you're a targeted individual or not. And it has to do with reading certain, reading some kind of energy. I got to read it again. I don't know. It sounds too good to be true, but it is a patent. And we're going to just go through it, you know. I don't want to present it just like this. I don't want to say, like, I did make the title Roman Atwood targeted individual, because he is targeted, but, you know, program, I can't say it for 100%, right? That's why this stuff is so difficult, because it's like, you know, Julian Assange, I called that right when he went to Belmarsh prison, and everybody's like, oh no, you know, how do we know? And then everybody's saying it now, you know. You just get when you're targeted and you see people and they're explaining something, you're like, oh god, that guy's getting targeted by weapons, and he's getting gang stalked by his program. But that's not necessarily your instinct on it as a targeted individual, looking at somebody and how they talk about it and talking around it and all this crap. You get a sense that, yeah, they're going through this.
From 16 on to being kind of cursed with panic attacks and fear over the years. And I do mean years and years.
Sounds like remote neural manipulation.
I was able to figure out that I could quickly talk myself down right before the panic would start. If you've had these, you know what I'm talking about. It ramps up, and I would constantly hit myself with, everything's fine, everything's off, you're doing great. And I could actually begin to trick my mind and lessen the panic. I could actually overcome, with time, with years, I eventually could beat my panic. So basically from 16 to now, I've pretty much dealt with the constant fear of always thinking that
you're going to die.
Like something's majorly wrong. Like I'm going to... The point of this story...
That's such a, like, I've never dealt with that in my childhood. And then, like, in this last 10 years, they can make me feel a sense of just, like, dread where there's nothing to be afraid of and I'm not scared. But it's like the chemicals, like, they're doing something, a frequency where it's like, I'll be playing a video game or doing something fun or whatever, and it's just a sense of, like, a physical sense of everything's wrong. Like there's something wrong, you know, I need to go somewhere, I need to get somewhere, when it's just like you're sitting, you don't have anything to do. Like I've done things for the day, I've you know, gone over and helped my grandma and my aunt, and then I'm sitting at the end of the day and it's like, oh, I gotta go somewhere. And it's for me, it's like putting on Dave Case's CD or something like that makes me feel better. Right? If I'm feeling really bad, I got to put on Dave Case CD, and then I'll start to feel a little bit more like myself. I can't think my way out of it, you know? So, I don't know. This sounds a lot like remote neural manipulation that I was talking about.
I have major fear mentally that something's always wrong with me. And I think a lot of you deal with this too. And I just want to say that was at 16 when mine started. I've had this fear.
And think about this. Think about, like, if you're not a hypochondriac and you're healthy, but you start being targeted and you don't know it, right? So they're remote neural manipulating on silent, I guess. Maybe some people don't get the high pitched knife sound for remote neural manipulation. And then you get all these weird pains in your body. You intuitively, like a human being intuitively knows, like, something's not right. You know, and then you go to a doctor and the doctor's like, no, it must just be anxiety or something. It must just be this condition, this hypochondria or whatever. And think about this. Think about with this technology, it can mimic everything that a doctor can see and say, oh, this fits into that category. It can mimic all of that. So, I mean, so when people are like, well, it could be this, it could be that, you think you're targeted, but it could just be bad headaches or schizophrenia or whatever. They can mimic like anything with this stuff because they can do so much. They can do so many things to the brain, you know.
forever. It's haunted me. I'm 37. 37. I tell you that part because for 21 years, all right, 21 years, I have worried myself sick. I've said this many times in my videos, worrying, it doesn't change any outcome. And I think worrying and fear are very similar. The fear part, the part that takes you to the next level of anxiety and you're, holy cow, it's flaring up. That fear is a type of worry. The fear is your worry. I don't know if that helps anybody, but I hope it does. I am using this personally as I've worried for 21 years and it has.
Okay, let's go to the next one, guys, where he actually talks about the stalkers and stuff like that. I find it interesting how he's talking about his anxiety through the years and his physical pain and like something that he's like, oh, maybe hypochondria or something. And it's about this whole situation with the stalkers and everything like that. I find it interesting that he thinks that's important for all. And it makes me think that he's targeted by this program even more. Yeah, James Nielsen said, I think some TIs lied about how close they were to Niels Melzer as well. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I don't know what to believe anymore. And I hear things on conference calls, or I don't go to conference calls much anymore, but I don't want to be doing that. Like, cause I'm like, oh yeah, these people, Niels Melzer said this to them, right? And so I'm just going to like skip. I want to just anyway, if somebody has information, like I may need help on like, what's the number to his office? Because I'm having a hard time finding that, but I'll just call him and then I'll just get words from his mouth or an email and we can know. Because I think some people are trying to like, I don't know, I don't want to say anybody's like lying or anything like that, but they're trying to present like hope to the TI community. And then it's like, yeah, we talked to Niels Melzer and maybe they got an email back or something that said, that he was like, yeah, we've heard about this or something like that. You know, I don't know. I don't want to disparage anybody that's like actually done stuff and talk to people, but it's like, just we go to the horse's mouth and we find out the information, because everything we play the phone, right? And at the end, it's like, yeah, Niels Melzer said he has this big giant golden sword and he's going to like bring it down and it's going to have fire on it and he's going to stop gang stalking, right? I mean, that's kind of, maybe that happened. Yeah, Lori says most of us have chips. That's proof. Dude, I am like certain that in that back tooth I had an implant. That dentist was acting weird in the way that it's healed up. I mean, everything from here to down here is like healing up, and it was pulsing before. Maybe it could have got, I don't know. I think they do stuff to the teeth anyway and the nerves in the teeth, but I think that was it pulsed here. I put a magnet right there and it would stop. And that, like that one split second in the dentist's office where she wouldn't give me that freaking tooth, and that's almost 20 years, right? I mean, 10 really, really, really bad years of the over targeting, but maybe, since the beginning of college, I had jaw issues that would go down my left side. All this stuff on the left side is like healing up. Like they can still do pain, vagus nerve pain and stuff like that, but nowhere near that. And if I had an implant in there that was giving me pain for like 20 years, and then this dentist is like, no, I'm not giving you that tooth because somebody called her and said, you can't give him the tooth, just pull the tooth and keep it, from 20 years of torture. That's the kind of system that we're dealing with, a system that can steal our lives and then, a quick call and cover it all up, and even if people know there's something weird going on, they still won't say anything about it because they're so scared, right? Mafia world. We live in mafia world. Who's that? Cheryl says it's the guy who embezzled $150,000 from the TI community. Who did that? There's a lot of shenanigans, Cheryl. We gotta find a way to move forward and know that, like, and get something like this. I feel like, get something where you're talking to real targeted individuals, even if you know that you're maybe not talking to all real. And so at least I know that there are a bunch of real targeted individuals that I'm talking to, right? I don't know, man. They've messed up our group. They're messing up every group that's looking for the truth. Um, Infiltrating, and there are people that'll do it. They don't care. They don't care about the future. They don't care about their children. They don't care about it. They don't care. They think it's funny because of just the way that they are, like without empathy, and it's just a big joke in people's lives. People are toys or whatever. So people will do it, and they've screwed up especially our group, because they're trying to perfect the infiltration. They're trying to perfect the mind control. They're trying to perfect the gang stalking and the cyber stalking aspects on our group. So this is like the most dangerous thing to be in this world, the most infiltrated group that's going to be out there, because they're taking these surveillance role players and whatever, informants and cyber stalkers and everything like that. And they're like, we got to practice on this group. We definitely don't want people learning about the targeting program or anything like that. So we need to stop that. And also we'll train these bags of crap to ply their trade, right? To lie and to, maybe, come in our group and do all these lies, and we sound like complete crazies, even with just talking about the targeting and the microwave weapons and the gang stalking. But then you start saying, oh, and we're infiltrated and there are these fake TIs and stuff, then we're screwed. You're screwed even if it's just like, yeah, like I know you're not a TI, or you're still screwed. You still sound crazy, right? So I mean, they got that. People would have to know about what is out there, what is in society, and they keep that covered up because they want to use it on society. So of course they're not going to tell the public about all these covert, what do you call it, crisis actors, surveillance role players. There's an industry of people lying for a living, Deplume says they actually pay their medical expenses for that. Oh, Agent Orange. They actually pay their medical expenses for that. I knew a vet that had issues and they covered his costs. We definitely deserve something that would cover medical bills and everything. At least maybe we could talk to the UN about that, about people that are tortured. But the problem with this is it's not like I guess some targeted individuals have burns, but my big problem is like, damage to my brain and my nervous system, which you're like, hey, I'm being tortured. Oh, well, we don't see. It's the inside of your body. So, maybe the UN wouldn't help us. I don't know. We need to check that. Yeah, okay. Arachnonic says, Deplume, Agent Orange, they finally admitted to, and it was such a financial PR nightmare that they made sure it would never happen again. That's why they'll never admit to Gulf War sarin gas. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about this targeting. What's going on with it? It's going to come out. It's going to come out. It's just, what's the timeline on that? Because they want to wait till nobody cares and nobody can do anything about it, But we don't want that to happen. We want it to happen so we can have some of our life left, some vindication. My grandma is going to die before she knows that. Oh, it sucks. Okay, so True Kism says it's very simple. Organized groups of people infiltrate your life and harass you from every angle. It's a fact. Community policing and other affiliated networks mistreat certain individuals this way. Yeah. But it's really bad because it keeps people, because when you're a targeted individual and then you step up, speak out, right? And there's not like, everybody's not rushing forward. There are a lot of targeted individuals speaking out. And then you're just bombarded by psyops, remote neural manipulation, and stuff like that all over, and it makes it so hard to do anything to get to information and stuff. It makes other people in the group not really want to do it, or they have the same experiences and things like that. So it stops a lot of stops a lot of like forward momentum, unity, and things like that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's simple that there's so many people. Really? Okay. Charles of Hurley says SHP claims she represents Niels Melzer in an international investigative team investigating the torture, murder, and genocide. She literally calls companies on the phone and threatens them with the UN. I think that's a kind of do anything. Like, we need to get out of this. SHP, like, I mean, I don't know. If it works, then that's good. I think that's where we're at. We got people talking about this. I don't want to do illegal. Well, actually, I don't mind illegal. I don't want to do anything really violent that would get us in trouble. And no, let's not do anything illegal either. it kind of gets to a point where it's like people being murdered in society, and to normalize it, we stay calm and stuff like that. I've gotten conditioned into this. Like at the beginning, I was yelling and everything, and not just conditioned by the time, not just conditioned by how long this is going on, but my attackers are behaviorally affecting me, so I'm not like as impulsive. Like I'm less impulsive, and like that's not good for me because I'm too reserved. We got to do some shit. I'm sorry. This is Sunday. Sorry for the bad language. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Yeah, Queen Esther, though, says the UN is the mob, but you got to understand compartmentalization, that there are good people in certain organizations. There are good people in the FBI, not in the CIA. I think the CIA is completely gone, but in these organizations, the really, really bad stuff, and the globalization and the experimentation on human beings, and like, the pandemics, is that it's compartmentalized knowledge in a lot of these bigger organizations, and then they have these people kind of on the outskirts, that are good and aren't, or maybe going towards like, oh, we think that Agenda 20, I don't know, I feel like Niels Melzer is not. Maybe he is in the club. Maybe he is in the club, but we've got to go on the basis of like, that's a pressure point. Even if it doesn't work, we've got to try there, right? And I think it's ridiculous to say like sending some testimonies into the UN or contacting Niels Melzer or anything will get us into more trouble. We'll give them more information about us, because our attackers and these contractors and everything, they have all of our information. They're killing us and everything. The UN with sending some testimonies to Neil ain't gonna hurt that, or calling in there, it ain't gonna hurt that. It ain't gonna put us on a new list or anything like that. So I don't think those things are like actually taking risks. I think we need to take more risks. I mean, I'm just sitting in my house dying. I think that I do have a lot of hope in finding, like, I'm going to do the ionic foot bath and then some other things, finding something way better for defense. But that gets into year after year, you have to do all this crap, right? You have to put all this crap on when you go to bed, and you got to do your cleansing baths and everything like that. And that gets really annoying. Hey, no whining. So we're watching this. We're going to watch the second Roman Atwood video. That one was just him kind of talking about his anxiety, but I thought that it newer video. I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen these, and I don't just get the feeling from everything that he said and how he said it. I do feel like that he is targeted by this program, and he may have been targeted from a very young age, but dealt with some of their protocols in a different way, just being like, oh, these are panic attacks and stuff like that. And then it got to a bigger point where it became like more gang stalking and more stalking in general. But let's just listen to it. I can't prove it 100%, but it's my feelings on it. Can you guys hear this?
Buddy. Here he is, Mr. Knox.
That's
hey,
their
do
new
you want to
baby.
See yourself? Look. Who's that? Who is that? Hey guys, he is definitely not having the whole on camera by himself thing going on here. He wants mama.
So No Whining says, I will continue on with his Holy Spirit. No UN for me. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I believe in that too. I'm going to trust in God, right? I'm not saying that I'm going to move away from that or anything like that. It's just that, um, like, I have a lot of, I don't know. It's just like, if this keeps going, like, we got to try and stop it. That's the whole thing. And yeah, to participate in it. I don't even have anything. I'm just going to call his office. So you don't have to believe in the UN at all or do anything, really. Charles of Hurley said, are you kidding? Kidding about what? What kidding about what? I don't approve. I don't know the situation, Charles of Hurley. Um, I'm just saying, man, when you're getting targeted by this stuff, yeah, I don't think we should. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the situation. I misspoke, and I don't know the situation. I misspoke, and I don't really talk to SHP a lot. I don't really get to a lot of her videos, so I'm not quite sure about that. I'm not quite sure about the situation. I guess I shouldn't have spoke on it at all. For me personally, I wasn't saying I would do anything illegit. I'm just saying these lines have been drawn and inverted, right? So everything lawful is going to be killing people and lying and evil, right? And everything against the law is going to be fighting for our freedoms and everything like that. And in a system like that, there might be some things where it's nothing wrong and it's fighting for your freedom, but it could be seen as crossing lines or whatever. And I'm not going to say anything about that, but I don't know the situation with SHP, so shouldn't have spoke on it. Don't want to get into anything. Don't want to misspeak. I want to work on getting my information out and doing what I can. When I know the details of the situation, then I can speak on it. So Trukism says Niels will soon have a full report that is being investigated on this program. He has already acknowledged it by putting it out. It will be complete in full detail soon. Okay, now. So where did you hear that from, Trukism? Trukism says there will soon be laws against psychological torture is their goal. I love that. I love what I'm hearing. But I'm having a hard time. Like, is that just like what you hope happens? Because we got to go on exactly what we know is going to go on, and there's like rumors and everything like that about what Niels Melzer's doing. But who did you hear that from? Okay. Did you talk to anybody that had talked to him? Now I'm going to call him, and I'm going to call his team there, and then I want something from him. I want to know, and the more people that we have hearing straight from the horse's mouth, I think the better. And guys, when I say the UN, Niels Melzer, that's one thing. That's one thing. Like, get your thinking caps on right now. I know we're all being targeted. When I say Niels Melzer in the UN, that's one pressure point that we need to be thinking about. So I'm not putting hope in the UN. I'm not putting all my eggs in the basket of like Niels Melzer is going to be our savior or anything. It's hitting a pressure point. Okay. Like I'm not getting mad here or anything like that, but we get stuck on those things where I mention something and people are like, oh, you're putting all your faith in the UN. One pressure point. And then we got Gene Shaheen with the Cuban embassy attack. We need to start hitting these big pressure points no matter what happens with them. No matter what happens with them. If Niels Melzer never even discussed cyber torture again, we still need to stay on him. But I like what Trukism's saying. I don't think there's any like we need to talk directly to Niels Melzer and know that's what he's doing. I know there's a lot of talk about like that's going to happen, but I need to be sure. Who does, Jennifer? Jennifer says they fully deny any torture is going on in the U.S. The United States, probably all these countries. Every country that does it denies it to Niels. But Trukism says, of course, his team are investigating and will be full report and psychological torture laws in place very soon. I like to think that, but it's going to be tough with these contractors in the military because they have money and support from like the richest people in the world to do because every country thinks they're doing their own little brain experimentation, scaling up the weapons. So America does, Russia, every country that's participating in this, right? But there's a global, the pyramid up there, the top of the pyramid is collecting all this data from every country through the system they've set up, right? So, I guess awareness is a part, but like I kind of see it where it's like it's going to have to be pressure on the system and so much awareness that comes out that the people doing it say, we've got to change this. We've got to like stop it because so many people know, right? Hopefully it can happen in a different way, but that's kind of what I see. And we push and we push and we push and we push and we push. Oh, really? DePlume says there's an entrepreneur in Florida that is developing remote mind-controlled cars right now. Wow. Wow. Yeah, dude, they got video games. You can play with your brain. Neuralace is out. There's so many of these devices, these consumer products coming out where you can do things with your brain. But then we say it like we're like, yeah, like some frequencies can go to and from the brain, and they're experimenting with this stuff. How do any of these consumer products exist or medical advancements exist without human experimentation? But people don't connect it. They're just like, no way, that doesn't exist. It should connect when you have a big group of people saying, hey, we're being tortured by microwaves, a group of people that predicted exactly what the Cuban embassy workers were hit with. When it came out, we all said that's remote microwaves, every targeted individual. And then everybody was like, oh, is it sonic weapons? But it's a mystery weapon. And then it's like now, after 2 years, scientists agree that the Cuban embassy workers were hit by remote microwaves, right? So how did a bunch of mentally ill people predict what those Cuban embassy workers were hit with, unless we're being hit with the same thing, right? There is a simple common sense equation to what's happening to us and how people need to listen to us. But it's that fear, it's that can't exist because that's too scary, it's that double-mindedness, it's all that stuff. It's too much fear about this because it's scary. Like being killed, being tortured forever in your home and surveilled, and they turn your brain basically into a surveillance device because they're seeing what you see through your eyes. It's scary, but we have to live with it. We are being tortured right now, so the least that everybody else in society could do is maybe pull up a little bit of courage and admit that it exists so that maybe we could get help and it could get stopped. And if enough people did that, admit that it exists, started talking about it, started helping us, it could be fixed very easily. Because the system folds, the evil system folds when a bunch of people kind of gang up, not gang up, but a bunch of people get together and have the numbers on it, Things are changing so much. There's so much unprecedented stuff, though, that it's like people are doing these huge protests, protesting the lockdowns, protesting the jabs and everything like that. And you don't see any of it on mainstream news at all. It's like there's just this huge cover up of this of people rising up all over the world,
Hi.
Hi.
He's actually about to pass out, which is kind of perfect for right now. This is his life. This is it right here. Snuggling with mommy all the time. Noxie. Okay, guys. This is a tough one. It's an exciting one, though.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you my video will get striked.
It's like a wall that we need to break down to be us again. This video is that wall. We can't have fun and be us without making this video right here. This is kind of like what we've been dying to make for a while.
Yeah, Shelley says they could have broke up the Capitol Hill riot with the anti-personnel DEW weapon that is mounted on a tank. The rioters would have ran. Also, they could have prevented any of that. They could have prevented any of that by surveilling with remote neural monitoring, like knowing even if some of those people that were going down there in Antifa or the people that were going to bust in, probably some of them were remote neural manipulated, not because of that, but just because so many people are remote neural manipulated. So they would have information going down and exactly what was going to take place. Easy peasy with this technology and the levels of surveillance they had, that Capitol riot could have been stopped easily. And Donald Trump actually offered like 100,000 more troops or whatever for the people that he had coming there, and they rejected. That's just a normal thing. But with this technology, every crime can be stopped. They don't want to do that though. And that's why you see, that's a bit thing with people who are not targeted and don't want to believe this. Well, why isn't crime cleared up? Why do any crimes take place if they have this wonderful technology? Well, they have to let that happen because they don't want anybody knowing that they've got capabilities like this. So they do it in a certain way, and they let certain crimes go, and they use just the kind of what the system has, like the methods it has to find those crimes, find those criminals, you know. Brian 2 says, I am being hit with directed energy right now to disrupt this message. One of the products of this new technology is the field of synthetic telepathy, invented and developed by the CIA, DOD. Yeah, it's true. Synthetic telepathy. Queen Esther says, drug addicts and alcoholics are easily controlled. Yeah, no, okay, so no whining, you think that? No whining says everything was orchestrated, Kyle. Okay, so Trump, yeah, and I understand there's people with that. You know, it's just everything was an act and everything was carefully done. But I get that. I get that way of thinking, but I'm not just and I'm not saying you're going on based off of just like your opinion. You've looked at things, but man, I've studied Trump. They tried to destroy his life. Like they have tried to destroy his life through the media and everything. And there's just he would have never agreed to that. Like it would have never been like, oh well, I'll just go play the guy that everybody hates, and then some people like me. I'll go ahead and play that role or something. Nobody brings up Sheldon Adelson dying right after the Capitol riots. Nobody ever did no more news not bring that up, because Sheldon Adelson just mysteriously died like the day after the Capitol riots. That is a huge red flag to me that some, because Sheldon Adelson was the #1 financial contributor to the Trump campaign. That maybe somebody murdered Sheldon Adelson and said because all this crap happened, right? And that doesn't seem like people aren't looking at some of these details. But you know, we all have our opinions on like what went down, and it's like I can't really prove mine like with paperwork or anything like that. And so we may disagree on that stuff, but we agree that we need to get this targeting stopped, you know. Hey, Freedom Fighter says, I sent Niels Melzer plenty info, Kyle, of all my families and my targeting. My old flat block is getting knocked down in up to 4 years' time. Told the UN to investigate it for a tunnel that was above my flat. Yeah, I sent him a testimony too. You know, I sent my testimony in too, so they have a lot of testimonies of people that are being affected. Oh shit! You're asking about what SHP and using those apps. I tried some on my Cheryl Lewis says, Kyle, you should listen to her videos. I'm not sure you've watched. What apps are you using that she has recommended that you said you would try? Well, I have a couple of apps on my iPhone, but my attackers would, let's see, which one is it? My attackers would put a point on there. My attackers would manipulate them, you know. So for me, it was just my attackers manipulated all that information, or some of it at least. I had Wi-Fi tracker. I had two versions of Wi-Fi tracker that didn't really work well. Find Tower. Let me turn my phone off. I'm getting all these texts, and well, I got a couple of them, but they didn't work really well for me. And then I've been talking to my friend in Canada about it, and he's been really working on it. But they're saying that something that I don't understand is they're saying that they're finding like nodes under the like in their yards and stuff like that. And I don't understand. I don't understand some of the stuff. I did the ASN number thing, which was very fishy. But they're saying like people are maybe burying something in our yards. But like I live in a condo, and a lot of this stuff is just done so remotely, right? That I don't understand the burying things in the yard. I don't know. I guess we need to do a video on that, Cheryl. But I haven't been spending a lot of time on that. You know, I showed you guys. I made a video. You remember that live stream? I did a video with most of the apps, and I showed some of MM's videos that he was doing. You know, I do think that other contractors and medical facilities and stuff like that get some of our information. They hack into our wireless networks, but I just some of the forms of attacks that I've researched there, you wouldn't really find it on somebody hacking into your network. That may be people collecting information, but the integrated directed energy weapon systems hitting us or something like that. I don't know. Anything's a good idea if it can give us more information, but some of that, it's like hard for me to understand. Like they're like, oh, well, look, I'm finding this in this system, and so it means that these people are in on it. And I'm like, well, that's a kind of a jump because like I don't even know what I'm looking at here. And if we brought it, that bringing it in as evidence, somebody else is going to say that. They're going to be like, what does this mean? So what I was thinking is we got to cross-reference some of that. But I haven't done it much. I haven't had time to use all, and I'm not good at it. Like I'm not good at using those apps because when I first started using the apps, my attackers would like put the wireless network that like I thought was hacking into me at a certain point in the city, and I would drive there, and they just keep moving it around. So there's manipulation, you know. But like my thing is this, guys. My new thing is this. It's not new. It's not new, but I need to speak more carefully because I don't want to get into anything. Like I want to put out information that I know, and I'll help others. Like, but I'm not responsible. You know, like I'll help others to do what they do, but I can't be sure, like it, you know, about every method that everybody's using to try and get us help because this is such a unprecedented problem that we're in. You know. And like I have remote neural manipulation and attacks that where it's like I should be making videos going, my like this is okay, this is a video that would really be me because people kind of okay, oh, my head hurts, I can't even think. Oh, the V2K woman just said he's not dumb. My chest really hurt, like there's heat. I gotta lay down. I'll lay down and then I'll bring. So like that's if like my stuff is so bad that like you know I don't know. It takes a lot of effort. I don't even know what I was talking about. Basically, my videos would be me like laying down. Like if y'all wanted to see how I really feel. Oh, is that what I was doing? Oh, okay. So Cheryl Lewis says, please don't vouch for someone unless you have facts. So now I've vouched for somebody. What did I just get into? I was just saying, like, I know SHP. I know she's working on stuff. Like, how did I get in trouble for that? I'm just saying, like, I mean, I know she's working on this. I don't know exactly what she's doing.
Excited to make this video, but it's like we have to kind of relive what's been going on. So we need to talk about it. We need to explain to you guys. And
I just want to say this. That's a situation. If somebody's talking about SHP and they have a problem with her, and I say anything on either side, I'm going to have people hating on me. Either SHP is going to get mad because I'm like, oh yeah, y'all are right, and I don't know the situation. So you're right. I'm not going to. I'm vouching for what I know about SHP. I'm not vouching for the situation that y'all are talking about. I'm vouching from what I know about, like in my dealings with her. But I think that's really crappy. How it's like these drama situations. No matter who I say is right, I don't know the situation, so I'm just not going to say anything. And I might as well. I'm not going to go there. Not going to go there. Yeah, DePlume says Kyle has great defense videos. Please go into my playlist.
it's not really stuff that we want to rethink about. So it's going to be tough.
Ugh.
The super obvious question is, why have you guys literally disappeared? It wasn't like, hey guys, we're gonna take 2020 off. It was like we disappeared. One of the hardest things, we've been on YouTube for 12 years, and for us to just vanish it's serious. We have left out of the fear of our life. Literally,
The safety of our kids, like our house, our everything we have.
most of you know, at the end of the day, we're just a family. Like, we are literally a mom and dad with our kids, and nothing is more important than the safety of our family. When the safety of our family comes into play, it's family. So we left YouTube out of the fear for our family. So why did we leave over fear? Why would somebody on YouTube for 12 years just disappear off YouTube? It would have to be so serious. Like, YouTubers in general have to deal with certain things. That's part of the sword. It's a double-edged sword. There's a lot of good, and then it comes with just certain things. It's part of our career paths. Being on YouTube for 12 years, you understand the difference between like harassment, mean comments, and then another side where you have to leave YouTube. That's a big difference. Terrifying stuff.
Huge
to the point
difference.
I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. So how do we explain to you, who've been literally waiting over a year now, for us to explain to you what's been going on? How do we explain that properly? And I've been thinking about this so much. That's what I'm
Now, are there legal issues here that, like, they have a court case and so he can't say certain things? 'Cause I'm not getting that. I'm getting that. How do we explain these weird things to you? Because they're so crazy sounding that we've got to explain them right. I'm not getting this, like, well, we have a case going, so we can't say certain things. It's just the harassment's so bizarre. And 24 hours a day, they say 24 hours a day harassment. A little bit later, like, I'm getting, like, how do we explain this, because it's so bizarre and it's so above what normal cyber harassment on the internet would be.
attempt to do right now. So bear with me. We have to relive some bad memories here. We have to kind of go down this path that we're trying to get out of, so that we can help you guys understand the justification of why we left YouTube. And hopefully when we're done, you'll know that we left because we had to leave. Okay, we've been dealing with, this is like, it's been going on a long time, guys. And we knew when it elevated to a certain level of just like, we have to literally leave the internet because it's so scary. So I'm gonna just throw a whole bunch of stuff at you.
And it was taking our time. It was taking all day to resolve things and
Really
call
difficult.
people and just literally sit and worry and worry.
We've been dealing with
All
some
day to resolve.
extremely scary stalkers. I don't mean like the stalkers that just kind of call your phone. They get a hold of your number and they're calling you and
They drive
And
past your house. It's
prank
not
phone
like that.
calls.
It's like has targeted us for literally just harassment 24/7.
Extreme
24/7
harassment.
extreme.
I'm gonna try to help you guys
harassment.
understand this, okay? The stalker.
This
turns
is my thinking on that. When somebody says they're being harassed 24/7 for many, many days, many, many months, maybe a year, over a year, is that those people who are harassing, they have resources to do that every single day and sit on it. It wasn't like a supplemental activity that some psychos, they go to work and then at night they kind of harass them a little bit. 24/7 of anything like harassment, it means they have resources and they're paid to do it, right? And that would fit in with organized gang stalking, where it's actually stalkers that are assigned maybe from InfraGard or whatever, maybe the security industry specialist or contractor that's maybe hitting him with weapons, is getting these people to do this harassment 24/7. Hey, Sleeping Beauty. Yeah, Jennifer Byrne says if he was in this program, would the FBI really help him? They won't help us. Yeah, I think there's just like with the FBI, there's compartmentalized and InfraGard, but then there are FBI agents that may know about the program, but they would maybe talk to him and not know he was in the program. There's such confusion because of the compartmentalization that there is a possibility he could get help from some of the FBI, them just knowing he has a huge YouTube channel and then saying, oh, well, he must have stalkers because of this huge YouTube channel, and they go and help him thinking it's something like that, while other FBI members would know that he's like in this program. That there's this mass confusion because of the compartmentalization. So I do think that it's possible, but maybe not.
Oh, and they're so scary. I want you to imagine that you have to have a funeral for somebody that you love. These stalkers bomb threaded a funeral.
To where literally we had to have like the FBI there.
Like the FBI's at the funeral because of these people. And this is like a fraction of what they're doing. They've done everything from like getting into our life. They've gotten into our literally in our vehicles, like shutting our vehicles on and off and powering them on and off and
setting the alarm off while we're just sitting at home with their kids.
Like the alarm in our house. They turn the power off to our home. This home.
You hear that, guys?
They turn the power off.
Let's go back.
In the middle of the winter. From like getting into our life. They've gotten into our literally in our vehicles, like shutting our vehicles on and off and powering them on and off and
setting the alarm off while we're just sitting at home with their kids.
Like the alarm in our house. They turn the power off to our home. This home, they turn the power off in the middle of the winter. Like we have.
What kind of stalkers would have those kind of resources to shut his power off like remotely in his home, or to turn his cars on and off remotely? Like who would have those kind of resources and to do it 24/7 for like a year or over a year? I'm 100%.
Kids, like we have a family. That mindset to do that to somebody is above and beyond. Like I can't comprehend it. I just cannot comprehend it.
Because it is a business. Because DHS fusion centers need some justification to exist. InfraGard needs some justification to exist. The community policing and sheriff's department, what they do, they need to just find people, right? And then you've got the other layer with these weapons and scaling these weapons up. They just need brains. They need brains from people, and they're gonna pick out people to just do it to. And it's a lot of money. And so it's like the money's the thing, and that it's a business where people participate. Like murdering a lot of people is now a huge industry, right? Protected by national security, no less. How did they do that? How did they create with new technology such terroristic acts? I mean, way past any kind of domestic terrorism that we've ever seen in our lifetimes or in human history, and they've secured it with the word national security. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. Ultimate
It's
evil.
so, gosh,
It's just so scary thinking like, okay, now, like, what's next?
this actually happened. I'm driving, like somewhere. You're just driving, and you get a call from your insurance rep to ask why we canceled our insurance.
Yeah, we were
Like,
literally driving without car insurance.
No car insurance. Like
got on it.
illegally driving, because this stalkers shut our insurance off. They got in and canceled our policies without us knowing. We would spend days, countless days, not being able to leave the counter because we're on phones with all these companies that we're trying to get our accounts back, or trying to prove to them that we're us.
Watch us, or watch like all of our outdoor cameras.
Yeah.
Like, I think that
He'd send pictures of our cameras to our cell phones. Like,
does that sound like just regular hackers to you guys? That sound just like some people with some free time who want to do this to him, or 24/7 a day doing this kind of stuff to him? Like, We'll say, Brian, we do. Brian, that's not true, man. Brian says, you have no hope if you are a targeted individual for justice. We do. We have justice through Christ. We're good people. We have justice in the spirit. Even if this stuff, and I'm not taking that for an answer that this program is going to last till I die. We're not taking no for an answer here. We're going to stop this stuff. But there is justice out of it. Cheryl, I've used some of them. Like the ASN number thing is like, so Cheryl says, thanks for being honest, Kyle, on the apps. Like I've used some of this stuff, and I've looked up my ASN number. There was like all of these contractors like Honeywell and stuff on that ASN number. So what they're doing, they're on to something. Like I can't say exactly every detail of what SHP is doing that somebody there's a problem with, but what she's looking into, there's something to it. Now, making something out of that and making it presentable evidence, that's another story. Because like we look at this stuff, it's not like this exactly, but it's like me being vehicular stalked, and then I'm getting all that video footage of one headlight cars, and to me, you see 4 one headlight cars in a row, and that's evidence that you're being gang stalked. But it's about like bringing that evidence to somebody who's not targeted, and that being like concrete evidence. And I feel that a lot of the online apps and what they're showing and some of the evidence they're getting, it's hard to know. Somebody's going to be like, what am I looking at here? That could mean anything, and so that's my thing with it. But all this stuff, none of this is precedented. So we need to do more as a group. And I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say anything bad. We have a lot of people who are like, oh, well, they did this and that didn't work. But are you doing something? Like, I mean, a lot of stuff against this targeting program, it doesn't work like exactly how we want it to. And it's not good to be like, oh, well, they tried that and it didn't work. And look at, not saying you're doing that, Cheryl. Yeah, I agree. Cheryl says, yes, I've seen your video on one of the apps. Everything can be hacked. Yeah. But the ASN number thing is something that has a lot of evidence with it. No whining says, whom will stop it? Whom will stop it? It will be stopped. It will be something in society that changes, and these programs will stop torturing people, but then it's going to be like, you got smart homes, and you're going to have these video games that people can control with their brains and stuff like that. How's it going to change through that? There have been, Cheryl Lou says no one will help. That's not untrue. That's not untrue. It's like, because the people that we find to help us, like, I mean, Dr. Hoffer offered some solutions to me. He's the person that, gave us the noise canceling hearing aids, which do work really good, but it's like, he can't really come out and speak about it. Like, he can't come out in one of those things about the Cuban embassy attack and be like, and Americans are also being tortured. Like, he's afraid to do that. And he would probably, I don't know, get put in jail because he works for the DOD, he told me. He doesn't work for this program or anything, but that's why Dr. Hoffer was picked to look at the Cuban embassy workers, because he does stuff like that for the Department of Defense. And the problem is, you got people in the Department of Defense that are actually good guys, and then you got compartmentalized things where they are murdering citizens. So it makes it confusing, and it makes us want to say, well, anybody related to any of those organizations is completely evil, but that's not quite how it works, Yeah, I'm not bound. No Whining says, yes, Kyle, only I refuse to bow to the beast. I'm not bound to any beast, man. Nobody's bound to any beast in here, man. But there's just the Satan works through the world, and God does too, and God put us on this earth to do good. And that's how God works miracles, is through us, Nothing just gets done. You don't just sit around and that you sit around, no whining. I'm sure you do a lot, but nothing gets done. We have to, we have to try and help. Whatever God's will is, however this goes, we've still got to keep trying to stop it, keep trying to help each other, keep trying to defend and stuff like that. I guess, like, and I don't know. Does that depend on, like, because I don't know. I want to stop myself from saying certain things.
Which is scary, because, like, our kids go outside and play, and it's like,
the only thing that we could do was, like, shut down and make sure our kids are safe, and make sure, like, these people aren't coming into our house. These guys would like change our mail. Like, we would just get our mail, but instead of saying like Roman Atwood or Brittany Atwood, it would say like abortion bombing clinic. It was always super, like, dark and evil. It was always, like, super hateful and super just demented. It was never like something funny or silly, or it was very, very, like, just.
What does that remind you of, guys? Because all of my gang stalking and what my attackers do with the remote neural manipulation, like, if I watch a horror, or sometimes I'll just put images in my head of, like, horrible things, right, that I don't even want to go into the details of. It's never like cutesy and funny. It's always like horribly satanic. This just really, really sounds like just programming.
It was so hard to do anything. I'm on the phone for hours and hours trying to, and then he would just call and take them right back. We would get literally, like, text, like, he had everything. He had our phone numbers, everything. He would literally text us saying, like, if we don't respond or whatever.
It was always threatening.
It was always very, very threatening.
It's like you get a text or like a Discord message or something that would be like,
or
if you don't,
voicemail.
Yeah, voicemails, tons of, like, always threatening, like, if you don't respond to me, this is a game to me. And then, like, we would spend all the time to get our numbers changed, like, get all it changed, and then instantly he'd text, like, you think you can just change your number, or like,
Yeah.
You think you can hide, or just super scary, guys. Like when you think of, like, intrusive, like, it's the most intrusive feeling that we've ever had. It's the worst experience we've ever had in our life. Above and beyond, like, the harassment of, like, accounts and hacking and stalking, it was like death threat. We would say, like, he threatened to, like, hang our whole family on crosses, burn our house down,
Very devilish.
Super evil
things.
stuff, guys. Like it. I have actual chills talking about this stuff because it's so far beyond our mindsets. Like we try so hard to just be good people, lift people, positive people, motivate people. So loyal. You've been with us forever. Like you don't know how it feels to have to disappear, guys. The safety of our family, it shouldn't even be a question that's the most important part of our life. And YouTube and nothing else is more important than that. So it became a point so scared, fearing for our lives. Like we literally have police all around our house all the time. It's just ugly stuff. Like it's just
I feel like a lot of people have dealt with like the swatting and harassment, or like if you post an Instagram.
Well, so they had the police that would come to their house and hang out around there. If they were being like gang stalked, like the police probably would not take it seriously at all. So maybe not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not this program. Maybe, maybe it's a mixture. Maybe it's some guy who worked for one of these programs and had knowledge of it, but he was kind of doing it independently. I don't know. DePlume, who had physical evidence? So what if we all called the FBI and said we are victims like Roman? Help us. That's true. I'll be calling the FBI again pretty soon because their answer changed from like 5 years ago to the time I called them, like I think a year ago. They said that it wasn't their jurisdiction a year ago, where 5 years ago they said, oh, we're going to start an investigation for you. And then they said, you can't know anything about this investigation. And I think they were just joking around with me. And then one guy said, don't they just do that stuff in New Mexico or something? And he started laughing. I've had some fun FBI calls. Okay, Cheryl. Yeah, like sometimes I only get a little bit of it. But Cheryl says, sorry if you misunderstood. That's why I asked you about the apps, and thank you for being honest. When you catch up with the chat, you will understand. Okay. Yeah, I'm on edge too. Like I'm agitated. So yeah, sorry if I'm like coming back at any of you guys. I don't know. Like No Whining says, I agree. Stop consenting by identifying as a victim, targeted individual. And I've been fighting this for a long time, and it's like if you put yourself out there as a survivor and you're not being fake, but you're putting your best out and you're presenting yourself, people tend to be like, hey, well, you're not doing that bad. And then but if you like say that you are, people need to know that we need help, right? I agree. We shouldn't present ourselves as victims. We need terminology that people identify with, that they know that that's the subject that we're talking about, and we need it. I was thinking that victims of cyber torture, victims of neuroweapons attacks, I think victims do get help in this society. We live in a different society from like 1990 or a couple of years ago, where if you were strong and you're like, hey, I just got this problem, but like I just need help with it, and I ain't no victim or anything, people will be like, well, we don't need. Nowadays in society, it's like, oh, I'm a victim of this, and then people are like, oh, the poor little babies, they need help. So I'm thinking about those things. I'm not sure. Like we're not victims, but I'm like, would it be better for us to present ourselves as victims, so we can get help? Because it seems like a victim, like people coddle victims in society, right? But it's actually like people coddle victims of like they were somebody called them the wrong pronoun or something. Oh, poor you. And we're like, hey, we're being murdered by microwaves, and they're like, mentally ill person, because people can't handle as much anymore in society, right? So they can, oh, somebody called you the wrong pronoun. Let's have a big conversation about that and make a bunch of media about it, because like everybody can't, it's just so brittle, right? That if you're like, hey, I'm being hit with microwaves and I'm like, I've survived this for so many years. They're like, no way, because everybody's so brittle and that wouldn't even be going on. Because like if I break a nail, like that's the end of the world for me. Or if somebody calls me a shim, it's really shananaha that they need to call me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we can't present ourselves as victims. I was just thinking of a name with victim in it would be better. We might get more help. Yeah. Really, Arachno Nixon says Secure Team 10, biggest UFO channel on YouTube, total controlled op. You think Roman might be doing that too? I don't know. Some of you guys see everything. But it's like you're like, this could be like Roman Atwood pretending to be a TI to do, but what would that do to us? Like, what would they get out of that? Just traumatizing us more? Yeah. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm tortured every day and in severe pain. Yeah. And like like the harassment and stuff, it needs to be stopped. But compared to the death, compared to what's being done to my body, like that, if I don't, even if I use Dave KCD, but especially if I don't use Dave KCD, I wake up and it's like all the nerves on the side of my head feel like they've been burned, and it's been for so many years that at the beginning I would be like, oh, I'm sore, and I'll get up. But doing it all the time, 24 hours a day, and then I block some of it, a lot of it gets through, and then by now it's like my body's just like, I'm out of adrenaline. Like they're doing so much stuff to my brain to freeze up my endocrine system, so I can't fight back with even my adrenaline or my thyroid glands, right? And my body's just so broken down that it's such massive murder. It's such slow but painful murder with these microwaves, that the harassment's just like, ugh, I don't even care. Like if I could stop, seriously, I want everything stopped, and I want justice for us, and I want the gang stalking to stop, because it's incorrect, right? It's not a correct thing to be going on in society. It always leads to like huge death of a lot of people when you get gang stalking and community policing going on in any kind of country. But I'd have to say, man, if we could get the microwave, the remote neural manipulation, remote neural monitoring, the electronic surveillance and electronic torture stop, I would be like, piss on gang stalking. I don't care. Like I'd probably just go live my life, and gang stalkers could watch me or whatever. They wouldn't be able. The gang stalkers wouldn't be able to synchronize things though without the remote, without the electronic surveillance on you. Queen Esther says Vulcan Wolverine. He's going to come out with the wrong way to deal with it. Yeah, if he doesn't know, like if he doesn't know it's happening to him, and it is, it just seems so much like, it just seems like it's going on for so long. But the only thing I could say about the police like coming to his house and staying around, or the FBI helping him, is he's a huge YouTuber. He's like famous. So maybe he's a famous person that's in this program getting tortured and harassed and stuff in a specific way. Maybe he doesn't experience gang stalking or whatever, but it's more the harassment and the weapons. But if somebody in the FBI knew it was a famous YouTuber and they maybe knew about this program, they'd be like, well, nobody would be doing this to him, right? There's confusion, is what I'm trying to get across. There's definitely confusion in every organization in every country, because there's compartmentalization of worse deeds, and then there's maybe some FBI agents that really things being done correctly, right? So it's that confusion that messes everything up. Sleeping Beauty says, oh, sorry. Yeah, Emily says scar tissue. Yeah. Well, that's a good point. Queen Esther says, which target would put his infant on a video where everyone can see if he's really under threat? Yeah, I don't know. Y'all say what y'all think. I mean, I can't say anything for sure, but I do like my instincts and like how I'm hearing him talk. It does seem like it's some form of this organized program, or at least somebody who knows how to do it and is maybe has enough money to just do this. Hates Roman enough to do it in their spare time, 24 hours a day. Really, True Kism says Roman's mother died and has been attacked, and he's been attacked. Yeah, I saw one video. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it said like we miss her, and I think that was his mom on there. I don't know, guys. So and like I don't mean to make any of you guys. There are a lot of setups and things like that. I just want us to balance it, but I don't balance it well. Like I'm hyper vigilant and I don't trust anything. It happens to a human being when you're fucked with so much. Yeah, me too. Arachnonic says I just don't know one way or another on him yet. Yeah, me neither. I have an instinct that it's something to do with this program, but man, I don't know. Let's listen to the rest of it because there's only a little bit left.
Instagram, like they show up there, stuff like that. It's not like that. We've dealt with that for years and years and years. It's completely.
It's at a different level.
Yeah.
Different level of scary. Like I said, there's a big difference between like being a public figure and dealing with what comes with that, and then fearing for your actual life and family. There's a huge gap there, a massive gap. Will you please just lighten it up for a second and look at this little man? What's up, bud?
On your nose.
What's up, buddy?
But kind of like the thing is, somebody's saying what targeted individual would put his baby like on a video, but if he doesn't know that he's a targeted individual and he thinks that they've got it covered and the FBI is protecting him and now he can come out, right? Now he can put his baby out on a video. This stuff, man, it's got to be brought out because people don't have enough information. And when people like something this serious that people have no knowledge about, or it's not that people have no knowledge about targeting, they just think it's mental illness, so it's even worse. It's not like they just are bereft of they're thinking the exact opposite way. Not that they just don't know about it, but hey, that's mentally ill. We've already figured that out. So it's like that. Those types of things are being done in society where it'd be evil enough if people just did all, that would cause great evil and more great evil. But people thinking that it's totally something else, right? I mean, these evil demons in the system at the top of the pyramid have been planning this stuff down to the algorithm, and they know, how our minds work. They know what will make somebody believe. They know that what if something happens, a big thing, and then everybody does believe it? How do they keep that thing from getting out? Well, peer pressure. They use peer pressure. They use pressure, blackmail, and everything like that, right? So we'll get back. And God's still on his throne. He's way stronger than these people. But man, my body I need some healing. God, Arachno Nixon, I guess we need to be. Arachno Nixon says he keeps showing his baby to build sympathy, trust, possibly. It's not funny. I'm just saying, like, if that's what society has done to us. It does it to me too. I'm like, oh man, like he could be just lying about this whole thing. Like, who's lying, who's not? Like, look what this lying, deceiving society has made of us. Where it's like, who do we trust? This guy seems nice, but it could be all an act. I think that's such a dangerous thing. No, I agree with you there, No Whining. No Whining says, too many fail to comprehend the situation. We will never return to life as we once knew it. Yeah, I totally agree. My like halfway of like doing something about this is like thing this torture in the form that it's in. And this technology is still going to be around, but for that to shift and change so that we can have better health, right? To go through the rest of our life in this insane society, but we can think better. We can be on the ball. We can know what we have to do. We can have more, not be marginalized from our family or friends or people who live around us, right? When we're going to have like, I mean, more apocalyptic circumstances every day, neighbors are going to start to depend on each other. And what happens to us when we're being gang stalked and we're people, our neighbors think something, the worst of us, and we can't get help from any of them when something does go down, right? And I actually think that it's like, oh, well, I want this to stop, but I actually think it's happening the other way around. They're just targeting way more people so that we'll be targets and we'll talk to somebody about it and they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm targeted too. I get the remote neural monitoring. Like all the patriots right now, everybody who's a Trump supporter is in danger of having this technology used on them, especially because of the Congress that you have and Joe Biden and everything like that and what the military industrial complex wants to do. So I think it's going to happen where yeah, Queen Esther says we are awake now. Yeah. I think a lot of people are awake. I think more people are being hit with this technology, and I don't think it's going to be, I think it's going to be this, they're going to target way more people. This is how I see it. They know that the way that this program is going has to come to an end soon. So they're going to just start targeting way more people come out. But how is that going to come out in anybody? Well, this is the thing. It's like, how are people going to know about that? And the people who did this to us still retain power. But you look at the election fraud, everybody saw that. It was plain as day. And the fraudulent president got in and nobody can do anything about it, right? So I could see that this program ends like, and it's like, oh man, some people were experimented on and tortured and still nobody would really do anything. We would be seeking justice, but the normal public would just be like, oh, that's terrible. Now, those people must have done something wrong, Who knows what kind of narrative they're going to come out with. Oh, that's good, Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty says, I feel blessed. I have good neighbors after I've moved from where I was first targeted. That's nice. Some of my neighbors I get along with. I'm not happy with my relationship with my family or my neighbors, That's true too. No Whining says the average person is already brain dead as far as I'm concerned. Have to agree with that. Just we've got to there's good people in this world. There's so much good people in this world we're fighting for, and they've got to understand their power. But the top of the pyramid, the people that are imposing these systems have been working on it for so long, and they do it in these layers, right? So that it's like, oh, they're doing this layer and everybody else is okay, so nobody's doing anything about it. And then they go to this layer, and so you got this layer being tortured or tyrannized, and there goes this, and then eventually it's just everybody, and it's too late because when it's that saying, right? First they came for the Jews, and I said nothing.
No, he's not used to the camera.
Then they came
yet,
for the
guys.
artists, and
it's
I
gonna
said
be a new
nothing.
thing for him. Now see yourself again.
I mean, that's how I feel like that's how they're doing everything on a massive level, on an asymmetrical warfare against the population of the world. They're doing it layer by layer, and then it's like, oh, they got all the layers. They went layer by layer. On that first layer of tyranny, people should have been screaming their heads off, right? When we were after 9/11, when we sent troops over to Afghanistan to murder families, innocent families that had nothing to do with that, just because they were Muslim, I should have been out in the streets. I should have been like, this is going to come to us. But you don't know, right? The way that they work it layer after layer, I missed a layer. Like it would, like all these innocent people, in the Middle East, families being taken out of their homes, killed, oh, these are all Muslims, they're terrorists, we're going to punish them for what Osama bin Laden did. And I just said, and in my head, I was like, well, that's just, they've got to go do that. I was thinking a whole different thing. That could be how people think about us, Yeah. Jennifer says, yes, GT, AI is running most of the torture and mind control. I got people are doing the remote neural manipulation, but then they automate it with the AI, But most of mine is automated at this point, Trump artist says, not only that, but Trump is orange. Jennifer Burns says, Trump is a much better actor than Biden. See, a lot of people think that Trump was all an act. It's so sad because he wasn't all an act. He got punished for not being all an act. But that's the world. Like, I mean, a lot of people think that like I'm a fake TI or something. And like I've worked so hard and like worked through so much torture and my family being almost murdered and stuff. And it's just like the world we live in. Like you can have some people in this world doing incredible things and really trying and maybe even killed for that. And people would be like, well, that's part of the play. They put up a hero and then they killed them, and that person agreed to to play that part and then be killed and stuff. I mean, that's where we're at because I'm not blaming anybody. We're deceived so much. It's a natural thing. It's a natural thing.
Who's that big boy? Who is that big boy mean mugging all the viewers?
He's such a mean mugger.
Let's see if he follows it. He's like mad. The seriously like sad truth of all this is that this video could be an hour long. Like the amount of things that these people have done to us is unbelievably long. Like it goes on and on at levels of things. It is scary, creepy stuff. It's always really, really evil stuff. So it goes on and on and on. And I want to get into it. I think that there's a bigger story to come, but this is at least our way to move on. We finally get to make bigger.
That part, I may be jumping the gun or I may be reading into this too much, but this part makes me think directed energy weapons on this part.
Story to come, but this is at least our way to move on. We finally on, and I don't know how deep I want to get into it. I think that there's a bigger story to come, but this is at least our way to move on. We finally even get to make this video because, like I've been telling you, like we just.
Yeah, but he's saying he's gonna move on, so he doesn't.
Sounds so painful. Like I just kept telling you guys, we just can't make this video yet, but we want to. And there is light at the end of this tunnel. We're so thankful for the FBI, just above and beyond. It's the only reason we're able to make this video right now and break down this barrier and move on. Like, you don't know how hard it is for us to, back before we quit YouTube, we were going through all this stuff. You have no idea how hard it is to put that smile on and try to give you my pure energy while this stuff's going on in my life. So difficult, but things are looking very good. So much in our life has changed, and that there's so many videos that we can make just based on catching you up with our life. And I think that sounds really fun. There's just so much.
There's a lot.
There's so much.
Obviously, we have a new child, which you guys know. But
yeah, you know, the scariest time of our life, the most anxiety I've ever had in my life, the most fear I've ever had in my life, is all from these stalkers. And again, I'm so thankful for the FBI. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will have even more to the story, but this is our breaking through it. Like, let's get back to having fun. Please, let's get back to having fun. I cannot wait.
It just, how does like an individual stalker have access to his house, the power to his house, like that grid, and then to be able to do the car alarm thing. Those are things that my stalkers do, like because they have like they'll change street lights on me when I like change them to red, like right when I'm rolling up, because they have DHS Fusion Center like working the power grid, right, working the light grid, and it's just these things that he's saying. It sounds like, you know, sounds like they would have more pull to be organized. Yeah, seriously. Sleeping Beauty says, I don't know any TIs that are thankful for the FBI. I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, seriously. FBI has never helped me. No Whining says, the people have not snapped to the fact that the beer disease is actually the commies. Sheesh, they are waiting for the government to step up. Ha ha ha. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I think it may be even just, I guess, globalists, you know, I guess they are commies though, but the global communists, basically, the global communists have done this so they could restructure the economy and restructure humanity by that, restructure the human body, because they're going to be putting jabs in people with God knows what from Pfizer and Moderna that are so closely tied to the military-industrial complex, which the military-industrial complex, their big bread and butter thing is mind control and remote microwave attacks and things like that. So you got these pharmaceutical companies that are so closely tied to the military-industrial complex, putting God knows what from a jab that they haven't even isolated the virus, right? And the virus is like mutating and everything. And they're like, yeah, we got it. We got the jab. Yeah, we've got it down. It's just gonna clear this up, right? I mean, it just clearly on the face of it, it's false. Cheryl Lewis says, UN are in on it. Yeah. They're in on Agenda 20, like Agenda 2021 and Agenda. Out, you would find a lot of people in the UN that know about the worldwide directed energy weapon torture. Like a lot of them would probably be clueless about that, you know, except like Niels Melzer. So I mean, they're in on a lot of things, but it's like, what are they in on, right? Remember that word, guys. It'll explain a lot of inconsistencies about who knows what. Compartmentalization. Everybody, like, people participate in these global screwing every human being over and doing more than that on different knowledge at every level, right? So who knows what, but try not to have a tell anybody what to do. I try not to have a mentality of just everybody's in on it, because that's not how things work. Things are way more complicated than that. And if we can explain it to other people in that logical, common sense fashion, that obviously not everybody in every organization is evil and is like, oh yeah, let's kill human beings, right? It's done in this way, in a systematic way, with certain levers and compartmentalization, that some people who may not even know that we're being microwaved are still participating in gang stalking. They're still participating in certain, like, I don't know, accounting work or paperwork for some of them who don't really know the full story, right? That's how they get away with this, because if everybody had to be in on it, it could not work, right? So they figured out the system where they do this compartmentalization. Tanya, your targeting's really, really bad. I'm sorry. I know a lot of y'all's my targeting's really, really bad. Like, I can't use my brain. Hey, rights violated in Maryland 2020. It says they break into my home and so much has gone missing and or broken. Sadly. Blessings, yeah. Just destroy our lives, you know. You think something's fishy about Roman? He seems honest to me. You can't really fake that, like, oh, I want to make everybody smile and stuff like that. Like, he seems genuine. He does seem genuine. So I don't think he would be lying about any of this. But I guess I do have to like keep it on the table that maybe he's not. Maybe it's not this organized program, but it could be somebody who's maybe done work for these programs and knows how to do this stuff, knows how to tap in to the grid that your house is on, and mess with your car alarms and stuff like that, and do it 24 hours a day. Um, I don't know though. Maybe I think that is such a and it affects me. So no, like I ain't judging anybody for not believing anything. Like I mean, you can look out in the world and just be like, yeah, that's all a sham because I'm a targeted individual and I get set up so much. I forgot what I was going to say about that bad thing, and that's not just happening to us as targeted individuals. You got the whole population, right? And you got a lot of people in the population like looking at these things like let's just take the election fraud for example, and so many, probably way more, the majority of America knows there was election fraud and would rather, now that that happened and they know, would rather have Trump in. But they don't talk about it much because they're going to get in trouble, right? These huge mandates that if anybody's a Trump supporter, watch out, they could be a domestic terrorist, right? So they make these people that like have the truth and are more courageous and everything go, whoa, oh, I can be put in jail or considered domestic terrorist if I speak up now. They're getting more intense with the punishments, right? Because they realize that people are seeing through it. So it takes more courage to speak up because you can be really hurt. Like you can be like your brain can be microwaved and stuff like that. Or you can be thrown in jail as a domestic terrorist for so many years. They're getting more extreme in the tyranny because people are waking up, right? How it's all going to go. Like I had some kind of guesstimation, like even in the 2000s, and even like, but things have changed. You think that maybe so? GT says, I wonder if a military vehicle is the answer. An old H1 Hummer for 5,000 at Iron Planet. Maybe you could, maybe it would block some of it, and then you just stack up other materials. You know. Yeah, Jennifer said, what Harry dearly loved it said, imagine how much money and damages they owe all of us. And then Jennifer says, Harry, they could never pay us enough for what they have done. Yeah. I mean, for what they've done to my brain and some of y'all's brains and the nervous system and the time that we've lost, of course we're fighting and we try and find life within this somehow. Um, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars. It would be like it couldn't make up for any of this, but if we could at least get like the rest of our lives paid for, we could get out of the targeting and get some kind of reparations or settlement so we don't have to work because this is, I mean, I think I could work if but we shouldn't have to after this. It would be nice. We do need to start looking into some more realistic things. Like I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep talking about the UN, I guess. Like I know a lot of you guys are like the UN is in on this and stuff like that, but they've got programs where they can give funding out to torture victims, and we need to keep looking into that. And I need to get something from Niels Melzer saying if they have a plan. I know that there are a lot of people in on this stuff, and Agenda 2021, Agenda 2030, this program. We have to push in a way where it doesn't matter if somebody is like working for this program. We have to push in a way and put pressure on the system enough to where they shut down the program, where they're like, too many people know about it, it's getting out of hand, and we've got to go to the next stage and we've got to change that. I feel like that's to actually end these torture programs, that's kind of the way it's going to have to be. It's not going to be one court case, because a lot of targeted individuals have won court cases and gotten settlements. It's not going to be like this one. It's going to have to be pressure put on the system so that the people actually doing it will be like, okay, this is in an end now, right? And then when we get targeting us, then we'll have more energy to get our court cases and everything. We'll have time and stuff like that. That's just my opinion, though. It's all so unprecedented that we're just talking about it, and I don't really know how it's going to go. And that's the thing. It's actually kind of cool about it is that if you have faith in God, you stay close to God. It's like God, and this is like, so I get depressed about this stuff. We're talking about this in a secular way. I get depressed, but I don't want y'all to get the wrong idea. I still have complete faith in God, no matter what happens in this. I've experienced things that, like, let's just take the infection. Right? It's a weird situation, but it was something that I was like, dude, this is going to be forever. Dentists looked at the, like, I've been to dentists in the last like 2 years, and I guess they didn't see it, or maybe they weren't good dentists or something like that. And it's almost like God shifted reality in that situation and changed it. It was always like that. It seems in the secular world, it was always like that. It was just an infection, and I thought it was some, but it's almost like sometimes God just shifts reality, and it'll look like everything kind of just happened, but it's really God's hand in it. Oh, my chat went off. Okay, well, let's listen to there's like 2 more seconds. There's another minute on it.
To have fun with you guys and to continue to share our life and to motivate you, to inspire you. That's all just, I want it so bad. So here's to a fresh start. Season 2, Chapter 2. I've seen a lot of YouTubers do.
That'd really be sad if he really is targeted in this program and it just gets worse. It's like he didn't make a video after this. Did he make a video on his? He didn't make a video after
12 years. Not on the vlog channel. Season 2 after 6 years, 7 years. How long have we been vlogging?
And the thing that I see because of my situation, he has a company that's what's his company name? It's called like Smile something, Smile More. And he's always trying to be upbeat, right? And he's trying to be upbeat, and he has a good life. These are the types of people the people that work for these programs really, and they really want to torture them for a long time because they want to prove that nobody's really good, right? So he is kind of that personality that I see that somebody would take a dislike to him and be like, oh, let's see how happy he is. Let's see how successful and full of joy he is when we torture him and torture his mind and hurt his family. These people get a sick psychopathic joy out of like good people like hurting or stuff like that. Let's show him like the thing I was saying about Gladiator, where the guy sticks him in the back and he's like, smile for me now, brother, right? Because the Gladiator is so strong, he can do a bunch of good, awesome stuff, but this little weasel coward stabs him in the back and is bleeding out and he's like, smile for me now. How are you smiling at death now? Because I'm like killing you right now. It's like, that's what these guys are like. That's what these pieces of crap are. Oh, really? DePlume says it's a blizzard outside where I am. It's getting really cold. We had to wrap my grandma's water pipes and my aunt's water pipes here because it's getting so cold here. Maybe it'll snow here too, because you're in Texas. If it comes through here, maybe it'll come this way. Yeah, Queen Esther says exactly, they are jealous. Yeah, I mean, these people don't have souls that do this, so they pick out, the program tends to pick out nice people. It's all kinds of personalities that it picks out. In my situation, though, these guys that turned it into this overt torture, they were both ex-military guys that lived by me in my apartment, and they were both just grumpy, didn't have any family over ever. This one guy, he'd leave his windows open and he had this Spartan existence. And I'm not equating him to a Spartan because I think that he had a hand in making my life, just making the targeting way worse. But it's like he'd watch TV and he really didn't have a lot to do. It's like these people that do this stuff, they can't be creative. They can't say, oh, I'd like to watch some movies and maybe write some, or like comic books or video games. It's like they're so bored unless they're hurting people, right? I don't know if that made sense. Really? The plume says, yeah, we're getting a foot of snow. Unheard of for here. Oh, that's awesome. I want some snow here. I'd go run out in it. I just put the bat, my neck is so hot. Like I went out this morning and it was like really, really cold outside and it just hit my body. And I was like, oh, because they'll target me with the remote neural manipulation. It's like just heat all over the sides of my body. And I didn't use Dave Case's CD. Like it gets so much worse if I don't put that lead cap on with my headgear and then Dave Case's CD. It gets so much worse when I wake up. I like your attitude, Trukism. Trukism says it will come out and is being investigated by thousands of people worldwide. It will stop 100%. Legislation and laws in place. This is inevitable. Not much longer. I like your attitude, man. Yeah, we need some of you guys. I don't know how long you've been targeted, Trukism, but like I've always been an person. Like even when I'm saying stuff like how big this program is, and we're just talking about it. It sounds bleak, but I always have hope for moving forward. Everyone in the world is going through tyranny now and waking up. So things are going to be changing in an unprecedented way in like everything in life. And it's going to shake everything up. And when things get shaken up, that's where God works the best, right? Jurassic Park. This is Jurassic Park. These people think they can have a dinosaur park and nothing's going to go wrong. But the algorithms aren't going to figure out Jurassic Park. The dinosaurs are going to break out. Dinosaurs being us. I forgot what I was saying, but yeah, we need some of you guys. Like I've been going through this for so long that I do sometimes I get like the remote neural manipulation is really bad and it makes me depressed. And then I'll think of things on my own about how big this is, and I'll sometimes say those things. We need some of you guys that have maybe been, I don't know how long you've been targeted, but we need y'all that are just like, hey, yeah, this is just going to happen. We need that kind of attitude. Like I can't, like I can say that God's hand is in this and that we can have victories, especially with defenses and stuff, but I'm not going to be saying anymore, like, because I've been saying it for so long, oh, this program is about to end. It's about to end. And we say that to keep going, but I'm gonna try not to just do that. There's real hope, right? In the real situation, there's real hope, and we don't need false hope. And definitely what you're saying, Trukism, is not false hope. If you believe that, say it. And we got to put out evidence, and we've got to, it's very good. It's very good to be very, very positive. It can change things. It can increase the probability of getting things done, and it can put God's hand on it more. I just like, man, I get on here and I'll just kind of say what's on my mind. It's like, what are we at? 4 hours? Sometimes I'm going to say some stuff because I'm depressed.
Kane was
2.
But that's a good attitude.
Huh? 7 years? Is that possible? It's not possible. 7 years?
It had to be. Because he didn't turn 3 until after.
Okay, now they're just talking about all of their kids or something. But yeah, so I guess just let me know what you guys think in the comments. I don't know. He might strike this video. I doubt it. He seems like a nice guy. Maybe he'll watch it. Maybe he'll watch the video and be like, am I a targeted individual? It's hard to say. I have an instinct that it has something to do with this program, and that it does have something to do with the weapons too. They're using, because they use these weapons on people in such different ways. And when I hear him talking about that stuff, it's like I just get this feeling. So Rachno Nixon, it went overt for you 8 years ago. Went overt for me in 2011. It's been just a nightmare. Victories in it, like I never knew how strong I was. I kind of look at my grandma, and this is God's hand and things. The way that my grandma is like facing kind of the end of her life, and I'm like, wow, she has really, really strong genetics. Like she bounces back from stuff very well, and so that's kind of God giving me some good genetics. Yeah, some people that I know have been going through it before, like since like 1980 or something like that. Like some people on the calls have been going through it for like 30 years. That'd be 40 years. Yeah, we have some targeted individuals like in our group that have been going through for like 40 years and stuff. I can't, like, I don't know, like, I've been, since 2011, I've been going through it and using defenses, and it's hurt my mind. So it's, well, you got to factor in too, I've been making videos and doing all this stuff, and so they punish me a lot more. See, yeah, I get what you're saying, no wanting. So you're saying, no wanting says, let me guess, at true peace and safety. I am 64. I can and will cope with this. Trust a plan. No. See, I can't cope with this. I can cope with this in survival, right? I can survive this. I can do activism, but I can't like go get a job that I'd have to be consistent at, you know, because the V2K. So it's like for a lot of things that I want to do in my life, I need it to end, or I need to find a defense that will get it like so, like maybe 2% still hit me. I don't know. I don't think we should be trusting any plans, especially Q. I can't believe that kept going. I can't believe that like Jordan Sather is still, like a lot of people are still like saying, yeah, we still got to listen to Q. And so that's insanity. But there are good people trying to do good things, and if that's one of the biggest problems. Like if people could trust each other, if there wasn't so much, but they had to do that. These evil people had to make it so we don't know who's who, and they're sending in infiltrators, and some people are working for the state. It's happened all the time. In Mao Zedong's China, they would put people in to come and talk to the revolutionary group and say, I hate Mao Zedong too. And they would really be informants, and they would inform on those people and get them killed, right? And do so. So it's been throughout history that they've had these people to do that. If we didn't have that, and then we could just I'm a good person, but now we're not just like, oh well, that person seems nice and they seem like what they're doing is good. We're like, oh man, is that a complete act? Is all that information, even though it's true, it's somehow being used against us? It's like, because of the awfulness of our society, we have to question everything. And the psychopaths that work for the system don't. They know where everybody stands, who's an agent and who's a target and everything like that. So the evil people have been given this kind of bird's eye view, while good people who want to do good things are like, who the hell's who? Who's who? Yeah. No whining says, yes, Kyle, trauma and torture changes people in many good plans. Yeah. Yes, it does. But this is something that can maybe is a happy thought, that maybe the plan that I wanted for my life, it's not the plan that God wanted for my life, and that we're going through this now, but something good's going to come out of it. It's hard to see something good coming out of lifelong torture, but I found a lot of hope in a lot of these defenses, you know. Rachno Nixon says, I think they target entire family bloodlines. Why I'm sure, but I've noticed it's a reoccurring theme in a lot of our stories. Yeah, because my dad's targeted, and my mom like could be targeted, but she's just taken, like, because she has a lot of weird health issues, and she would never say it was this. Yeah, Queen Esther says, Vulcan Wolverine, we need to use our gut intuition. That's what will get us. That's what will get us through. Even Jesus was betrayed. Yeah. Use our discernment and everything like that. I feel like discernment goes a lot off of somebody's energy, you know. And I'm saying we do have to use discernment, but we're moving into a whole new territory, where somebody who makes good choices and does good things with these weapons and the remote neural manipulation and manipulating biofields, they can give a very good person a very bad energy. You know, we're coming into a whole new understanding, because like people forever, right, are just like, I like that person's energy. They have a good energy about them. They must be good spiritually and everything like that. But I'm learning I'm experiencing it, how I'm a good person, but sometimes like the remote neural manipulation with the brain, and then the way that people treat me when I go out in society who aren't gang stalkers, they like treat me like I don't know about that guy, you know. And so these things, they're learning things. We have more knowledge than people in the public. We also have more weight. We're being tortured all the time, you know. Nicholas Hamlin says the perps are beginning to assault me personally now. Like, attacking you, Nicholas? Get them on that. If they're attacking you and hitting you in the face or something like that, you get the cops. You get the cops, because that's something you can actually grab onto. Yeah, I agree. We've got to trust in God. We've got to trust in God. Queen F says exactly, we need to trust in God. All the way, man. This is the time that we live in. Such bizarre technology. But it's like, I don't know, even if this program doesn't just like stop all of a sudden, like, I hope it does in the next few years, but the coinciding consumer technologies and medical treatments and things like that are coming out, and they're using good frequencies, right, when bad frequencies are being used on us. So we will have an arsenal. Like, we'll have an arsenal soon of something you can just put on your head, and it puts good frequencies straight to your freaking head, and it can maybe block what our attackers are doing, right? We've just got to find those things. I'm so tired. I'm unmotivated to do a lot of research. But I know if I spent a couple of days on it, I could find something really good. I'm gonna try that entrainment thing next. I don't have a lot of money. I'm gonna spend money on like a new camera. I don't know. Do we need a new camera? This lighting seems to work, but I think a microphone would be good. And it seems like if I'm gonna get a new microphone, I was thinking just get a really good webcam. I guess I see everybody who has a good microphone has a separate microphone from the webcam, to maybe mid-grade it on both. Mid-grade the webcam, mid-grade the separate microphone. Because I think that would be good. And I am, guys, I'm really sick with this. It's like I can think of stuff to do, but I do have a hard time. It's getting harder to think on my feet. Like, so when y'all ask me a question or something, it's just like I might say something like I said today with SHP. Like, I like SHP. What I've seen her working on, she's a fighter. She made a channel. She's working on this stuff that I think does have validity, and that's just what I'm going off of. But it gets a little bit to where I don't even know, like, I'm just saying stuff on a 4-hour live stream, and there's gonna be something in there. There's gonna be one sentence that if somebody's watching it, they're gonna be like, oh my God, he said that. Like, I totally disagree with that. So I think maybe to protect myself a little bit, I might just go down to shorter videos. I've been thinking about it for a while. I love you guys. I do love the live streams. This is a lot of good information, right? We're passing along good information, but the remote neural manipulation, the stuff going on with my brain, it's just like I don't know. I don't like that sometimes, how it's like I'm doing 4-hour live streams, and it's just like I feel like I could say one thing that's just offhand. Like, I don't know, SHP, yeah, I like her, blah, 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 and it's like a huge deal or something. I don't know. I'm thinking about that. We would definitely do live streams. Like, I would just go to doing shorter format videos and trying to edit and stuff. And then, because like I've got to find a job. I don't know what I'm doing here, because really my targeting's at a point where it's like if I use defenses and stuff, I can survive. But I'm like, oh, I got to do this and I got to do this. I'm trying to go up, and I don't know. I think it's too much. I think it's too much for me, but I don't like to admit it when things are too much. Because like I'm gonna fight this in some way. I'm gonna figure something out, but it's like I don't know. A lot of drama has beset upon me from doing these videos, and especially the live streams. And it's become like, that's what bothers, like that some of the stuff that's happened has bothered me more than what my attackers do, because I know what to expect from my attackers. They're trying to kill me and insult me and bring me down. But then I've had some things happen where I expect, like, can we be supportive of each other and stuff like that. And I've gotten kind of, not on this live stream or whatever, just many instances along the way. And I'm just thinking about things, you know. Just Aaron says, I'd edit for you, but I don't have a computer. I have some editing software. I actually have like a little, like a something that I'm working on. But I was thinking of doing, like, because I want to get a lot of information out. There's a lot of new information coming out about this technology in our society, and also because, like, I'm still having some conversations with some people about, like, who's doing this. So I want to also go through, like, a bunch of stuff again about contractors and stuff like that that are actually doing this, and they talk about doing it. But I was thinking of maybe like a, not exactly like him, but you know how Tim Pool will come on with an article and kind of talk about it. Maybe I won't read the whole article because I know that gets boring, but like read some of the article and then just kind of like expound on it, do some of those videos, work on some editing, and then we do live streams maybe, you know, on the weekends and stuff like that. I really feel like y'all can come into the live stream space, you know, and talk to each other, and I feel like it's really good. Yeah, New Type says they always control both sides of a movement. Yeah, New Type says, but we can't know about Q really. Maybe it is good, but targets have seen how they always control both sides. Yeah. Well, it's being used for evil now. Like maybe it started out with good intentions, like Q started out with good intentions or whatever, but like literally after Trump is out of office, they're getting money from people. They're like, I don't even think it's about money. Looking at Simon Parks and that other fella, the bald-headed fella, I don't know if this is what's getting me thumbs down on my videos, but it's the truth, so I don't care. Simon Parks and that other bald-headed fella, they are part of some kind of intelligence group, either in England or America, and they're seeing, what do they do with targeting to us, guys? Individually, they try and push our belief systems. They try and push what we believe. Like you've heard Robert Duncan say that. You've probably experienced it if you're a target individual. They're trying to do that with stuff like Q and a bunch of stuff like that. They're trying to see how they can, many other things too, keeping people on their butts, right, and not like actually dealing with what's really going on. But they are also doing psychological operations to see how far they can put, like, oh, Donald Trump's out of office, can we say that something's going to happen on March 4th? How many people will believe us? And get detailed information about the people that believe them, and then know a lot of stuff about how to control a bunch of other people. These are psychological operations to see if, even when Trump's out of office, and you know, they kept saying that he was going to win, will people stay? And yes, they will keep believing, you know. And so we've got all these, like, with targeted individuals, with us individually, they're trying to push our beliefs, manipulate our mind, and everything like that. They've also got bigger things on social media trying to push people's beliefs. When somebody comes on the scene and is talking about like Q and Trump, and they immediately get like 500,000 views on every video, there's no build up. There's no build up at all. Like you got to look at that. You got to say, yeah. Yeah, that's true. No whining. No whining says no one's hostility is worth entertaining. When I have been only civil and encountered drama, only intelligent thing to do is wipe my feet off and walk away. The truth is not slander. Forgive. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Sleeping Beauty says, I'm not sure. Arachno Nixon, I bought it from Amazon. I just started it. If I find any new info on, I'll pass you. What'd you find on Amazon, Sleeping Beauty? Yeah, DePlume says, I do not consent either. I do not consent to torture. No person experiencing this technology and harassment consents to it. Wow, it's like 7:45. We've almost been going 4 hours, guys. All right, guys, I love y'all. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Let's say a prayer. Let's say a prayer. Thank you, Queen Esther. Queen Esther says, Vulcan Wolverine, you are the real deal. That's why they will not let your channel grow. They only take care of their own. It's been really slow going. Like if I make a bunch of videos, like if I like do like 3 videos or 4 videos, I'll get like maybe 10 subscribers a week or something like that. If I do, YouTube is like you got to do stuff all the time. You got to make a video every day, and then your channel will grow. Like even mine can kind of squeak through, even though I'm not getting put into the main feed. It's gonna just be there, and people will maybe share it and stuff like that. So I'll kind of like, I don't, how many? It's 3,000. That's 100 something. Yeah, so about 10 subscribers. Like if I do a video, like if I did a video like 3 days, probably 4 days this week, I'd probably get about 10 subscribers, you know. But if I don't make videos, I make them every so often, I don't grow at all. Like if I make a video this week, then I made a video maybe a week and a half from now, and then I make a video maybe a week after that, no subscribers. YouTube is you do YouTube. You make a video every day, and I can't do that with how bad this targeting is, you know. Hey, Paul. Paul says, thanks, Kyle, for all you do to inform others. And Paul, thank you. Thank all of you guys just for getting through this. And if you are like getting this information out, just thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like we're surviving, all right? We are surviving. And it's like with these defenses, guys, it really does. Like you know, it's bad. I think the thing that is the hardest stop, the V2K, and then the like emotional injections, the visual injection, you know, kind of the Dave Case CD has helped with, but it's like you can stop a lot of the massive pain. Dave Case's CD. There's got to be something else for some of you guys who can't use that. Try this. Okay, try this. And so another targeted individual told me about this. I'd kind of like looked into it, but they were saying it really helped. Try some ASMR. I don't know if it'll help. I don't know how much it'll help, but try some ASMR. It's like these people and they're talking in a certain way on a video, and it's like it's supposed to be soothing. Use earphones and listen to that and see if it helps at all, especially if you have V2K. It's supposed to stimulate like a nerve that runs like through your ear down here. And it's kind of helped me to listen to some ASMR. There's so much out there. It's like somebody like whispering or making noises, and it'll give you like kind of tingles and stuff. Like that can make it a little bit better for us. And then we're going to have to look for bigger things with defense. I have to say, Dave Case's CD is like, that's that. Like I'd be using these other defenses and stuff, and I'd maybe get shaving off like 20% of the pain. But when you're using that CD and you're taking off the big brunt of this biorelevant feedback loop that's churning everything up and can, even with the remote neural manipulation, make you feel like you're getting external hits when they're not the external hits that and there are external hits, but I'm just saying remote neural manipulation can get that bad where you feel like heat and it feels external, but it's like it's literally them messing with your brain to make you feel that. Okay, Arachnodix says people are asking about your PayPal and enabling super chats. Enable post link. You know, I don't have any monetization on my channel, but I'll show you on my PayPal. I usually put it on every video in the description, but it's what is it? PayPal.me/Vulcan Wolverine. And I really appreciate anybody who has donated to me. And I got to tell you all the truth. Most of it has been used to like pay my internet and buy food, but like I'm building up money so we can get some better stuff out. And you know, I'm just thinking about the live stream thing. And you know, I shouldn't say I'm going to quit doing live streams because I'm not. Because I'm not. Thank you for coming, Charles Hurley. And anybody, like, if y'all are asking questions and we like, or maybe like disagreeing or something, I don't mean to be rude. I'm going to try and like kind of stay out of what other people are doing. I just like, this is my thing, guys. If there's a targeted individual and they're like, man, I'm working on something and they're out there and they're doing it, I kind of look past anything bad about them. And it's a problem. All right, it is. It's not right. It's not right, but and I won't look past like really bad stuff. But you know, with TC, it was the same thing. A lot of people had problems with TC, but he was like putting the information out. He was really targeted. So I kind of look past anything else. Yeah, new type. I posted in the chat. It's just a PayPal.me. What is it? PayPal.me/Vulcan Wolverine. I don't think I'm gonna quit. I can't quit doing the live streams. It's such a long time of me talking, and the way that YouTube works, it's like, man, you can have a lot of great information. I don't know. It's not a big worry. It's not a big worry for me or anything like that. I don't really care. But like on one of like. We were doing a think tank about where to go from here, right? As targeted individuals, we're on this live stream. We're just doing a think tank. And I'm like, these are the things that I'm going to be doing for. What's everybody else going to be doing? I got like 40 thumbs up and 10 thumbs down. And I was like, okay, so is this just straight up perpetrators, or are these TIs that don't agree with like my ideas, or like, and I'm just like, you know, if I do a short video and I get the information across, then I can get the thumbs up and that information goes out. If we have 40 thumbs up and 10 thumbs down, that's not going to get out there. It's the information, y'all are going to get it, but those thumbs down, like, stop it. The thumbs down, like, stop your information from getting out as much. And I'm just like, are these targeted individuals that are giving me thumbs down? Don't we want this information out? And I just hate the way this is a completely controlled communications thing that we have. We're getting good information out. I'm giving information to y'all, but the way, like, they can just get a bunch of perpetrators to give me enough thumbs down to where my channel doesn't go anywhere, you know? I get, maybe it does. Maybe the thumbs down, and I don't care. Like, my feelings aren't hurt. I'm just like, maybe if I do shorter videos, I won't do too much TMI. And just saying, like, sometimes I'm just talking off the top of my head, you know, but I know things about this technology and what's happening, but we're just talking about it. Written Dream says, have you seen President Trump be attacked by covert weapons? And Written Dream says, I saw it on TV. No, I haven't. If you can send me a video where, I mean, his face gets read a lot. I would think that he would have people, like, he would have had some military advisors to, like, okay, you got to put this thing in your, this is so hopeful, guys. Hold on to this. I have more hope in defenses and the technology shifting into our hands than I do for this completely corrupt apocalyptic system to say, oh, let's stop torturing people. You know what I'm saying? But like Donald Trump, I'm sure he had military advisors that were like, Russia could try and hack his mind. You know, China could try and hack his mind. The Democratic Party could try and hack his mind. So they probably had something to make sure that his mind wasn't getting hacked, right? There had to have been. There had to have been, because people would have been hacking his mind, you know, and his military advisors would know about that. Most definitely. Would they tell him? Yeah, I guess they'd have to tell him. I don't know. Those are just guesses. I don't really know exactly what Trump, you know. Maybe they just wouldn't target him with weapons because, like, he's the president. He would have made a big stink about it or something like that. Yeah, new type. And that's the thing. Like, I didn't even want to mention it because I don't care. Like, it wasn't like, oh man, I got thumbs down. People don't like me or something like that. It wasn't anything like that. It was just like, man, that's a 4-hour live stream where we're talking about moving forward, and it's like, I don't like, and it's probably not going to go anywhere. Only the people, it got pretty good views. It got pretty good views. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It's just, it's unnerving. It's unnerving that we're targeted individuals. This is still YouTube, right? As much as I don't want this to be YouTube, and for me to do real activism on YouTube, right? And many years ago, many people talked about that, and I talked about that, and I was like, I'm going to do all this activism, and so a very smart person said, "You're on YouTube. You ain't going to do no activism." You know, we're helping each other. We're getting the information out there, but it's YouTube. You know, it's YouTube. Yeah, guys, and I will, like, I'm on Social Security, and like I do sometimes, like I'll pay my internet bill or something, trying to, it kind of like, I'm gonna get the camera and the microphone too, and I'm gonna think of some other things. I'm gonna think of some other things as well as editing. The money really is this. It's like, because I'm trying to figure, and I guess maybe I should be thankful for this, because I know a lot of targeted individuals, you're like, how do I just get through the day? And you're not thinking about like, oh, how do I go and get a job or anything? Like my Social Security is going to be, it's going to be up for review in 2022. And like I'm so thankful for the donations, which I do use. Like it kind of can keep me doing this, right? And I've been like, racking my mind, not really racking my mind, but thinking of a way where it's not like, I know you guys have money. Targeted individuals don't have money. We're all strapped, right? The targeted individuals that have donated to me, I really appreciate it. And I've been thinking like, okay, and GT says, Kyle, buy life insurance. And then I'll probably the next day I'd die, you know? So I'm trying to think of something that can keep me doing this, as well as like, and I guess I should feel blessed that I'm doing enough energy to do that. You know, because my family, like my family just, you know, waiting for me to make right. It's so insane. Like what I've gone through and what you guys have gone through, this torture, like we are warriors. Like, something real, but then to get this thing from my family, like when are you going to grow up and get a job? So I kind of want to, if I'm doing this, maybe the whole thing will be like, okay, I'll keep doing this, we'll do donation, you know, and then I'll get a job too. But I just feel like, you know, I don't know, I'm just trying to work it out. It's hard to, like, with the remote neural manipulation, it's hard to just, like, with a big decision, you know, such a big decision, it's hard to just be like, boom, do it. You know, I'm trying to get better at that. I used to be good at it, just, you know, and I'm always going to do the right thing, but there's a lot of different ways to do the right thing. New Type says, your streams are powerful, however many hours they are. Yeah. There's not much better targets could do than to check out your videos and converse and brainstorm with others in the chat as well. Yeah, I feel, and a lot of this stuff, it's not like, I feel like we live in a society now where people who don't know anything, they're acting like the authority, and like everything they say is right and stuff. It doesn't exist in society with how complicated things are. And I feel like that's like a really bad way to do things, and that's how it happens on these communications, like YouTube and everything like that. There are a lot of people. I like the guy from High Impact Blogs. I don't know what you guys think of him. He's a good man. I disagree with him about a lot of stuff, and like I don't know what he knows about this, but he's always willing to like say, hey, maybe I was wrong about that. You know, we're talking about this stuff. This is pretty complicated. And I think that I like that about Brian a lot. He's just willing to learn. We've all got to be willing to learn. This stuff is way more complicated than anything that human beings have ever come across, you know. Hey, Waterfalls is here. I love her videos. I've watched a few of her videos. I know she's getting hurt really bad too. I don't Maybe you're talking about something else. Yeah, and that's why, yeah, like I'm not, my thing is not like, oh, my YouTube stats are bad. It's like getting this information out, right? Yeah, no whining says trusting Jesus is a win-win. And that the thing with me though, no whining is, I can't just leave it there. Like I can't just like, I gotta be we gotta be help. We got to, because so many people are being tortured, and if we all do something, that's what Jesus would want us to do, right? Jesus is coming soon. Everyone look busy. I wanted to tell that joke for a long time. But yeah, trusting in Jesus is number one. But then it's like in this life, like my body's still getting worn down by this bullet, right? This bullet from a gun. So I'm like, okay, Jesus, I got to do something. We got to get out of this. Where you lead me on that, right? With this, and I understand you can't fix the world. And let me say this, guys, because my dad's talked to me about this a lot. He's very wise, and I agree. You can't really change something this big either. What we're experiencing individually, you can't look at a global system and go, boy, I can just fix that, because it'll change. We can change it. We can put in little bits, right? And it'll change, but you can't just change it with one fell swoop. It's a huge system, and it's gotten this way for many, many years, and a lot of corrupt work. Now, what we can control is we can control our individual lives. We can control using defenses, because this is science. The stuff that they're using is science, and we can use science to combat that. I can guarantee you will get relief if you use some defenses, if we do some of that. I can't guarantee when this program is going to end or what's even going to happen in the future, because our future is unprecedented, right? In short form, I totally agree with no whining. We trust in Jesus. We do as much as we can. It's been frustrating for me. My brain used to work so well, and I could just always say the right thing. And maybe this, and that was before the targeting, before my first videos. I was not as in control as I am now, because I was so like just shock and awe, stressed out. Never did videos, so I forgot what I was saying. My attackers like blank out my head when I'm talking. New Type says, high impact guy worked in water division for a while and talked about how they put fluoride in the water, and that when he was working he refused to. Yeah, man, they're just trying to kill. Like, there's all these things that they're just, and people participate in it. People participate in poisoning other people and hurting other people and lying to other people and microwaving other people, thinking they're somehow they're going to get out of this. Somehow they're going to build this crap society where everybody's murdering each other and they're going to be fine. Like, I don't understand. They don't care. They don't care. Okay, wait. Written Dreams. I like your Fozzie avatar. I like Fozzie the bear. Waka waka. Waka waka. Waka waka. Wait. Oh, do y'all want to see? Oh, I don't have it. Never mind. I got it. I got from this place. It's called Dr. Feelgood. There's these little vape pens that have like Delta 8 THC, which is legal. You can sell it in Baton Rouge. I got a little vape pen for it, and even like I can't get them because I don't want to smoke anything that even smells like weed in my place or whatever. But legal hemp that you can smoke, that the Delta 8 THC is like spread on. I wanted to show you all that. It's kind of what I do to relax. I'm cutting down on. Happy Valentine's Day to Plume. What else did I want to say? What's helping me to get along? I'm trying to cut down on kratom a lot, so I'll take like 4, maybe twice or 3 times a day. The Neurontin I'm cutting down on, because it's like the Neurontin really helps real well, but it kind of gets you in a little bit of a cycle there. I could see what Turtle Tribal Nation was saying. If you took it for many years and you took a whole lot, it might mess you up, you know. So you just got to be careful with it. Yeah, GT says Delta 8 is great. It's not bad. It's not exactly like, you know, the real stuff. That kind of calms me down. I'm playing Assassin's Creed Unity. It's the one where it's the French Revolution. I was thinking that was very weird how the American Revolution and the French Revolution were so close in timing. And like, I guess I need to go just restudy the history, but I was like, that's kind of suspicious. Did all those revolutions happen to make people think they were gaining some kind of freedom, but it was just the next stage of the experiment, you know? You think so, GT? GT says Neurontin is bad, bro. Maybe two, yeah, maybe take, you know, I take like 2 a day now. I'm going to go back, I'm going to go down to 1 a day. GT says all revolutions are effing fake. We need a real revolution. The real revolution's like, because there's a real revolution going on now. There's a lot of stuff that we can't talk about. That's another problem I'm having with YouTube, right? Because I'm on YouTube and we've got to talk a certain way about things, and I kind of want to get into a space, even if it's not on social media, where I can talk about things, you know. Because that's also what normalizes people, is we're censored, right? And we're talking and we start thinking like that, even with the hard situation going on. Man, that's so many. Everyone is mind controlled, right? We all know that. Everybody's being mind controlled. I actually, well, I don't want to talk about it. I'm okay. Like, I appreciate it though, man. I appreciate it, man. I try and be good. But that is one thing, guys. I'll be honest. What time is it? It's like 8. Yeah, we're good here. I'll be honest. I use a lot of chemical shielding. Lorazepam, Neurontin, and sometimes I'll, like, if I stop taking Neurontin, I'll be doing lorazepam and kratom, and then to just get the edge off, like to play a video game, and like I'll do a little bit of Delta 8 THC, you know, and that is okay. Those things are okay to get you through, right? The kratom was even okay to get me through for the first like 2 years or whatever, but then you're just doing it all. It's like all the time to get through, and it just has less of an effect on the body. So there's many things that I'm trying to do to get through this that are not like perfect by any means, you know. And I kind of like, I just be careful with everything. And you know, like stuff that I say, it may work differently with you and stuff like that. And I'm never going to prescribe anything, obviously. You know, just be careful. Hey, thank you, Nicholas. You've given me a lot of hope. You give me a lot of understanding about how these frequencies work. Nicholas says, Kyle, you've given me hope. Keep doing it. I just, honestly, guys, I'm worried about my cognitive function. And it's like I can get the pain down and I can get everything down, and the thing healing up is good. It's giving me more focus. I'm just I like doing the live streams more, because I like it. Like if I forget what I'm saying, y'all are there to say something, you know, that's a good point, and then we can work off of that. I think maybe if we just balance it, you know. I don't know, you know. Just like it seemed like we were so close, but maybe we weren't. Like I just thought with the UN thing, I was like, man, this is gonna change. This guy, he is going to say it in the general session. It's going to change our lives. This is the time that it's going to change our lives. And it's just like, just more people found out about it. Just more, like Niels Melzer and a bunch of more professional people with a like global power to say something. They found out about it and kept their mouth shut, you know. Like that's even, you know, there's a lot of hope, but that was just like, wow, he knows, and he has a lot of power, and he knew, like, I think he knows that there's so much money involved in this that you can't just, like, one man can't just get up and break the whole thing. They'll make you know, they'll make an example out of him. And I think that Julian Assange, the stuff that he hasn't put to do with these programs, like the information that he hasn't put out and that would probably be put out if he died, which I hope he doesn't die. I hope he just puts the information out. But you see how they want to make examples of people who are going to do the right thing, you know. Arachno Nixon says, I had a Xanax script at 17, only filled it once, but it helped a lot. Yeah. Yeah, lorazepam is kind of like, it's a cousin of Xanax, but it has a little bit of a sleeping agent in it. And lorazepam lasts for 11 hours. It has an 11-hour half-life, right? So that means it stays in your system for like 10 to 11 hours. Xanax has like a 4 to 6 hour half-life. So you take a Xanax and that's like 4 hours, it's out of your system, right? So I don't want to have something that I have to take too much of. I do better than I expect from like controlling like any kind of things I put in my body. I thought I would drink more, but I don't drink. Like I'll drink sometimes. Just too rough on my body. Well, that's the thing, Arachno Nixon. Let me read what you said. Arachno Nixon says, VW, I love you, man, and respect your beliefs, but I knew the whole time the Meltzer thing would go nowhere. You know, and that's I was listening to people who said that, but it's like sometimes we got to be a little bit delusional, guys. And I'm not talking about like, let's be tricked and let's believe everything, but with faith. Sometimes we've got to these pressure points that we're seeing. It's like, that's going to work. That's going to work. But we do it so it won't break us if it doesn't work, right? So that we have other options, the pressure points out there. But we got to believe, you know, it increases so much probability when you have faith, and then your actions are better. Your actions are more focused because you have faith that you can do it. And just the whole thing about belief is just, it makes the probability better. And I just, you know, I have to be positive about that stuff because, you know, who knows if more targeted individuals would have gotten involved or something different would have happened or something like that, maybe he would have said something about it. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people said it wouldn't happen. This is my thing, and some of you guys, you're gonna be right all the time. You're gonna be right a lot. If you're saying that's not gonna work, you're probably be right. But I would rather that we have hope, and that maybe and we have some hope, and it has more of a probability working that doesn't work out, and then I'm wrong, right? Then like you can be right all the time, you know. But we need to find that one time where it's like this can work. And the only way to find that one time where it can work is to go through a bunch of crap that doesn't work, right? There's no looking for the silver bullet and shooting once. They're shooting a bunch of silver. We need to shoot a bunch of silver bullets, right? Yeah, we need to. Okay, wait, that's a bad metaphor. No gun metaphors. We just need to throw a lot of spaghetti against the wall because this is unprecedented. We don't know what's going to break through. And most of the time, just the activity of talking about it and doing it and talking about the unit and all of us that can let a lot more people know about the issue. So doing these things, they might not, Niels Melzer might not come out and say it, but this is like that group form, right? There was the EU coalition, right, was formed, and things happened during that fight that put us in a better position, right? Yeah, that's a good saying. Arachno Nixon says, I'd rather work my way through the pig shit than an imaginary field of lilies. But sometimes the field of lilies is not imaginary. Sometimes you get burned, right? But sometimes your hope and stuff like that can affect things so much. Like I think in our society, we've learned to be less. People are like, I only want to see the facts, and like people have learned to be more cynical and things like that. And there's just so much power in faith. There is a magic, and a good magic, not a bad satanic magic. There's a magic and a connection to things that we don't know everything that we know about God and Jesus Christ, but there's also a chain of command from God and good, only good, like good beings and stuff like that. When you reach for those things, it's like in this, it's like it can, this is like the worst thing, right? Being targeted, but it's off. If you really have a lot of faith and you keep believing, even through the worst stuff, trust me, guys, man, I've had some really bad stuff, and miraculously, a lot of or still bad stuff happens, right? In every life, it's just such a magic there, such a magic to believe, and the probability goes up. And I'd say the biggest thing is like we all think differently. Like we need people like you, Rackner Nixon, and we need people like me. We don't need everybody to be like me. Well, I don't know. Now I'm a little bit more cynical after going through this for so long. But my point is we need dreamers and we need practical people, right? We don't need to throw out one or the other, because the dreamers can keep the practical people, dreaming, and then the practical people can keep the dreamers grounded a little bit, So we need both in this world. I fear that like these kind of people that would use this technology and like kill people, they really don't like creative people. They don't see a need for it. Like psychopaths don't see a need for creativity because psychopaths are compliant and always take orders. And it's a huge part. Dreamers and creative people are so important to this world, so important to the building of the world. Like how many like architects and stuff like that read poems and things like that from Robert Frost or somebody else and got inspired to do something practical. Things flow and feed into each other in life in this miraculous way. I just went off on a like whatever when it was just, I should have just read your comment. That's a good saying though, I think I would rather like, cause when I get into my own imaginative world, right? It's not like I think those things, like, it's not like I think that I can fly because I like Superman or anything like that. I can keep that reality I can keep reality separate from inspirational things, right? But like when you imagine and you think things can go beyond, there's a link in evolution to believing that you can do it, impossible things, right? I know some people it's like we all have our paths from God, but my path is like, I think, saying some stuff that people are like, wow, that's complete BS, Kyle, and you are delusional, but I got to stick to those things, because it's the way, it's the path that God has me. It's the role that God has put me here for, right? Yeah, creativity. They've stolen so much of my creativity and the way that my visual cortex works. Oh my God! It's not like it's like not even out. They used to put a lot of gross stuff in my visual cortex, but now it's just the automated systems just have it suppressed. So it's not like my mind's not flowing into different visuals and memorizing things. It's just like very suppressed, and I can still, it still works a little bit, but it works differently. They've changed my brain, and I question whether or not, if the remote neural manipulation was taken off of my brain, would it just bounce back to that, or have they done something permanently to my brain? Yeah, Arachnodix says symbiosis. Yeah. There's a reason why God puts different types of people on the earth. Arachnodix says, I used to be a dreamer, but they stole that from me. A lot of our targeting is them turning you into things you're not meant to be. Yeah. But never give up on your dreams. And never give up on, and it may be a different dream, maybe a better dream after this. We could make, what I feel about this is that we can make something out of this, writing books about it and things like that, telling people that, like, if we can think about it the right way, this technology is magnificent. Like, it's hurting me. It's evil because of the way that they're using it, but it's magnificent. And we've learned some, we've learned some knowledge from it. So can we make a life out of that? It's so hard when your brain's being microwaved, but y'all know what I'm saying. Yeah, I feel you on that too, Arachno Nixon. Sleeping Beauty said, I feel you on that, Arachno Nixon. I do too. Yeah, I do. I do feel y'all on that. It feels like they've stolen my dreams. It feels like a lot of stuff that I want to do, but I've got to just trust in God. I've experienced so many amazing things in the jaws of death that it's like there's something good like looking out for us. This is a dangerous freedom on our world, like these evil people, the evil people that are they use their freedoms to try and enslave others, but it seems to be the way that the universe has to work. New Type says, we manifest our reality. Let's bend reality to a place of enlightenment and freedom from the evil system we have woken up to. I agree with that. Like this targeting has like made me believe in the law of attraction more. When your brain's doing really bad, you're being torn down, your energy's bad, things don't work out, and it's because of a lot of variables. Like your focus is off, you're missing things, you're not doing as much as you do, so things turn out a lot worse. So like, to create our own reality, we need high frequency, we need high resonance to create that. And there are a lot of creative people who, if they were just left to their own, do incredible things and affect the world in a certain way. I think that's one of the reasons why they're targeting so many creative people. It's like you get people in a low resonance, you will change reality, right? You get people in a high resonance, you'll change reality, because those people will all be doing things either good or bad, and it can change things. It can change things completely. I'd say with the remote neural manipulation, how they make us depressed and stuff, it's impossible to just go, oh, well, I want to be happy, and I'm just going to be happy. We pray to God about that, right? And you try and have faith in these high resonance feelings, but the defenses are required. Like, to even get like, and sometimes I can't even get into that like high resonance state. I'm depressed, like, just headaches and stuff like that. But the defenses will give me these pockets, where it's high resonance, good things can happen and stuff like that. I think we start using, some of the technology to turn it around for the positive. I think we'd have to, Nadia says, I love that I left. Kyle's still alive. Go Kyle. Yeah, I was staying on a little bit extra after that video. I love these. I love talking a lot, but I like to. I have mind control where I don't want to do it so much, and it's not because of anything that's. It's not because it's just mind control. It's like I look at it, but then when I get on it and start doing it, it feels different because I'm in a different state, right? I tell you guys that. Well, dude, Arachno Nixon, Nicholas taken down. So Brian 2's channel got taken down. Nicholas' channel got taken down. Kind of worried about my channel. We need to go over. I guess we're going to do a D-Live Rocky viewing party, and we'll see if I can keep my channel over there. Maybe next time. I don't know. I got to think about my energy level and how to do this. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. More you got, but more of you men and women who like are early on in your targeting, and so your mind is more of your own. And I guess early on in targeting, it's still pretty bad. It's so long to build up a channel. So it's like I've spent so long going, hey, you guys that are just, like New Type, you need to just start a channel. But it's like, for a targeted individual channel, like, it's taken me so long to do it in this form. You know, successful real fast channels that are building up pretty good. The simulated reality, because he makes edited videos that kind of go over the, you know, AI and stuff. That channel was built up pretty quick. Everybody check out Autumn. You know, a lot of you guys know of her channel, Autumn New Zealand. I don't know if that's the full name because I just have it in my YouTube. But if any of you women or men that you don't want to put your voice out or your face out, take a look at Autumn's channel. And that is a great thing to do, and it's very easy. You start your YouTube channel. There's a downloadable thing on your computer where you can take any YouTube video and just convert it to a file on your computer, and then re-upload it and stuff like that. I don't know. She does all sorts of things, but it's really smart. And the channel is growing pretty fast. She puts out a lot of great information. And I think for people who don't want to put their face or their voice out there, it's a great idea. What Autumn's doing is fantastic. And if we had a lot of people doing that, it could make a bigger difference. If we had a lot of people with channels like that. I know not a lot of people want to put their faces out. I don't know. I try to think about if I could go back, if I would I'd still put myself out there. You know. I did think about doing like an anonymous channel, like in this last year, where I don't know how to mod your voice or anything, but where I like did mod my voice and do a secret channel and just like say a bunch of stuff that I probably wouldn't say. Donna says, have you tried frequency generators? Frequency generators. Like are you talking about like Q-wave or Schumann resonators? Like I've tried, these are Schumann, oh, this one's out. Schumann resonators and Q-wave defenders, and Q-wave defenders are way too expensive. These are good. These Schumann generators or Schumann resonators are really good. They're like $40, and it's stronger than a Q-wave defender. Frequency generators. Can you send me a link, Donna? Because that sounds really good. Burger Boy says, Bitwave loves you, brother. Yeah, Nicholas is working on a lot of stuff with frequencies. I thought that would be a good idea too. Rights violated. Rights violated says, you know, I'm willing to take a polygraph test for Congress or Senate to get it out there. Why don't they just give us lie detector tests? You know, but you know what they would do? They would say, oh, well, you're mentally ill. You do believe it. Obviously, you don't think you're lying, right? That would be a good thing as like cross-referencing evidence, right? We have that. We'd have the DTI, bunch of stuff. Here's my lie detector test. I'm not lying about me going through this. It just seems like in a situation we do need to still pile up evidence, but it seems pretty obvious that this is happening to everybody. I think that everybody just can't do anything about it. You know, I think a lot of people know it's pretty much the cat's out of the bag, but people just, they won't touch it, you know. We're gonna find a way though. We're gonna be working on some stuff. I'm gonna be working on some more individual, like trying to find a neurologist. I am really tired though. It's gonna take me a while. And then I do appreciate anybody that can donate, because like it'll help me to convince my mom to let me keep living here. It helps a lot. Like it helps a lot, and I'm gonna do some stuff for the channel too. But like when I can pay my internet, and I can buy food and stuff like that, and I tell my family like, oh yeah, I get some donations and it helps me out with this, blah blah. Then it's a lot more legitimate to my family, and they're like, oh, and they support it. You know, they start supporting it, so it helps me. Arachnonic says lie detectors are entirely dependent on whoever is interpreting the data. It's a pseudoscience. You think so? I don't know. Some of those guys, like like I've seen some of those big criminals that, like, they murders and stuff like that, and they'd go in there, and those lie detector people were like on the ball. I mean, like, I don't know, man. I think some of it's pretty, pretty scientific. Oh, really? I bet you they've gotten better, though. Arachno Nixon says, remember that guy Hillary got off when she was a lawyer? He passed a polygraph, and she joked about how terrible they are. Yeah. But probably the technology's gotten better, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nicholas says, beneficial frequencies that bolster the body's ability to fight and be calm and healed. It works amazingly, but I'm not allowed to have a home because of my targeting or a car or anything other than what I can carry on my back. It's frustrating having all this knowledge. I've even built the devices. I tell you they work, but they're not simple. They're very sophisticated, cheap to build items. Yeah, like a little bit more sophisticated than the ZVS drivers. Like, cause you were telling me about it, and I was having a hard time visualizing the device that you were talking about. But it's something that you'd have to bring people through. You can't have a home or a car. I don't want to get into your personal business, man. I'm sorry about that, Nicholas. Yeah, man. I'd let y'all all come stay with me if, like, I had any room or anything like that. I don't. Like, this place is super small. Like this room here, and then there's like a little space to the kitchen right there. I don't know. Nicholas, Nicholas says, I can build several jammers that work about 30%. The jammer works on scrambling the signal electromagnetically a bit, but that's very difficult to do well. The primary of the devices I build is using, beneficial frequencies. I think we're going to have to find something, because I think even the ZVS driver, I thought the ZVS driver was pretty simple. It kind of worked a little bit, but I think we're going to have to find stuff that people, I mean, for ourselves, I guess we could build stuff, and then some people would be able to do it, but to help a bunch of target individuals, it's going to have to be stuff that maybe already is built. It might as well, though. I just know that the herbs plus beadworks guy, he would show a lot of stuff, and it was like he'd bring in a piece of it that, like, he had built, like, but it wasn't in. He wasn't teaching you how to do that. He was teaching you how the other parts, and you're like, where did that even come from? How do you build that? Does anybody know where he is? Does anybody know where the herbs plus beadworks guy is? Is he okay? Does anybody know if that guy's okay? GT, I'm in Louisiana. I'm in Baton Rouge. I'm actually in Baton Rouge, Arachno Nixon. I'm an hour away from New Orleans. Like an hour away from there. I think lives in Louisiana too. I've never met him though. New Type says, I face all my fears till they vanish. I consistently see how amazing life is, and this opportunity we have been given to fix the world and save the people we love. Humbly pray and try to forgive them. Yeah, definitely, man. There's been situations like this in the past, Nadia, you're in Canada? Or I'm in Canada. You guys are in Nadia. I didn't know you lived in Canada. I've never visited Canada. My good friend lives up there. Like, one of the first targeted individuals I ever talked to. He used the name Lee. He's so smart, dude. He's getting so ripped up, man. Like, some of you guys, you won't use the noise canceling hearing. Yeah. Oh, herbs plus beads dude is in Canada. That guy's in Canada? He does sound like Canadian. Okay, Stop Mind Reading Technology says COVID-19 hoax due to human health manipulation. Can my channel get, like, if y'all put something like that in? I guess we're saying a bunch of stuff that can get taken down anyway. Okay, so stop mind reading technology. Just go to his channel or her channel, or click that link and check them out. And check else. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the Yeah, Nadia. Oh, I thought you were saying you lived in Canada. I was like, I didn't know that. Yeah, the bee. Okay, yeah, the herbalist bee guy lives in Canada. I thought Britton Dreams was saying that he lived in Canada, and you were saying that you lived in Canada too. I was like, why is everybody saying where they live? That's a good idea. DePlume, look, Nicholas, DePlume says there's an RV resort it's in South Texas. Yeah, Nicholas says ZVS driver is only one component of the whole, of the thing that you want to build. Yeah. No, I haven't found much success with, like, if I'm gonna do something with frequencies, it besides a jammer, I'm gonna take coils and stuff. Like, I'm gonna do something like this that I can buy, that if it stops working, no big deal. I just paid $40 for it. Building all that ZVS driver and stuff like that, like, you're putting an electromagnetic field around you, and then it's like our attackers are so adaptive. Like, they've got this adaptive quality to what they're doing, so they can read that field. And I know you're going to try and do an alternating. Right? You're going to try and alternate it, but I don't know I think we need to be checking out legal jammers, and we need to find one that's cheap and start working on that. We need to use the entrainment thing with good frequencies, but I think for me, and this is just how I think it's going to be for a while, because our attackers are using a whole lot of different layers of stuff. So the defenses work in layers. When you do this and you do that, and you do the cleansing, when you do Dave KCD, when you layer up passive shielding on your head, Dave KCD, then a lead cap, doing those layering things. So I think even with like a legal jammer and something else, you do a couple of things and it works better. I don't think there's any one thing, because they can just switch footing, like our attackers. Yeah, new type says Tony Pentalesco. Oh, he has new videos reposted on this channel, Troy Amok. Okay. Maybe, well, why'd he stop using his other channel? He has some good videos, man. He's really smart about this stuff. But with the defense, they work. Like, they get a percentage off, but I couldn't say that even Dave KCD is not 100%. And we're also different on what's inside of our bodies that they're using. Our brains, like, our brains are a big thing. Like, what kind of, everything. We're so different on everything that certain things work differently. The big thing that I guess if we could do this, and that's why I want to try the entrainment device, when your brain is high frequency, and this is hard for us because we're being murdered and tortured, and they're intentionally lowering the resonance of our brain. But if you can get it a high frequency, and this is scientific, guys, I'm not talking, hey, well, love is good, but I'm not talking like airy fairy, just get your frequencies up, man. No, your brain frequency needs to be high, your body frequencies need to be high, and then they use extremely low frequency for remote neural manipulation. It's not going to mix well. That's why they're constantly trying to traumatize and get us down to a low frequency. If you're experiencing a lot of low frequency and stuff in your brains, that it'll match, that ELF will match your brain, right? So I think that it's like, we need to do that entrainment thing. We need to do that entrainment thing with good frequencies. And I worry, like, we get into a cycle, right? We get into a cycle of like being tortured, the remote neural manipulation doing its job, depression and everything. And then it's hard to get into a high frequency. The only way that I see to do it, besides defenses, right, taking off some of the pain, is by faith, is by clinging to God, and He will give you some miracles where you can get high frequency again. It's really like defenses, obviously, but to bring you the rest of the way, You need faith in something bigger, and it'll connect with you. God will connect with you, you know, and he'll kind of raise your frequencies. We need to cleanse our pineal gland too, so that our frequencies we can be feeling more spiritual too. Stop Mind Reading Technology says they are being manipulated. They are being manipulated with all the same things they do by manipulating health, feelings, and emotions for 10 years now. Yeah. Oh, it does? Okay, Deplume. Thank you, Deplume. Deplume says PAX International has Tony's contact info on their webpage. Okay. He's good. He makes good videos. But I think a lot of people have a hard time building the stuff that he's building. I think Nicholas is pretty brilliant at that kind of stuff, but I think a lot of people are going to have a hard time, you know, building it themselves. We got to do some simple stuff that's streamlined. I say work on those things too, and maybe you can streamline them. And a lot of people can do that stuff. I'm just saying to help more target individuals, we need to do some simple stuff. I mean, Dave Case's CD, what could be more simple? It's like, but it doesn't. I don't think it doesn't work for everybody with remote neural manipulation. I think it's too hard to listen to for some people. You know? Oh, you were talking to somebody else. Okay, let's clarify that. New Type says Troy Amick's channel is not Tony's channel. I don't think. Okay, but maybe there's some stuff uploaded there. Hey, APB. APB says, yes, Kyle, come check out SHP. She is in Canada and streams with Lee sometimes. Yeah, I've been trying. I haven't been going to many other people's, like even Michael Barden. I used to go to some of his live streams, and I guess I'm going to try and get back into it. But, oh, okay. Okay, let's clarify that too. DePlume says, no, PAX International has Carl's RV Resort, not Tony's, LOL. I'm kind of reading everything and not really knowing, you know, what y'all are talking about. Kind of just assuming. Roy Mac, Troy Mac. Some people call him Roy, and some people call him Troy. Is he a targeted individual? Roy Mac. Have you guys put anybody like? Have you seen a new targeted individual's channel that's just like amazing? Like is somebody, maybe a targeted individual that started making videos like a year or 2 years ago, and they're just like, I know Simulated Reality is really good. There's a lot of really great targeted individuals making videos. Is there somebody that's just like that you think of and it's just like, wow, this person like is really doing it? Yeah, Written Dream says Michael Chapala, who made the Nano Killer, died in January. Really? His machine worked. It helped lots of TIs. I heard about that and I was going to go try it, but a lot of people said like it didn't work. I don't know. My thing is this. Like, depending on how expensive something is, I just want to try something. Like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it's not going to do any harm to me, I just want to try it, you know, because there's tons of crazy sounding stuff that actually works, especially with crazy stuff that's, you know, hitting us, that's so unprecedented. We're going to find unprecedented solutions, right? I think sometimes maybe we all get mixed up in that, where it's like, we're being targeted. We're trying to look for some kind of textbook solution to this completely new, absurd problem, right? We need to come up with some completely absurd solutions that work, though. You got to meet bizarre and absurd with the bizarre and absurd. I was born for this. Yes, Jennifer says we need help from neurologists that specialize in brain injury. Yes. And like Dr. Hoffer is that? No, well, he's a concussion doctor, so he's not really a full neurologist. We need to find a neurologist, but I don't think any one neurologist is going to be like, hey, I'll help targeted individuals. New Type says, I heard, look out for Charlie's potassium iodide Morgellon solution also decalcifies pineal gland. I'm starting another round of it along with borax and natural turpentine. Turpentine? Yeah, I've heard of a lot of people doing the turpentine stuff. Natural turpentine, though. You're not going to do the turpentine that can hurt you. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, that's what I was worried about too, new type. I was worried about going to Mexico and like maybe getting beat up or something like that. But I thought about going, like a bunch of people were just saying, no, that's like a lot of people were going, no, that's a total scam. You don't want to do that. But I wasn't sure. I mean, he had magnets, but this thing that would spin, and it seemed like it could work some stuff out, you know. I don't know. With this stuff, it's too hard to be sure. It's too hard to be sure if something's not going to work. You might as well just try it. I mean, I don't like that's what it's like. Man, if Brian too would have tried Dave Case's CD by now, like he'd be a little bit better, but he won't try it. Sorry, Brian, but you know, you just got to try it. And maybe the thing is that maybe we don't trust, and like we think some things are going to hurt us or something like that. That could be a thing. I understand that. Rackner Nixon says only way to beat crazy is to out crazy it. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Totally, man. You cannot, what does Einstein say? You cannot solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that brought you that problem, right? We didn't bring ourselves to this problem, but evil, aggression, and obsession, and I guess just those, and Satanism brought us to this problem. So we use the opposite, but we get as be right with the opposite frequencies that these people are using, like God, in the name of Jesus Christ, all that is good, saving lives instead. And we just get crazy buck wild with that stuff, right? Yeah, Jennifer said, I heard it didn't work from a TI who went and had the treatment. See, but some people it may have worked for, right? You know, because it's like a lot of people are like, Dave Case CD didn't work for me. Like I've heard that from a lot of target individuals. Me, I'm like, oh my God, I got to use that thing all the time. So it's like we all have different stuff in our bodies. They're using different protocols. Maybe for some people, they're maybe not using so much the vestibular system of the ear. I don't know. I think that if you're getting the ring in your ear and you're getting remote neural manipulation, that's a big thing that you need to work on. But then some target individuals I talk to, they say they get remote neural manipulation stuff in V2K, but they don't get the high pitched tinnitus sound. So, you know, maybe using the eyes or going straight to the brain or just using the cranial nerves, a different protocol, right? I don't know. I love that. Nicholas says, I hate to bring up a technicality, but the very devices that we're designing to use to help us or against are designed to use to help us or against FCC regulation, the ones that are on the market can form and therefore can never really work. But I didn't read that right. I hate to bring up a technicality, but the very devices that we're designing to use to help us or against FCC. Are you saying are against FCC regulation? The ones that are on the market can form and therefore can never really work. Oh, no, I mean this is FCC. Oh, you're saying like if you get a legal jammer and it's FCC regulated, so it's probably not going to work because they're regulating all the devices that would work for this. They're trying to make them illegal. I don't know. The Schumann resonators work really good. I mean, to an extent, like you're saying to like work and knock it out, right? I'm having a hard time believing that if you're making any kind of electromagnetic field that's supposed to cancel it out or anything, it's just not going to work 100%. I don't know. I need to talk to you more about it. You understand more, Nicholas. So if you're confident about what you're doing, then it's got to be good. But I'm just like, I think that they do things in layers of thing where you can put a certain kind of electromagnetic field. I guess if you made an electromagnetic field around yourself and made it completely adaptable, always changing frequencies, right? I would think they'd still be able to get like photonic energy through that electromagnetic frequency field, right? Because they've got so much to work with. Okay, so I don't know though. I don't know though. There may be something. There may be a device that's out there that could just knock it out. I don't think so though. Everything I've tried, it's got to be like a mixture of things. But the most important thing, and I know for some of you getting body hits and stuff like that, the most important thing that I'd say is like passive shielding on the head. It's not going to stop everything, but it'll give you a little bit of relief. Then you want to get noise canceling hearing aids or Dave Case's CD. Say it every video. That's one thing about me that like I need to get good at is saying things over and over. I get so bored of the things that I say over and over that I'm like, everybody's heard that, but there are new people coming in here all the time that are like, hey, what do you use for defense? So a good YouTuber would say things over and over and be like, yeah, that's just to get the information to people, but I hate doing that. Or I did it for so long, I'd repeat myself that now I'm having a problem with it. I'm screwed up, guys. I'm screwed up in my head, the remote neural manipulation. It's just so many cognitive issues. They don't seem permanent, though. They don't seem permanent. New Type says, natural turpentine and kerosene used to be the go-to for many diseases before Rockefellers hijacked medicine. Here's a great video about it. Decide for yourself. I've heard a lot of like Owen Benjamin did turpentine, or was it turpentine, or it was another thing that sounded dangerous or something, but it really was a natural kind, and it kills like a lot of toxins in the body. I'm sure, man, they've hidden a lot of knowledge about things that made them sound dangerous inside. Stop mind reading technology. I can't, not on this live stream. I can't even click on your link, like, cause I'm on the StreamYard thing, right? And I can't even click on your link on here. It's just like it just does that. It'll just put you up here. Why don't I just put you right there so people can see? They see your channel. Stop mind reading technology. So check him out or her. Check him or her out. And then he wants you to watch this video. So this will make the world look for them quick. We need to find their locations and home addresses. Who? Oh, our attackers? I'll check it out. Stop mind reading technology. I will definitely check it out. Yeah, Written Dream says destroying parasites, bacteria, mucus, very helpful. But remember, you gotta have your bacteria in your gut. You gotta have good bacteria in your gut. You don't want to kill that off because it'll mess your head up. It'll mess your body up. So try and destroy the harmful bacteria, but keep the good bacteria. I'll show it, like let me look at it. I don't want to just be pulling stuff up and showing it, but like people know your channel, Stop mind reading technology. They know your channel so they can check you out. And then like I'll check it out too. And then we can maybe talk about it on another video. I don't want to just pull up stuff, man. You look like you have a good channel and everything. It looks like you're honest and things like that, but I don't want to just pull up random stuff, But I want people to know about your channel and to go check you out. I'm going to check it out, and then we can definitely talk about it. Dennis K says maybe research old remedies. They have books on stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of supplemental advice. Maybe we need to just do we'll just do a live stream and a panel on cleansing and supplements. I'm so tired. All right, guys, I love y'all. $80 for what, Deplume? It's $80 for the it's $80 for the Schumann resonator. Oh, the noise canceling hearing aids. Yeah. Okay, Arachnonix says, how much are the noise canceling hearing aids? Yeah, it's $80 for one. No. I remember, like, I got both of mine for like 120. The ones I do, they're like 70 something. It is okay to get a set of noise canceling hearing aids. It's $150 to $160. That's the best money you'll ever spend. If you're getting the remote neural manipulation nervous pain and all, so you're getting that high pitch ring sound, the remote neural manipulation pain. It's really good. It's worth it. $160 is like nothing for the change that those noise canceling hearing aids make. Karen says, hey, Kyle, I shattered a tooth and have had memory problems. Think could be from the bacteria. How'd you shatter? Did you hit it on something, Karen? Or it just shattered? Dude, they destroyed my tooth. They destroyed this back tooth. And I don't know if there was an implant in it. But they destroyed it, and it was causing an infection in my jaw. Man, I can't believe that happened. It's so dark. Maybe I don't know if that would be from bacteria. Your memory problems could be from the remote neural manipulation. I don't know, Karen. I can't believe you shattered it. Did you eat something that chipped it? Really, Written Dream says a friend just messaged me, ex-Marine and worked for Northrop and Grumman in secret space programs. He says look up Tempest filter. Tempest filter. Everybody write that down. Tempest filter. I had a pen up here. Tempest filter. Tempest filter. Tempest filter. I'm never going to remember times, and my attackers can just pop it out of my memory. Tempest filter. Tempest filter. Tempest filter. Ah, there's my pen. Found my pen. Tempest filter. Oh, grinding your teeth. Like, probably when you sleep, Karen. I probably do that when I sleep, too. It probably did a lot to destroy this tooth. Man, I'm sorry, Karen. I have really bad memory problems. It's so bad. It's better when I got that tooth fixed. If you're having teeth problems, and that could be affecting like your focus and stuff like that. But I had a hole in my jaw, like apparently some kind of hole on the side of my jaw, and it was like I felt like I was losing my mind. Like for the last 2 years, I've had good things in my life, right, and good people in my life. So I don't want to disparage any of that, but like just physically and mentally, I was like, I'm dying, like I'm going insane. The remote neural manipulation is getting so bad, and they're literally mutilating the side of my head, and I was like, I'm dead. And now it feels like I've got a little bit, like I'm being targeted and stuff, but it's like, oh my God, I can think again. But I'm still like my energy level's bad, so it's like, oh, I can think again, but it's like I wish it was like, oh man, I'm just gonna make a video every day, but I'm still dealing with the targeting. So much weight on us, guys. Wait, Tempest filter. Tempest filter. Can we do that? Can you guys try and do that more? Try and do that more, Written Dreams. We need some military friends that can help us with this. Like ex-military guys that know about this stuff, but they're not participating in the program, and they can tell us things to use. That's also one thing I need to do. I want to start calling, like, my grandfather was in naval, and maybe I could get, like, I could use his name, maybe call, like, I doubt that would carry any weight with these people anymore, but like, if we could get some kind of information from, like, the Navy on things that they use for defense, it could be amazing. Yeah. Yeah, Cheryl says my teeth are shattering too. Yeah, my teeth are so bad. They're just like, I got them replaced, and now I just have holes in a bunch of them. My attackers just F them off, Oh, new type says, wow, written. Tempest is an acronym for Transient Electromagnetic Pulse Emanation Standard. A Tempest filter eliminates conductive EMI, electromagnetic interference information. Tempest filter eliminates conductive EMI, electromagnetic interference. We got to look into that, guys. Thank you, Written Dreams. Yes, yes. Okay, Tempest filter. Tempest filter. Let's look into that. Thank God. Thank God. That sounds really, really good. I'm going to look into that right after this. That is awesome. I bet you a lot of these guys, I bet you a lot of, like, ex-military, like, I got an ex-Marine that lives by me, but he gang stalks me. He's like a nice guy, and we started talking at first, but then he goes out. He doesn't do, like, he's kind of, he's a smart guy, though. He knows about this stuff. I told him about this, and he was like, oh, I'm not surprised at all. Did you know we were waging wars in the Philippines, and none of the American public even knew it? Like, I mean, for years and years, there were, like, wars going on in the Philippines with American troops. Like, nobody knew. The media didn't. It was something they didn't want to talk about, My teeth, this one, this one, this one, this one. Wait, no, this one. I don't know. I don't know on a chart. I know that the one that I got was like number 15 or something. Yeah, I got such bad teeth. I'm gonna have to get some cavity, or they're gonna. It's like my attackers are trying, like, they're hitting these teeth, and they're hitting up here, and they're trying to make me think that it's happening again. They're trying to create pain through the tooth and up there, where I'm like, oh, it's gonna happen again, because that was like. But now I'm on the ball. Now I'm gonna be checking my teeth all the time, right? Even now, hey, I'm checking my teeth. No, but no, now I'm on the ball, man. I can't believe it. I didn't want to go to a dentist because I was scared of getting an implant. It didn't, like, the tooth didn't hurt. Like, it was responding to magnets. Like, it was responding to magnets, the pain. And it was, my attackers could, like, put the pain up or reduce it down. Ah, man, that's got me. It's so many things in this past, like, 2 years have just messed with my head. Like, the targeting before that, but they were really trying. It's like they were having a tough time, and I was just going through the targeting, and I was like, eh. And then this last 2 years, it was like a lot of stuff hit me, and stuff was happening, and it just kind of broke through. Like, I was holding things up, and this kind of, like, broke my arm, so I gotta, like, put my arms back together again. That's a horrible metaphor, but, like, if you hold up a weight and it's holding up, and it just that's what the last year did. Yeah, it was like my rear molar, not my because I got my wisdom teeth taken out a long time ago. Colloidal silver. I use chelated iron, and it makes me a lot less tired. And I haven't been taking it lately. I'm going to take some today, and I bet you I'll feel a lot better. I'm anemic. I think I was anemic for many, many years when I was being targeted and didn't know. Okay, Nicholas says, I'm on a Tempest filter. I'll do a video on what I learned. I will also do a video on that. We need to be getting that information out. Let's check it out and see what's going on. Maybe this is the miracle, man. Thank you, Fozzie Bear. Thank you, Dream. Sorry, it's the first time I've seen you on my chat. I have a bad memory. Written Dreams. Thank you, Written Dreams, and thank your friend. Thank your friend, and we'll try it and we'll talk about it. Hopefully, it's not super expensive or something. Yeah, guys, Heavenly Bound says 3 of my teeth have been brutal in the chat mood. Brutally radiated down. You got to get your teeth checked. If you have something like where you feel like there's a lot of nerve pain in your jaw, go get that check, because apparently they can. And just Aaron was saying it too. Just Aaron's her YouTube name, and she was saying, she was saying that they also hit the nerves above the teeth too, and I feel that a lot. Man, there's so much stuff that I didn't know about this. Obviously, like none of us know anything about it when we're hit, and we have to learn all this stuff. Yeah, Arachno Nixon says I'm anemic too. Arachno Nixon, do you take chelated iron? The microwaves can make you extremely anemic because it messes up the iron. It takes away the iron production in your body is not working right, and then that can affect your ATP production too. I'm gonna check out. Can't you just put stop mind reading technology in YouTube, Sleeping Beauty? Oh, but it's a specific video. Let me see if I can copy it on. Yeah, Steve. Okay, we've been going for like 5 hours. Yeah, I felt a little like I could go for a while today because I don't have to do anything tomorrow. Like I don't think I'm gonna be going over to my aunt's tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta figure some things out. I'm gonna be looking into this Tempest filter. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I keep wanting to say Winter Dreams. It's Written Dreams. Jennifer Burns said they said the enamel is coming off my teeth. Yeah. And I'm sure the microwaves will do that. With that lead cap, you put it on and it can kind of cover here at night. If you're getting hit really bad in the teeth, you can put that lead cap on and it can cover this area, but you have to breathe through your nose. I think sometimes it kind of blocks my teeth from getting hit too much. Hannah Havana says, happy Galentine's Day, sending everyone here digital fries. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you so much. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. So Arachnid says, how's your grandma? She's having trouble talking now. And her appetite's really bad. And she's really tired all the time, and she can't walk, and she can't go to the bathroom herself. So it's really bad. I'm just going over there like all the time, but then it's like she doesn't really we watch TV and stuff. She's just in that mood where it's like she just doesn't, And I was just hoping I would have more like conversations with her. I don't know. I think she's gonna hang in there though for a while. I don't know. It's like can go either way. I'm hoping that she stays. That's why I was saying it was confusing last time, because she's in so much pain and she's lived a long life, and I do want her to be out of pain, but I want her to stay. Because I want something. It's like I'm waiting on something different for us. A different. I can't get into that. I'll start crying. It's like sometimes, like before this all happened and she was doing so bad, I started to see a glimmer of her seeing me and seeing this and not thinking that I was mentally ill. And then now it's like, it could just be she's in so much pain. She's dying, and she can't really, it's hard for her to, I don't know. It's bad. You need to try arachnoids that you don't do anything for your anemia. You gotta take some iron. Trust me, dude. You always want to eat ice. You always want to chew on ice and stuff like that. You take a good chelated iron. If it's something really safe, and I guarantee you'll have more energy. You'll feel like, oh man, I haven't felt this relaxed like in a long time. So Ragnar Nixon says, my grandma was the same. It was like she valued the time with me, but didn't have the strength to eat. Yeah, that's it. And didn't have the strength to even be cognizant and want it to be left alone. That's exactly it. That's what I was trying to explain. That's a much way better explanation. But it's like she wants me to be there and we sit together, but she's so tired and in so much pain all the time that she can't, we can't have it. And I think that makes her mad. I think that makes her mad. And then I think she's maybe mad at me or something like that. But like in the end, like this, you just, none of that matters. Like even if she's like mad or something, like I just want to be there with her. And everybody check out Stop Mind Reading Technologies channel. No, dude, no. I want to talk about it. She's my grandma is so no, don't eat ice. Don't eat ice. I'm saying if you're anemic, sometimes you crave ice. I would eat ice. I want to chew on ice a lot. You can chew on ice if you want. It does help. Like it does help. Like if you're anemic and you chew on ice, it makes you feel better. But I think a better long-term like thing, and maybe if you go to your doctor, but this iron thing, the chelated iron, has worked really well for me. It might not be for every targeted individual, but from what what's his name was saying, the Fullerton informer, I trust him on how microwaves affect the body. He doesn't always in his videos say this has already happened and people are already being targeted. He kind of goes in this, like he talks about, kids at school with the iPads and things in their laps. Wow, and I got mine in my lap. I got it more on my leg. But like, so he sometimes doesn't talk about the targeting and the weapons grid on the world like I think that he should if he does know about that. But he may have a different him on how microwaves affect the brain and affect the body. And he says that if you're getting hit with microwaves, it is like doing something to your iron levels, and it's going to make you more tired and it's going to make you anemic. And so you got to take iron. You got to take like some form of iron. Yeah, she is Ragnar Nixon. You can chew on ice. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to like solve anything, but it'll make you feel better. I don't know why. Look that up. Somebody look that up. Why anemic people need to chew ice. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I love my grandma, and I do realize that she's my last grandparent. She will be, she's my last surviving grandparent, and she is tough. She's got tough genetics. I was looking at a picture of her. I was looking at a picture of her in my grandma, like an earlier picture when we went over to her place to wrap her pipes, and I was getting some of my grandpa's clothes, and she looks like Asian and Indian and like Spanish in the picture. Like I don't know what she is. Like I don't know what my grandma is. Like she's either like, I think she's like Spanish, Native American. She looks like it's, I'd like to find out my genetics because I just look at her and how she like recovers from things and how tough she's been. She's had like a bunch of surgeries and cancer, like all this stuff, and she's really gotten in it. I feel like those genetics really help me a lot. Whatever genetics that my grandma, Truxillo, that's my mom's maiden name. Oh man, I shouldn't be giving all this information out. But whatever genetics she has, they're really, really sturdy. Maybe I'm thinking about that too much. I don't know. I think it's native. I think the Spanish and Native American. I don't think we have Asian in our line, but she looks Asian. New Type says, that's not about LEDs. Wait, I know LEDs. I know LED lights can also be pulsed in a way that also interacts with our physiology, but I haven't heard that connection before. I haven't looked. I know that the new lights are dangerous, and you think about all this stuff they're doing with photonics, which is invisible light energy, and they can easily put stuff in lights to do some forms of mind control. I think we know that, but I don't know a lot about it exactly. Yeah, Arachnonix says, I'd like to know my genetic lineage too a lot. I just don't trust those DNA companies. Like, I'm thinking this. Oh, really? Arachnonix says you sign a release form saying they legally own your DNA. Really? Wow. And does that mean they own it inside your body too? Who knows with like the kind of legal tyranny that's going on? Illegal and legal tyranny. I don't know. I was going to do 23andMe. I feel like my DNA is already captured by these people, and so it wouldn't be that big of a risk. Like, I'm already being targeted and stuff. So I've thought about it. I want to know. I think that the risk of like, oh well, they got some more of my DNA with the reward of like knowing my hit, because I had this one relative that my brother looked up a lot of stuff, and he was literally an English person who came over, like, I don't know when, I don't know if it was the Mayflower or whatever, but he came from England here, and his name was like, they literally called him William Justice Sladen, like, and that's on my dad's side, like they called him that. That was his name in the records, is William Justice Sladen. And that's very interesting because like I've always been about that. Like, I can't stand it. I can't stand, y'all gotta imagine, I can't stand it when somebody's mistreated or bullied or anything like that. And then it's like, I understand life's unfair, right? We're not little babies. We're not crying about like, oh, we got a little bit too much rolls on our stomach, or people don't call me the right pronoun or whatever. Like, life's unfair. But this is so much injustice. This is just people being murdered and then called crazy for just their whole lives. And it never ends. And it gets worse because people treat you worse and throw you in holes and stuff like that because they don't believe you. This is the gravest injustice. The gravest injustice. I'd say the gravest injustice throughout humanity. Because you kill, like in Mao Zedong's China, they killed people. They killed millions of people, but at least they killed them. With us, it's a walking well, I don't want to, that's when I'm in my worst states of this. I'm like, this is way worse than murder, because they're messing up my brain. I don't even get to walk around or talk as myself. In my better times, it's like, okay, at least I'm still alive. I've got this life. So it depends on how you're thinking of that. Is this worse than murder? Well, we're still alive. If we're cup half full people, then we're going to say, obviously, this isn't as bad as murder because we have our lives. But I think murder is more merciful than this. I think this is sick. This is sick, and that even animals, I don't know, there are some animals that like leave their prey alive while they eat them, and dolphins like rape a lot of other dolphins. So I don't know. The animal kingdom's pretty screwed up too. Yeah, James Nielsen says it's the most high-tech form of bullying ever done. Yeah. Yeah, James is worse than the Stasi. It's against nature. Animals don't even bully people this way. Now, there are some animals that do really screwed up things to other animals. And there was this tribe of like gorillas, and they introduced, because the gorillas would just eat bananas and live out in I don't know what the gorillas do eat bananas out in nature. And for a second I was like, oh, that's just some kind of I don't know but okay, gorillas, they eat the bananas and they're just living out in nature. So the group of scientists went out and they gave the gorillas money. They introduced money into their system, and by I think the second day or the third day, maybe it was like a week. It didn't take long, but they introduced some form of money that the gorillas could give each other to, and I'm not sure what kind of environment went in, but this was seriously a study. Please look it up. And after like a week or something, the women gorillas were whoring themselves out, and the men gorillas were murdering each other. And they were like a peaceful group of gorillas. And it may have been a longer amount of time when they introduced money and they did all this, but it made such a difference, right? I don't know. Never trust a dolphin. Never, ever, ever trust a dolphin. And don't turn your back on wearing pants in the pool, especially if you're not wearing pants in the dolphin pool. Yeah, seriously. I'm just joking about that. I've never been raped by a dolphin. Dennis says death by 1,000 cuts, psychological. Yeah, mine's like death by 1,000 cuts, psychological, physical. I feel like I trust people. Like I trust people. I don't trust people. I don't trust people. I've gotten very. It's like a conditioning. Like I've had some really bad experiences that I'm still like really unsure of, and I'm like, am I just being? Ooh, I don't want to gaslight myself, because that's what happens. That's what happens when you start going, maybe I'm a little bit paranoid, and then you get some real surveillance role players and stuff going, doing stuff to you. Stuff exists, guys. We need to go over some of that stuff too. Yeah, Rachnick says prostitution and extortion. Yeah, I heard that on Rogan. Yeah, he is obsessed. Joe Rogan's obsessed with monkeys, with gorillas. He's obsessed with them. I still kind of like Joe Rogan. I mean, it's just like in this system, like you don't know what somebody's dealing with, and like he doesn't say everything he knows. I know he is being used by the system. Just how much is he being used? Because Alex Jones is being used by the system, but we've talked about this before, right? I think he's not an elite GT. There's two groups. There's like the top of the pyramid, and then down further, there's like two groups. There's like kind of neocons and Zionists, but they're not Satanists necessarily. And then there's like really Satanist, like child killer. They're like two different groups, and it seems like those are the two groups kind of fighting right under the top of the pyramid. And it seems like Alex Jones and like Joe Rogan are kind of in this elite group, but they're not. They're like evil. They kind of want to control things, right? Donald Trump, I think, was kind of in this group, but they're not baby killers, and they still life, right? I thought that was my dog choking. It's still wrong. Still wrong. Oh, really, Cheryl? I kind of saw that coming. Dude, this stuff will mess your brain up, man. I have been paranoid of people that are probably not, that probably are real TIs. I've had times where it's just, it happens, man. I don't think, but we can't. It's like I understand, like. Dude, it gets bad. It's hard. This is another thing that's becoming kind of a problem for me. We'll go ahead and end it off. Should I end it off with something negative? It's not really negative. It's frustrating for me because I've been going through this for so long, and there's always new TIs coming into the group, and it's hard to. Everybody sees things kind of differently, and like I could see a new TI being like, "Oh man, you're really paranoid," but when like. And I'm not saying anything about what you're saying, Cheryl, but I'm just saying, like, when you go on so long and the remote neural manipulation has been so long, they really can, like, specifically in detailed ways make you paranoid. So when other people like Brian too saying like everybody's chatterbots, he's very, very remote neural manipulated. He's very smart. He gets a lot of good, but he's like they're making him sick. And the mind is, and I'm not saying like don't listen to anything that Brian says, but we've got to know what's going on with us, right? It's like the mind is a physical part of the body, and these people are just like raping it and surgery with electromagnetic frequencies and photonic things. So it's like, I wouldn't take anything personally. Like, even when people are accusing each other, sometimes it's not a time to like pick sides or anything like that. It's a time to understand what's really happening. And is that they can control people so much. Like, they can't, like with me, I have a lot of reserve, and I had to build that, right? When I was little, I was very impulsive and stuff like that, and precocious. With this, I said, what do I need to do? Well, I need to build a lot of reserve, because if I'm impulsive and they're tricking me, I'm going to make a lot of people mad and stuff like that. Some people, their just nature is to be impulsive. And so when they're dealing with paranoia and mind control, they just come out and blah, blah, blah. And it's bad. It's bad for them, and it's bad. But it's like, that's just their nature, and their nature is being used against them. Just like my reserve nature that I've kind of been trying to build discipline, my attackers can push that too far. You see what I'm saying? How do we balance, when balancing the mind and the body is already hard when you're not being hit with like microwave weapons and people pushing in thoughts, and like my V2K going, and they push in an EEG of how I'm supposed to feel about it, It's true. GT says Brian too is very smart, but he's like a #1 target too. Yeah. He's got some good information. Yeah, he does. He is targeted very heavily. Yeah. No, I don't think so, Rachno Nixon. I don't think so, man. He said it when he said, I don't. You get me thinking. It's very easy. Like, it's not even. We've also got to look at that differently. I think all of society is going to start having to look. Trump did. Yeah, he did. He did. Did he do that? Written Dreams. Written Dream says Trump should have not renewed the Patriot Act. Oh yeah. And now they're coming out with a Patriot Act for actual patriots. They're going to do a Patriot Act 2.0 for actual patriots that care about this country. Like, I mean, we know how upside down things are when the people who care about this country and the Constitution, about having a good life for their children and keeping this country going, they're enemy #1. Because what are the globalists and the military industrial? They want to destroy this country. They wanted to destroy this country. They want to destroy a lot of other countries, because this is what these psychos are like. They're like, you have to. Oh, y'all seen Prometheus? Right? Have you seen Prometheus, where David goes, sometimes to create first you must destroy? And I like the way I did that voice. That's what these psychos do. See, as a good person, as somebody who doesn't want to do harm, God will destroy things. Like, nature in the world is always shifting. You're always dealing with destruction. And as people, we should never bring it upon ourselves to destroy life. We have enough earthquakes and natural stuff and getting enough food for everybody. But we always want to destroy each other, right? It's like we got enough. We got enough natural stuff. Okay, so Written Dream says tempest filtering will require some special attention so I can understand somewhat the literature I'm finding. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm going to have to see if we have to build it, or if we can buy something with it, or what. Cheryl, he really gets. I mean, they're remote neural manipulating him. You've got to take those things into account. We have to start taking those things into account. Like, they pushed his personality. He's always been, I think Brian has always been pretty like outspoken, just saying what's on his mind, and it pushes him along. I don't think it's not disrespect. I don't think he, like, literally he does think that. He literally thinks that this whole thing is filled with chatbots. So he's not trying to disrespect any real eyes. He just thinks that, He just really thinks that. And he's really right about some things. He's not right about that, obviously. Dude, Written Dreams, you see it. Those are like 2 of my favorite movies. Well, Prometheus was better. I like Prometheus better. You watch that movie. I don't want to give anything away. I liked Alien Covenant too, but I like Prometheus better. It was just so different, right? And the deal is that Ridley Scott is like a Mason and stuff like that. I think he's pretty high up. He got knighted by the Queen of England and stuff like that. There's revealing things about it, I think, in metaphor. There's revealing things. You think about what David is. David's an android. He's AI. He's destroying everything to rebuild, right? And there's these humans going. It's kind of a how would you say it? Like a, I don't know. There's just he's using a lot of metaphors, and there's a lot of revealing stuff. But I like the movie for just the movie is cool too, and I like the main character woman in it. I find I'm not a woman, but I find a lot of connection with her journey. And there's this one part where she gets this big alien, and she has to, like, I don't want to ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but like it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, my mind's not right either, Rachner Nixon. It's better. I think y'all may be able to tell I'm a little bit better at presenting myself, because like I was saying, all this is mashed up, and it's healing really good. Brian freaked out on SHP. Yeah, there's something there. The Punisher, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Punisher man. There's something there. So Punisher says, Brian, yes, freaked on SPH and her finds as nonsense, but the networking stuff are real. Someone who puts it down is highly suspect, in my opinion. Yeah. There's something there, but I see why people, like, our attackers can manipulate some of that stuff. I see people should question it. Like, people should question some of the stuff and getting really quick answers, but there's something there. And I think that's how we're going to find some of this. People show the evidence and work with it, and then people ask questions. But we got to do it in a way. I see so many people doing it in this attacking way. Like, they're like, oh, that's a bunch of BS. And then it makes the people who are trying to do it very defensive, right? And then instead, let's just ask questions, like, seriously, like, because we some bizarre stuff. We got to do it, man. It's not going to be an easy, oh yeah, that makes complete sense, right? That makes textbook sense. It's not going to be that way. Like, Dave CD is like totally out of left field, Yeah, me too. Arachnic says, of all this stuff that's been done to me, I keep seeing God intervene at the darkest moments. I'm awestruck, and acting through you guys. Yeah, me too. It's hard sometimes with physically and mentally how bad I feel to, like, feel physically and mentally up and be like, hey, yeah, God's in my soul. I feel that, sometimes I'm going to be like, and agitated on my videos and stuff like that, because I'm a human being. I think we've all got to realize that. I think in the world's getting more complicated, and people are going more towards, like, they have to look like perfection, and their words have to be weighted and perfect, and they have to edit out anything, you know what I'm saying? And if we're getting to more complicated territory in humanity, where we need to, like, really be talking about some creative stuff. But the communications, like this, there's these eugenics things going on where they're trying to make people feel peer pressure to be perfect about everything they say. Anything wrong, because then everything you say is wrong. If you get one thing wrong, it's like, well, oh no, he got this one time, he got this wrong, but throws him all into question. He's a human being, gets things wrong, but he gets things right too. There's conditioning and eugenics going on that people aren't aware of, even when we talk about those things to a deeper level in the way we communicate and stuff like that. So we really do need God to just help us out. The Mylar tent? Are you talking to? Oh, Depopulation. Yeah, that tent that I made worked really good. I kind of want to do something like that again and layer that, and then you still put the lead cap and everything on, but just make an extra layer for them to have to get through. And also I don't want to put anything huge like up in here. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end. It's like 9:30. How long? We've been on 5.5 hours. I kind of wanted to stay on and talk to you guys today. I'll maybe just do that. Like, I'm going to get some information out, and then maybe we just need to come on here sometimes and just chat, I get pulled between, like, I want to make a good YouTube video so we can get views and get this information out, but, like, I know what you guys like, and helping you guys and me as a target individual is important too. So I try and balance between a YouTube channel and some kind of activism for us, and a place to go. It's been very difficult. It's been very difficult when your mind's all, yeah. Cheryl said, if I had some of that technology that aliens use in the manufacturing of their craft, it may shield me. You making fun of me because I said that, Cheryl? You making fun of me because I said those guys at Area 51 were talking about the black boxes that the Greys, and you got The Plume said, yeah, rape and heat in B2K. Cheryl, a lot of yeah, never mind. All right, guys, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I love you guys. Love you guys, and I'll be back on soon. We won't stop doing live streams or anything, but maybe do some shorter videos with them. All right, guys, I love y'all. Look into the Tempest filter. Let's look into the Tempest filter. I don't know, just for that, just because what Cheryl was saying, like, if I had some of that technology that aliens use in the manufacturing of their craft, it may shield me. I want to show that. I want to show that Area 51 guy talking about that. And I know you weren't saying anything about that, Cheryl. I want to show that, though. Like, I believe that we're, like, I don't know, we're not ready. We're not ready for that kind of stuff. I'm just going to be looking into that stuff, and maybe on another channel. We're going to need help, y'all. Like, have y'all not figured that out? Like, we're going to need help from God, right? But what God's putting in, we're not going to go into this today. We've had, it's been a long live stream. Yeah, thank you for coming, Sleeping Beauty. Prayers for all you guys, the Plume. All right. Yeah, she kind of, like, I find that New Type says some of SHP's, I don't want to just read out stuff about it. I feel like some conclusions are jumped to in the processes, but there's something there, and I'm all for somebody working on crap and doing the best they can. And with this stuff, we're all going to make mistakes, and it's really complicated, I will always side with somebody doing something if they're making mistakes over somebody not doing something and criticizing. Like, I'll always do that. And I guess that'll get me into trouble, but we need more people just doing stuff. And if we have people that are like, oh, did you see they did this thing and then that didn't work, but like they did a bunch of other stuff that's like good and helped TIs, it makes people not want to step forward, So I think we need less a society of critics and more society of doers. The reason why they get us so bad is because they built a society of critics. We've watched things. I watch things. Like, I'm not the biggest doer in the world. I watch TV and stuff because I'm being tortured. We watch stuff. Like, we watch shows. We need to be doers, Me too. I need to make myself a doer. Cheryl, Rose was in here earlier. I don't know if it was her account, though. Like, it was her name, but I'm not sure if she was using it. I gotta see if I can, like, unban her thing. I love you guys. Love you, Nicholas. Love you guys. And I'll see you on the next one. I love y'all.